Hello, hello. Anyone there? Oh,
Hello, Kevin.
What's up, guys? It's Kenny here. We're going to get started in about 10 minutes, or we're going to get started right at 12. So 11 minutes, I guess. If you guys have any questions, comments, concerns before we get started, you can let me know. Basically, how this day is going to work is we're going to go through the entire process and build it out together from scratch. We're going to start off with some mindset stuff, and then we're going to move on to building out our tools, and then we're going to move on to getting customers. And then we're going to move on to upselling those customers later on. So it's going to be a long day, but it's going to be very productive. We're going to have a lot of Q&A time. And we're also going to have a lot of role-playing time. So if you guys have any, if you want to practice, we're going to go through scripts and stuff. So if you guys want to practice any of that stuff with me, you can. Will this training make me good looking? Yeah, it will. You know why? Because money makes you a lot better looking. That is the truth. I promise. Why do you think certain people have they're ugly and old and they have really hot wives? They're rich. That's why. So yeah, it'll help. All right. So if you guys have any questions, comments, concerns before we get started, just let me know. I'm going to give you out the workbook link probably in the first couple of minutes of the training. There's a workbook that you guys should fill out as you're going through it. Again, we're here to build something. We're not here to just to listen or just to watch or just to, passively, go through slides or whatever. We're here to actually work together. So there's going to be a workbook for you guys to fill out. And there's also going to be a lot of stuff for you guys to do today. So make sure you're ready for that. You should have a workbook and a pen with you, handy. And you should also print out the workbook as well. So if you guys have any questions or whatever before we get started, just type them in the chat box. I will be here until noon, answering any questions. And then right at noon, we will get started. Are you recording all of today? Yes, we're going to be recording everything. And then everything is going to be put into the Facebook group. Where do I find the workbook? Keith, the workbook is I'm going to give it out at 12 because that's the official start time. So I just came in a little early and I know I announced that in the email, but I don't want anyone to miss it. And then sometimes I'll have to post it 3 or 4 times because people come in late or whatever. So, yeah, I'll give it out right at 12 or 5 after or something, just to make sure everybody's here. Keith, the webinar ends when we're done. That's the only answer I can give you. And I'm just being honest with you. I've had calls like this. Guys, stay on mute if you can. I'll unmute you when the time comes. But if you could just stay on mute, that would be great because it just distracts me. And especially videos too, if you can keep your videos off. And I'm just, Keith, I'm just being honest with you. The answer to that question is I honestly don't know. It's when we're done. I've had calls like this that lasted 4 hours. And let's see if he's here. Yeah, he is. Mark can tell you I've had calls like this that lasted for 9 hours. So really, it depends on the level of role playing that we do and the Q&A that I get and stuff like that. So it really depends on how long it takes to get done to get through the stuff. I'll tell you, the training is probably going to take maybe 5 hours or so, and we'll have some breaks and stuff. So it'll take about 5 hours to get through the training, and then whatever Q&A on top of that. Kevin says it's 5 p.m. where he is already. Good. Nice. Yeah. So one of the things that we'll learn real quickly is, and I'm not saying anyone's doing this now. I'm giving you an example. You know, over the past 13 years, I've coached 200,000 plus people. And, you know, there's a lot of patterns that have developed throughout that time, as you guys can probably guess. You know, if somebody is not, and I'm not saying any of you are like this. I'm just saying it to say it. If someone's not willing to spend 7 or 8 hours and have a complete business with customers coming in at the end of that 7 or 8 hours that will last them a lifetime because they have to watch a Netflix series like a moron, then they're just idiots and they deserve what they get. I mean, that's just the bottom line. And again, I'm not saying any of you are like that. I'm saying out of the 200,000 people plus that I've coached over the past 13 years, 199,900 of them were like that. So, you know, that's just the way it works. And listen, that's why we have a 1% and a 99%, because most people just do dumb shit all the time. So that's the way it works. Kevin, I mean, listen, like I said, it all depends on the Q. That's the big part, right? Q&A, because I never leave calls, and this is even free calls that I do. I never leave calls that are with questions unanswered. I always make sure that every single question is answered, even if I have to answer it 1,000 times, because that means I'm not doing my job. If I have to answer the same question 100 times, that means I'm not doing my job. So I need to make sure that every single question on every call that I've ever done is answered. So Q&A takes up a bulk of the time. So that's really where, you know, that's why I always say I don't know how long it's going to last, because it really depends on how much questions I get and how much role playing that we do. This is not a very salesy call though. So I mean, we should have some role playing, I would think. But yeah, I agree with that, Keith. The audience needs to take some responsibility for repeat questions because they're not paying attention. This is not a very salesy call, though. There's not a lot of sales here. Like, I'm not going to be going into like phone scripts and things like that for the most part. So the role playing side of it, I think, is going to be a little light. I mean, we're going to do it just mainly because I like doing it and it's fun. But we're going to do it to practice. But it's not going to be as crazy as some of the other calls that I do, where we do role playing for 4 hours, you know, and I'm going through every single, I tell people, throw any objection you want out at me and I'll overcome it. And people are like, oh, my house is burning down. I teach them how to overcome like anything. We don't have to really do that here because this is not about phone stuff, but there is going to be some, there is going to be some role playing involved. Where am I in New York? Unfortunately, still on Long Island, which is a crappy place to live. And I'm in like a good area. That's the crazy part. Like I'm on the North Shore of Long Island, like right on the Long Island Sound, and I still hate it. Like it's the worst. So the one good thing about it though is that our schools are really good. Even though my school, the one that my kids go to, just got shut down a week ago. Other than that, the schools are really good. So once my kids are out of school, I am gone. Like that day, I always tell them, like, the day that you guys graduate, like I'm going to be at the graduation, like with a plane already, like in waiting for me at like JFK or something, because I am out. Kevin asks if he can wear a wig. If you'd like to, sure. Make a Facebook ad with a wig on. You'll get a lot of attention. Yeah, that's cool, Mark. Definitely let me know what you think about it, though. I mean, you know I value your opinion, so it's cool. I've always done this differently. All right, so like I said before, guys, we're going to start at 12 o'clock exactly. So 2 minutes from now, I'm going to mute myself out. If you guys have any other questions or whatever before we get started, just let me know. Kevin, you were born in a circus? I can create an amazing story out of that in about 5 minutes. That would create a webinar that would sell like crazy. Unfortunately, I wasn't born in a circus, or else I would have amazing stories to tell on all the calls that I do. All right, so I'm going to share the workbook with you guys. You're going to have to make a copy of this inside of Google Drive. Roger, yes, support is support at shrevolution.com. So you can also write support at kennycannon.com. You can also write Amy at kennycannon.com. That's my assistant. So that's the, oh, I just sent that privately. Guys, for your videos, just shut them off if you can. Make sure your videos are off or else it's really distracting. Let me send this out to everybody. You're going to have to make a copy of this in your Google Drive so that you can edit it. So we're going to be going through each and every part of this. This is going to go along with the slides that I have, which is like, I think 170 of them or something. It's going to go along with that. And you guys are going to have to fill out this stuff as we go through it. And I'll do it with you, so don't freak out about it just yet. But you're going to have to make a copy of it in order to edit anything inside of Google Drive. So make sure you do that. And then we'll be ready to go. Yeah, Joe, you're not going to see my screen just yet. You're actually going to see it right now because it is 12 o'clock and I don't wait for anybody. So we're going to share my screen and then you guys can, whoa, I have hang on a second. I can't do that yet. I just realized that I have like 9 million windows open. Let me just close some of these so that I can get a good screen share. Get off there. There you go. That was a video for you guys I was making yesterday that I'm going to show you in a few minutes. Are you using the awesome mic this time? I should be. Let me make sure. Yeah, this is my like studio mic. This is the expensive one. Okay, guys, please shut your videos off. Okay, good. I know it's crazy because when you come on, it just automatically happens. I get it. But when you come in, just shut your video off. It's all good. All right, so let me share my screen. You guys can let me know if you can see it or not. Let's go there, there, and there. All right, you guys can see that, right? Just let me know. Just type like a 1 in the chat box or just say yes or whatever. Okay, good. Just so you guys know too, I cannot see your questions while I am in my slides. So if I'm not answering you, it's not because I'm like ignoring you or whatever. Don't freak out. It's just I can't see them until I go back into the Zoom thing and look at them. Okay, so how this is going to work today. This is a beta coaching group. What that means is that I am relying on your feedback in order to make this amazing. Okay, you're getting this at a discount and you're getting it basically for free to go through the whole day today. Because of that, right? I want you guys to tear this apart. I want you to tell me what's wrong with it. I want you to tell me what's great about it. And I also, most importantly, I want you to actually do what I'm teaching you to do so that you get a result. The only reason why I do this is because, number one, the people that coach me tell me to do it. And number two, if I can get you results, it makes it easier for me to sell this to the general public. So that's why we're doing it. All right. Everything's going to be recorded and it's going to go, into the Facebook group so that you guys can watch it as many times as you want. So yeah, like I said before, just use what I'm telling you to do, and then you'll be able to get results and then give me a testimony from that. And that's why we're doing it. You're also going to hammer me with questions until you completely understand what I'm teaching. And I promise you, for those of you who have never been on a training with me before, for those of you who have, this is old, but I am not going to read to you the entire time. I swear to God, it's just getting through these couple slides in the beginning. The goal is to get you results as quickly as possible so that I can sell more of my stuff. That's just the honest truth. Nobody else will tell you that, but it's true. All right, so the next 30 days, we're going to have the refined 6-figure side hustle training program with a members area inside of ClickFunnels. So you guys will get access to that. ClickFunnels or Kajabi. I'm not sure which one I'm going to go with here yet, but probably ClickFunnels. You guys are going to get access to that. So basically, we're going to take this, what you guys are going to learn today. We're going to take all the questions, comments, concerns, issues that you guys have, things that were amazing, things that sucked, things that should be redone, things that were perfect, whatever. And we're going to refine it to make it as perfect as possible. Then we're going to launch it to the general public with Facebook ads, YouTube ads, Instagram ads, all the stuff that we always do. What's going to end up happening then is you guys are going to get access to that refined program. And that's going to be probably a 6 to 8 week program with Q&A calls. Let me just see what you guys are typing. Okay, good. Yeah, I know you guys can see me, so you guys can stop typing that. It's all good. All right, so you guys are going to get access to the refined program when it becomes available, and it's probably within the next 30 days, like I said. 6 live Q&A calls. I don't know exactly when they're going to be happening yet, but most likely it's going to be on Tuesday. So plan for 1 week from today, having our first Q&A call. And the reason why I say I'm not sure how it's going to work yet is because I don't know if I'm going to do Tuesday afternoon 1 week and then Tuesday night the next week, so that I make sure that everyone can get access to them. If you understand what I'm saying. So I may do it that way. I may not. I'm not sure yet, but plan for it to be on a Tuesday. That's the best day for me to do it. So that's the day most likely it's going to be done. So make sure you print out your workbook and you actually do what I'm teaching you to do inside the workbook and inside of this entire training. This is going to be a lot of out of slide type stuff on the internet, that type of thing. So make sure you're paying attention. Make sure you do it as I'm doing it. And if you do that, you're going to get the result that you want by the end of the program. All right. Also, if you want to use your workbook in your computer, you can. If you want to just type in it, you can. You don't have to print it out and write on it. You can use it in Google Drive if you want. All right. Module number 1, inside the mind of super high performers and business leaders. Module milestone. You and every module that we have is going to have a milestone like this, because we always want to set goals for ourselves for each individual thing that we do. You will have a complete understanding as to how to schedule your day for the best chance of success. You will understand the mindset and discipline you must have in order to succeed. You will understand that if you follow the plan outlined here, lack of money and or time will never be an issue. That's a huge one for a lot of people, because everyone says, oh, you need money to make money. That's BS. That's a lie. Flat out lie. I've never used my own money to start any of my businesses ever, and I never will. It's stupid. You also don't need a lot of time if you focus on the right things. Now, there's a little caveat to that, okay? Asterisks. If you focus on what 90% of other people teach you, you need a crap ton of time, right? If you spend months building a website, you need a lot of time. If you spend, time building a Facebook following, or if you spend time building an Instagram following, then you need a lot of time. If you spend time on the things that I'm going to teach you, which is finding people who want to buy your stuff and then giving them your stuff so that they get a result, that's literally all we do. If you focus on those two things, you don't need a lot of time. An hour and a half, 2 hours a day, and I'm going to give you an entire plan on how to do that. An hour and a half, 2 hours a day, and you're good to go. You're also going to have clear targets and goals for you to pursue throughout the training. And the main goal here is to get you results as quickly as possible. That's the goal for today, to get you results as quickly as we possibly can, preferably today. I mean, that at the end of the day, that's really what we want to happen. We want people to get clients live on this call. We want people to have businesses live on this call with prospects and clients and everything else. Okay, things we're going to cover in Module 1, the 3 presuppositions to success, how to have success with this program, even if you have no time, the money myth and why you should never invest your own money when you're starting something new, my productivity hacks so you can stay on track and focus on getting results, creating targets so that we know exactly where we're going, why entrepreneurship is never risky, and that is me with the dog. Okay, so this is going to be pretty quick. We're going to run through this quickly because I don't really want to spend a lot of time on it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to record this live with you guys here, and then I'm going to make this into a video. The video is probably going to be about 2 hours to 2.5 hours long, because I believe that mindset is the most important thing in the world. If you don't have the right mindset, no matter what I teach you, you're not going to do it. So if you're not going to do it, there's no reason to learn it. But with that said, we're going to get more value here, learning how to build the tools and learning how to get people to get the tools from you and learning how to make sure they stay after the trial and all those types of things, right? We're going to get more value live there, because you're not going to have a lot of questions about this stuff. You are going to have a lot of questions about how to build a tool, why we're building it this way, why we're connecting this with this, and how this works and how that works and how to get the customers and all that kind of stuff. So that's really what we're going to focus on. So we're going to fly through this part. You're going to have a lot of writing to do here, though. We're going to fly through this, and then we're going to get right into building the tools out, getting results for your clients, and then getting clients into your business. All right, so that's me there with the dog, one of the top sales negotiation specialists in the world. Started my career at some of the infamous stock firms here on Long Island, helped over 200,000 people since 2007 when I started my online education company here in New York. We have offices now in Dallas and also one out in San Diego, California as well. Worked with Hyundai, Subway restaurants, and Geico, and many small to medium-sized businesses. Work with some of the top internet marketers in the world, and I sell stuff every single day. I always say that's the most important thing in the world, the bottom bullet point there, because There's a lot of people that teach you how to build businesses. There's a lot of people that teach you how to prospect. There's a lot of people that teach you how to sell stuff or whatever, like bring leads in the door. But those people don't do it themselves for the most part, right? They'll teach you how to do it, but they're not on the phone every day. They'll teach you how to do it, but they're not knocking on doors every day. They're not getting into meetings every day. They're not setting appointments every day. I am, right? My big business is my consulting / Facebook ad agency. That's my big thing. That's where I make 95% of my income, right? So I'm selling that stuff all the time. Now, this is not going to be about Facebook ads here. It's not going to be about consulting here either. But again, I'm selling stuff every single day. So when you come to me and you say, Joe from Joe's Pizza told me he didn't have the money, so I don't know what to do. Well, I could tell you the answer to that question because I heard it today. I didn't hear it 17 years ago like Grant Cardone did. I heard it today. Okay, so there's other people that teach you how to sell stuff, but the bottom line is I sell stuff every single day, and that's why, I'm not shy to say it. I'm the best at it, like out of anybody. Okay, and that's why people, when I email them and I say, hey, let's do 100 calls to 100 calls or 100 contacts to 100 contacts, record the whole thing with fake names and sell it and give all the money to charity, they don't respond to my emails. They don't respond to my calls. They don't respond to my visits because they know they'll lose. And look, it sounds cocky, sounds arrogant, but you want to pick up the phone and try it, pick up the phone and try it. I'm game, right? As long as you have an audience, I'm ready to go. So for me, results is the only thing that matters. That's the game. That's the name of the game. If I can't get results for somebody, I didn't do my job, or I didn't pick the right customer for me. That's key as well. So at the end of the day, I'm here to get my customers results as quickly as possible. That includes you guys. That includes people in my Facebook ad agency. That includes people that I personally coach one-on-one. That includes people that I run through my group coaching programs. Whoever it is, I am here to get results as quickly as possible. Now, in order for that to happen, the person on the other end, in this case, you guys, you have to come into this like a complete idiot. Okay, now I don't want to insult anybody, although I will throughout the entire day. So just deal with it. It is what it is. I'm not here to do that, though. I'm here to get my point across. You have to come into this as a complete moron. If you come into this saying to yourself, oh, well, that's how Kenny does it, but, my way is better. Well, listen, your way is better. Your way, you're still broke. I've been a millionaire since I was 19 years old, and you're broke. So why don't you just swallow some of your pride and use what I'm teaching you to do, right? Every time I get coached, every time I enter a mastermind group or whatever, I'm not going in there saying, oh, Russell Brunson, you're wrong about that. No, dude, you got a $100 million company. Whatever you say to do, I'm going to do it. Like, you want me naked in the middle of the room, I'm stripping down. Whatever it is, I'm doing it, right? So I'm not going to tell you to get naked in the middle of the room. I'm just saying, it's an example. Point is, if you do it the way that I'm teaching you to do it, you're going to get results. If you try to do it your own way and you don't get results, then it's your fault for doing it your own way. If you don't do anything, then it's your fault for not doing anything. If you do what I teach you to do, you're going to get a result 100% of the time. There's no doubt about that. Okay. So if you just follow what I'm teaching you, you're going to have, it's going to work out great for you. Presuppositions of success. Number one, action is more important than information. Okay. Idiots make a lot of money. I am one of them. I'm not smart at all. I dropped out of high school, and all I do is model other people. That's it. I find out what other people are doing that are better than me at it, and I just do that. Simple as that. That's it. So I'm trying to get more. A lot of you know that I'm like, I used to do a lot of Warrior Plus stuff and stuff like that. I sold products for $17, and then I had a funnel attached to it that put people in a webinar, sold it $500. That whole deal. I did that for a long time. I wanted to get completely out of that for a very, very long time. How did I do it? Well, I found someone who wasn't doing that at all, someone who went from $0 to $1 million in 6 months with one webinar, and then went on to build an 8-figure business from that one webinar in under 2 years. I hired that person, paid him whatever he wanted me to pay him, and I just did exactly what he told me to do. Now I'm completely done with Warrior Plus. I never have to go back there again, and I hate it, right? So it's just about action. It's about acting as much as you possibly can at a super high level and doing the right things. How do you do the right things? You find out other people that are doing it already, and you just do what they're doing. Action is more important than skill. You look at a phone room, right? I train a lot of phone rooms on how to call people. Skill is really important. Building up your skill is really important. But at the end of the day, would I rather have someone who's willing to make 500 calls a day, but they suck? Or would I rather have someone who's an expert salesperson, but they're only there for an hour? I'd rather have the guy who's taking more action. Why? Because I can improve his skill if he's willing to act. But if he's not willing to act, there's nothing I could do, right? So I have to make sure that that person is willing to act so that I can improve their skill with them. So action is more important than skill, and you have 100% control over your action and action level. It's not more information that you need. It's not more skill that you need right now. It's your level of action sucks. That's most likely why you are where you are. All right. Either you're doing the wrong stuff or you're not doing enough of whatever you're trying to do. Okay. You succeed by doing the right things consistently on a daily basis. It's not one time. It's not 2 times. You don't go to the gym one time and like, oh, I'm healthy for life. Like that never happens, right? You have to do things consistently on a daily basis. So get your head right. This is going to be an exercise in your workbook. Thoughts, feelings, actions, results. This seems a little like Tony Robbins-ish, like crazy stuff. But if you understand this, this will change your life forever. I promise you. Thoughts, feelings, actions, results. The thought that comes into your mind when you have an experience is going to produce a feeling. Okay? That feeling is going to produce an action level, and the action level is going to produce a result, which then is going to reinforce the thought, which is going to bring on a worse feeling, which is going to bring on less action, which is going to bring on. This is what you see when you see morons in skinny jeans protesting in New York City about rich people. Their thought is that, oh, the rich people are bad. The feeling is everyone's out to get me. What am I going to do? I have no hope. There's nothing I can do. Action is why even try? And result is 0, which reinforces the thought of everyone being evil, everyone being against them. The feeling is why even bother? Action level 0, result is still 0, right? And it just reinforces itself over and over and over again. That's how poor people think. That's how poor people act. Okay? I've never heard a successful person in my life say to themselves, the internet is like really, really hard. And there's only a few people. Amazon is taking over the world. They don't say those things. What they say is, wait a second. You're telling me that I can go on Alibaba right now, import something from China, have it up on the world's 3rd largest retailer for nothing, and have that product being sold to millions and millions of people in a matter of days? That's how successful people think. Poor people say, oh, we got to break up Amazon because they're taking over everything. And they're only paying their people $14 an hour, and that's not a living wage, and they don't put their air conditioning on high enough, so people are getting heat stroke and everything else. That's how poor people think. Rich people look for opportunity. Poor people look for excuse. Bottom line. And the cool thing about this is that you control all of this. Think differently, feel differently, act at a higher level, you get a different result. It's just that simple. We can't control what happens to us in the outside world. It's never going to happen. You can't control it. So stop doing it. This is what causes anxiety, depression in everybody. They try to control the outside world. Depression is about negative thoughts about the past. Anxiety is about negative thoughts about the future. That's what it is. But it's always about the outside world. It's not about what's going on inside. It's about what's going on outside or what already happened outside. We can't control that. But what we can do is we can control how we perceive what is happening to us. We can also control how we feel about that thought, and we can also control our level of action, and that level of action is going to produce a specific result, which is going to reinforce the thought. This is why you see people start from nothing, and then I'll give you my story, right? Which a lot of you probably heard already. But my story is I was working in the stock business, making a ton of money, went into the mortgage business, made a ton of money, went into the car business, did pretty well. Then I got fired in 2007. I started my business while I was getting fired. And then a couple weeks later, I got an email from somebody named Johnny Andrews, who had a course called Guru Assassin. I had never created courses before. I never even thought about it, but I was consulting in the car business on how to sell cars over the telephone, how to bring people in over the telephone. So I got his ebook and his videos and stuff, and he taught something like stupid or whatever, and I did it. And in 2 weeks, I made $10,400 from the one thing that he taught. Okay. Now, the thought, feeling, action, result, that reinforced, right? I thought I could do it. My feeling was confidence. I acted at a high level, and I made $10,400 in 2 weeks. 6 months later, I had 6 figures in income, all from the internet. I had never done anything online in my life. The only reason why I was able to do that was because that initial result reinforced this wheel. Without that initial result, I would have never been able to get there. All right. So in order to be successful at anything, you must believe, this is not optional, you must believe that money, specifically income, is the most important thing in life. Now, here come the arguments. You guys can argue with me if you want. You're wrong, but you can argue with me. Money, specifically income, is the most important thing in your life. If you don't believe me, this is going to be hard to give you an example of this, but I'll just use if you don't believe me, go out to your local highway at 7 a.m. and look at it. I do that sometimes just to ground myself because I never drive in traffic ever. If there's traffic on the road, I just won't go. I don't have to be anywhere. It's not that important, right? But go out on, I live on Long Island. So go out on the Long Island Expressway at 7 o'clock in the morning and look west and tell me that money is not the most important thing. Go back out on the Long Island Expressway, one of the overpasses, look east at 5 o'clock and tell me money is not the most important thing in life. Money is the most important thing in life, specifically income. It beats everything else. The number one reason why people get divorced, money. The number one reason why people are stressed, money. The number one reason why people are depressed, money. The only reason why money is the most important thing in life is because money buys time. That's it. And really, at the end of the day, time is the most important thing. But the only way to get time is to increase our income because time produces fulfillment. Okay, time, when you have time to do things, you can be truly fulfilled because you can do the things that you want to do. See, a lot of people say, focus on your passion, find your passion, do your passion. Well, okay, that's fine, right? Maybe your passion is golf. So you do the Gary Vee way and you're like, yeah, I'm going to start a golf business because I love golf. The problem is you shoot 125. You suck at golf, so it's never going to work. My way is very simple. Focus on income by using something that you're good at, something that's simple, something that you modeled of somebody else. Do it like an animal for 3 hours a day. And then the rest of your day, play golf and suck at it for free and be guilt-free because money buys time and true fulfillment requires a lot of time. Business doesn't require a lot of time if you do the right things, but true fulfillment in life does require a lot of time. So without an abundance of money, income in this instance, we will never have the time to do the things we need to do in order to truly be fulfilled. So I'm just going to show you some examples of this. Right? This is me, my mom, my sister, and my daughter in San Diego. If I didn't have the time to do what I need to do, I would have never been able to take my mom and my daughter to San Diego for 2 weeks to see. My sister's a producer at Netflix. So we were in LA 2 years ago to visit her, and then we decided to go to San Diego because San Diego is just better than LA. LA is a crap hole. So San Diego is pretty much a dump as well, but it was nicer because we went to Coronado, places like that. This is my daughter on the right at the Matt Martin camp. She goes there every single summer for a week. They changed the dates the last 2 years because he got married last year, and this year it's just the same, which sucks. It used to be at the beginning of the summer. Now it's at the end of the summer. But it doesn't matter because I don't have to worry about anything. I don't have to worry about putting in vacation time. I just okay, we're going to go to Twin Rinks for a week and just hang out, and you're going to play hockey with NHL players, which is awesome. That's cool, and I could do that, right? The only reason why I could do that is because I focus on income. And the only reason why I focus on income is because it buys me the time to do the things I want to do. Those are the 3 kids fighting a shark on the beach. You guys know I love fishing, most of you. It's my daughter again going to some hockey stuff. And that's me. I coach her 11 and under team. That's her in the middle at our suite in the Barclays Center. And then that's her at the prospect game. And I had to change the name of the jersey there on the back. I did that in Photoshop. Can't let that slide. And I missed the one in the middle. I forgot that little one that was there in the middle. I would have changed that one as well. And also, I am a volunteer firefighter and rescue person in my town. So this requires a lot of time. That's me on the left there going out on some stupid rescue calls, probably some old lady that fell down steps or something. That's me going out for a water rescue in the middle of January. That was fun. And that's actually the one on the right there is actually in the firehouse doing some testing on my masks, on my SCBA mask, which is like our breathing apparatus that we use. And that wasn't a call. We were just testing it in the firehouse. But all this stuff takes a lot of time to do, right? And this stuff right here is really what is fulfilling in life. It's not the money, right? It's not the money. It's the fact that money buys you the time to do the things that actually fulfill you in life. Money can't buy happiness. And that's not what I said in the beginning. I said money's the most important thing. That is true. But it can't buy happiness. What buys happiness is the time that you use to do the things that truly fulfill you in life, whatever that may be. It doesn't matter what it is. It could be anything. As long as it's something that truly fulfills you in life, that is really what's going to make you happy. It's not the money. The money buys you the time to do the things that you want to do. All right, so let's hop into the workbook. And I'm going to give you guys like not a lot of time here to do this because I don't want to sit here for hours working on this stuff. Why is this going crazy on me? I'm trying to scroll down and it's giving me the wrong sizing. Hang on a second. Okay. That should work. There we go. Okay. So you guys want to complete this part of the workbook right here. Thoughts, feelings, actions, and results. All right. Complete these two. We'll give you about 2 minutes and then we will continue on. And while you guys do that, I am going to look at any of the questions that are Kevin says you don't join the Boy Scouts to change it. Without your warrior plus stuff, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't be because I did that for a long time. And you're right. Unfortunately, though, I don't think anyone's joining the Boy Scouts after today. So, well, they probably still are, but they went bankrupt. They like had a problem or something. I don't know. I'm not too into the Boy Scouts, to be honest with you. I have no problem with them. I never did it. I didn't really know anyone that did it, but I absolutely love Girl Scout cookies. And I'm currently looking for them. I went on the search thing, but they didn't have them. Like I had to drive like an hour or something, like 50 minutes away. And I'm not doing that for Girl Scout cookies. So, all right. So you guys fill that out. We'll give you like 2 minutes and then we're going to move forward. Okay, if you're still writing, just continue. I'm going to continue on with the thing here, so it's okay. You can listen as we go through it. Again, I want to run through this, the mindset stuff. I'm going to shoot a video on this, so you guys will get another training on this. Definitely not today, probably not tomorrow, but by Thursday, you will have a complete training on these exact slides here, and you can go through it again if you want more information on it. But I did want to cover it here because I do believe it's the most important thing that you guys can learn. All right. But I do want to get to the technical side of it, setting up the tools, and then also getting customers because that's where you're going to have most of your questions. So time. This is a big one for everybody. Everybody always tells me I don't have the time, but they know every single person that ever walked across the stage on American Idol like a moron. And then they spend 3 hours voting after the show is over, but they don't have time to grow something for themselves. They don't have time to financially secure themselves and their children and their spouses or whatever. You do have the time. You just have to focus on the right things. So why aren't my slides right? Okay, there we go. When done correctly, you should only need 1 to 2 hours per day to run this business. Okay, now that is kind of true for almost anything that you're going to do in relation to the internet type stuff. This is not true if you're going to open up an ice cream shop. But you have to be a moron to open up an ice cream shop in today's environment. So I would never suggest doing that. And I don't know any successful person that would. With the service-based, internet-based stuff, I'm not saying you have to do that, but that's what we're talking about here. 1 or 2 hours a day is all you need. Again, if you're focused on the right things. If you're focused on stupid stuff, and we'll go over what that is, the difference between the two. If you focus on stupid stuff, you're going to need a lot more time than that. If you focus on only the things that I teach you to do here, then 1 or 2 hours a day max is all you need. So the time wasters that a lot of other people talk about, logos. Logos, don't ever come to me with a logo question because I'll lose my mind. It's like the stupidest thing ever. I was in the ClickFunnels thing the other day, and some dude was asking about he did one of those posts where he had like the 4 logos on the thing, and he was like, A, B, C, D. I'm like, why don't you go out and get a customer before you do any of this crap? Better yet, why don't you go out and get 50 of them before you do any of this crap? I've never in my life, this is probably because I don't really have any logos, but I've never in my life had someone say, I'm buying from you today because no, it's not the result. It's not the price. It's not the value. It's not you. It's not your company. It's not your hitch. It's the logo that you got on Fiverr for 25 bucks. That's why I'm doing it. Thousands and thousands and thousands of sales in every industry you could possibly think of. I've never had someone say that to me in my life. It just doesn't happen, right? So don't waste time or money on that. Websites. I'm not a website guy. If you're going to build a website that has home, about us, contact us, all that other crap, you're wasting your time. If you're going to build a website for a specific purpose, different situation. We're not really talking about that here today. That has nothing to do with what we're doing here. But if you're going to build a website for a specific purpose, for example, if you come to me and you say, I'm going to build a website so that I can get webinar registrations, and it's going to be a picture of me, bullet points, an opt-in form, and that's it. Build all the websites you want. I'm with you, right? But if you look at the standard hair salon website, it's garbage. It's a complete waste of time. They would be better off having just a simple appointment booking thing on their website with a couple pictures or something. It would work 1,000 times better. And I've proven that with every customer that I've ever had in my life, because once I take down their crappy website and put up a good one, their revenue increases. Okay, so don't waste your time on websites. Nobody cares. I will tell you 45,000 different objections or rebuttals to objections about websites. People always, they worry. They're like, oh, well, what if someone asks me for a website? Who cares? It doesn't matter. I can teach you how to get over it. It's not a big deal. Social media, most of the time. There are things on social media that are valuable, but for most people, social media is a complete waste of time. That's why in a few minutes here, I'm going to tell you to delete all of your social media off of your phone, because it's a complete waste of time for most people. Now, with that said, if you come to me and you say, Kenny, I have 20 clients already, and I'm doing really well, and they're all paying me, and it's going amazing. And what I'm thinking of doing is taking some of the money that I'm making, and I'm thinking about running maybe $20 or $30 a day in paid ads. Do all the social media you want, right? But if you're going to come to me and say, I'm going to build a community on social media so that I can give value to them, so that eventually after 75 years of my time, someone in that community might trust me enough to spend money with me, then you're wasting your time. Don't do that. Okay. Again, most of the time, funnels, pages, stuff like that. Building out ClickFunnels. People have 35 funnels and none of them are doing anything. It's a waste of time. Have one that works and delete all the other ones, right? That's one of the best things I ever heard of Funnel Hacking Live. Russell Brunson was talking about some guy who went up to his company, called his company. He's like, I need to upgrade my account because I've reached the 99 funnel threshold. And he's like, how many of them are actually like doing anything? He's like, oh, well, I'm like just practicing. He's like, why don't you delete 98 of them and focus on one? Right. So when you talk about funnels and pages and stuff, again, there's nothing to do with what we're talking about here, but these are things that people waste their time on, right? When you talk about things like that, yes, focus on one, put all of your energy into that one. And then if that one fails, then move on to one other one. And then if that one fails, move on to one other one. Don't build 35 at a time. SEO is a complete waste of time. Why? If any of you have taken my training before, you know qualified prospect is three things: want, need, desire, ability, authority. SEO qualifies on want, need, and desire. It shows that they want something. But a 13-year-old kid can be searching out for, a weight loss pill. They can't take it, right? So we need to make sure that people meet all three of the criteria in order for them to come into our business and work with us. So SEO, for the most part, again, is a complete waste of time. Payment processors, business plans, invoices, contracts, surveys, all that stuff is a waste of time. Don't focus any of your time on it. We'll show you how to set up PayPal with an invoice and a trial in here. It'll take 15 minutes to do the whole entire thing. And it's going to take less than that if I just did it and didn't talk to you. But now that I'm talking to you and walking you through it, it'll take probably 15 minutes, and then you can do it as many times as you want. That is all you need to build your business. That's all you need. Don't worry about, everyone says, oh, PayPal's going to shut my account down. PayPal's going to limit me. I've been with PayPal since 2007, and I don't even have a reserve on my account. And I sold stuff on Warrior Plus. If you treat people right and you do the right thing and you have a good relationship with the payment processor, you don't have anything to worry about. Okay. Now, there are other payment processors. You can use Stripe. You can use Braintree. There's other ones you can use. You can have a merchant account at a bank. But at the end of the day, get started. PayPal's the best way to go. You come into me and you say, listen, I'm making $50,000 a month. I want to transition over to Stripe. I want to transition over into, a traditional merchant account. Okay, fair enough. Let's talk about that. But right now, for your first client, for your first 5, for your first 10, for your first 20, PayPal invoices are, PayPal recurring payments with a trial are enough. Use the 80-20 rule. Prospect, present, results. That's all we do here. And I'm going to say this over and over and over again to beat it into your head because it's the most important thing in the world. You get people in the door, you give them what they want. You get people in the door, you give them what they want, and that is all you do. That's it. That's it. Anything other than that, you're wasting your time. All right, let me give you an example. If you own a tattoo place, right? And this is probably a stupid example, but if you own a tattoo place, okay, the only thing that you should be focused on is who wants tattoos and how do I get in front of them? That's number one. And number two, how do I do the best tattoo on their arm so that they come back for more? If you're spending your time painting your walls a different color, you're wasting your time. If you're spending your time upgrading your chairs in the tattoo place, you're wasting your time. If you're spending your time doing different lighting, you're wasting your time. Bring people in and ink their arm. Do really good on the drawing, and they'll come back for more. They'll send other people for more. Okay? Prospect, present, close the deal, and then get the result that you're trying to get for the customer. That's it. And again, we only focus on two things, getting people results and finding more people to get results for. That's it. Because results at the end of the day is the only thing that matters. All right. So how do you take control of your time? We're going to have another workbook exercise coming up in a second. Become hyper aware about how you spend your time. That's number one. Become hyper aware. My personal coaching students that I work with on a one-on-one basis, and my group coaching does this as well. One of the first things I have them do, and you could do this if you'd like to. I didn't really include it in the program, but I'll tell you about it, and you could do it if you want to. It's very simple. You just take a legal pad, and some people use their phone as well, and you just track everything that you do for a day, right? So you wake up in the morning, like woke up, 7 a.m., brushed teeth, 7:05, took shower, 7:20. And at the end of the day, you have this huge list of every single step that you took for the entire day. And you'll notice by doing that where you can cut time, like where you can save some of your time. If you spent an hour going out for lunch, maybe you can restructure that a little bit. Bring something in for lunch, eat it at your desk, and work through it, right? If you spent an hour and a half driving to work and an hour and a half driving home from work, maybe you can include something in that time where you can gain some of it back. Like maybe you can prospect over the telephone from your car. And again, I'm just throwing ideas out, but maybe that could be one of the things, right? If you spend 3 hours a day at night watching a stupid television show, well, maybe for a little while you got to stop doing that. Or maybe you only got to watch half, right? Maybe you got to watch one episode instead of 3, okay? So you become hyper aware so that you know where you can cut. Track every step that you take, delete whatever doesn't move you towards your goals. Fill the empty space with productive tasks from a model in a respective area. Let's stop there for a second. We don't want to fill the space with random crap. Okay? It's like, let me see if I can find an example with this one. It's like if you're trying to quit, what is something that people quit? Like if you're trying to quit, let's say you're trying to quit drinking. Let's say you're an alcoholic and you're trying to quit drinking, right? It's very difficult to just like stop. Think about that, right? It's very difficult. If you've been drinking alcohol your entire life and you're used to that, it's very hard. Let's say you're 35 years old. It's very hard to go from 16 to 35 years old, drinking every single day, drinking a lot, and then just saying, you know what? Screw it. I'm just not drinking. It's very difficult to do that. It becomes a lot easier, still hard to do the first try, but it becomes a lot easier if you say, I'm going to stop drinking, and instead I'm going to fill that with water. Instead, I'm going to fill that with seltzer or ginger ale or whatever. So you see how I'm taking something away, but then I'm filling it with something else? You can't just take it away. You got to take it away and then fill it with something else. But you want to make sure you're filling it with the right stuff. So we take productive tasks from a model in the respective area, and we fill that empty space with what that model is doing. I'm giving you all that stuff today So just take what I'm giving you today and fill the empty space with what I'm telling you to do today. But you can use that in any area of your life. Okay, if you want to lose weight, find someone you respect in that area and fill your empty time with somebody with stuff that they do. Plan every day in advance with the sole purpose of using every minute to move closer to your goals. Plan every day the night before. Don't wake up in the morning without a path. Don't wake up in the morning not knowing what you're going to do. Wake up in the morning with purpose, knowing exactly what your first step, second step, third step, fourth step is going to be. All right, now I'll even go further as to say plan your week, plan your month, plan your year, and on and on and on. And actually, you work backwards from 10 years to your current day. But it doesn't really matter. Plan each day in advance and make sure that when you get up in the morning, you're not just randomly walking around doing nothing. Make sure you have a clear set of things that you're going to do to move you closer towards where you want to go. All right, workbook, part number 2. Make the most out of your time. This is the part we're doing right now, so just make sure you guys fill this out. We'll give you a couple seconds here, and then we'll move forward. This is really not that long of a thing, so you can read what I wrote there if you want, and then just fill out list of activities you are not willing to give up, no matter what the potential reward is. What you're not willing to give up. So I am not willing to give up coaching my daughter's hockey team, no matter what. Like, I'm not willing to do that, right? I'm not willing to give up what's something else I'm not willing to give up? I'm not willing to give up walking my dogs every morning and every afternoon and like hanging out with them for like 20 or 30 minutes in the yard. Like, I'm just not willing to give that up because I love playing with my dogs. I love training my dogs. I love doing that kind of stuff. So I'm not willing to give that up no matter what the potential reward is. I'm not going to give up going to my kids' school activities. Like, I would never give that up. If they have a play, if they have something to do, I'm not going to give that up no matter what the potential reward is. Now, list activities you are willing to give up so that you can create the time and get the results you're committed to getting. I am willing to give up watching the news, which I don't do. I'm just giving you an example, but I'm willing to give that up. I'm willing to give up watching, a show on Netflix for a month or two so that I can get my business started. I'm willing to give up, maybe, I don't know, going out with my friends on the weekend or what. Like, I don't do any of these things, so it's kind of hard. But like, whatever it is that you do that you're willing to give up, type that in there. All right. All right. I'll give you guys a second to do that, and then we will continue on to the next section. All right, just reading some of the questions. Why you should never invest. Am I on mute still? No. Why you should never invest your own money when starting something new. 7 businesses since 2007. 2 of them failed miserably. Ugh, it was gross. Ugly, ugly stories, but I won't tell them. The good thing is, though, is that they failed quickly. So that's one thing that is important to point out. Like, the first business that failed for me was a fundraising business that I tried to start with schools. I came up with this crazy idea that I was going to do. And that business failed miserably, but it failed in like a week. So it didn't fail in like 8 years, like a lot of people do. It failed in a week. Why? Because I still focused on 2 things: finding people to get results for and getting results for them. And I realized that I couldn't find the right people to get results for because I had to go through the school board and I had to call up Andrew Cuomo's office to make sure that he was like, it was insane. It was a nightmare. And the sales process was too long for me. So I basically just said, screw it. It's done. So yeah, I had 2 businesses that failed miserably, but they failed very, very quickly. 2 other businesses that I started, I sold for quite a bit of money. And then I still own 3 of them. Point is here is I've never invested a dime of my own money into any of them. And I never would. Okay. I never invested any of my own money into any business that I have ever owned or currently own today. So There's a story of Paul in the landscaping business. For those of you who attended the TFA training, you know this story pretty well. So this is a true story. This is a consulting client of mine, and it's a long story, but I'll gonna do it quickly for you. Basically, we were working together one day, and he's a consulting client of mine and a friend of mine, and he still works with me. I still work with him all the time. And we were kind of working on how to get him more clients. And he was thinking of like direct mail, and he was spending money on logos, and he was spending money on t-shirts and getting his truck wrapped and everything else. And I was politely, back then I was like, just like, I tried to make friends with everybody. Now I don't do that. I just tell it like it is, and I don't BS at all. But like, I was being polite to him, and I was listening to him. I was like, oh yeah, logo would be good, and t-shirts would be cool, and uniforms would be all right, and all that. And after like a half hour listening to this, I was like, you know what, screw it. I'm just going to give this guy what he needs to get, and that's it. I'm just going to get him the result that he wants. So I said, here's what we're going to do. I said, you're going to go grab your lawnmower and your weed whacker, and you're going to put it in the back of your F-150 pickup truck, and we're going to go somewhere. And he's like, where are we going? I'm like, I'm not telling you. Just get the stuff, trust me for a second, and let's go. So he gets the stuff in the truck, and we start driving around, and he says, where are we going? Like, tell me where, like, I don't understand. And I said, what we're doing is we're looking for people with shitty lawns. He's like, what? And I said, yeah, we're looking for people with lawns that are like crappy looking. He's like, why? I'm like, you really need to ask that question? Like, do you, like, really? We're looking for people with crappy lawns because you're a landscaping company, idiot. Like, that's what you do. You cut lawns. You make lawns look beautiful. So we found people that had crappy lawns, and we would stop in front of their house, and he would knock on their door. And I did it the first time, and then he did it after that because I wanted to show him how to do it. We knock on the door, and we would say, hey, we were driving by your house here. We own a landscaping company, and we saw that your lawn might need to be cut. And you probably have someone that comes every week or whatever, and we don't want to step on anybody's toes, but we're here right now. We have our stuff in the truck right now. We could cut it right now. We'll charge you $10. If you love it, we'll come back again. If you hate it, we'll never come again. Do you want us to start in the front or the back? We got more clients in that one day than that guy got in the first 6 months of his business. It was so many clients that he was getting that he couldn't even fulfill what he was like. We had to stop saying at one point, we could do it right now. We were saying like, we could do it and we'll come back tomorrow and we'll cut the front or the back, which one's like, we had to change our whole pitch because like literally he was closing deals at every third house that he went to. 33% cold, and he was shutting them down like crazy. No logo, no truck wrapping, none of that other crap. Didn't invest a dime, just a little bit of his own time and my time. But that was it. We just went around and we just knocked on doors and we said, hey, you have a problem that we can solve. Want, need, desire. You're the homeowner. You have the authority to make a thing. It's $10. You have the ability to do it. If you're a homeowner in the United States, you have $10 somewhere. So you have the authority, you have the ability, you have a want, need, desire. You're a qualified prospect. Let's go. And obviously we didn't say those words to them, but you guys know what I mean when I say qualified prospect, right? They had a want, need, desire. Why? Because their lawn was crappy looking, period. They were a homeowner. We weren't going to apartment complexes, okay? And they had $10 in their pocket to give us. That was it. Very simple. And he was closing about 1 out of 3 people that he talked to. All right. So when done correctly, your entire business should cost no more than a few $100s per month. Now, again, we never invest our own money, ever. Okay. So what I mean by this is we're going to go through everything here today, and everything here is going to be completely free for you to use. You're not going to have to pay for any of it. With that said, though, there are things that you can do later on that will make your life and your business easier to run. One of them is going to be like an assistant. You hire an assistant to take care of your emails and your phone calls or whatever else. Book travel for you if you have to go somewhere. So you can hire somebody to do that, and that'll cost you maybe $100, $200 a month, depending on how many hours you want the assistant to work or whatever. So there's things that you can, that's just one example, but there's things that you could do to make your business run smoother. And some of those things may cost money, but we don't start there. We don't say, okay, we're going to do this whole thing, and the first thing we're going to do is hire an assistant, pay, a year's worth of ClickFunnels for $35,000. We're going to do, we're going to get hosting at the best hosting. We don't do any of that crap. We find people who need what we have, and we close the deal, and we get them results. That's it. We don't need websites. We don't need autoresponders. We don't need any of that stuff. We find a business that wants what we have, and we close them, and we get them the result. That's it. Okay. So we only spend money after we are making money. We reinvest what we make. That's different than taking our own money out of our bank account and putting it into something. We never do that. We make money first. Our businesses should always be in the green. They should always be profitable, no matter what. We take money that we're taking from customers and we reinvest it. That's fine if you want to do that. Okay. But don't take money out of your own pocket to do anything. That's stupid. All right. You don't need money to make money. Investing money is actually a terrible idea in the beginning. It almost always is, because you want to test before you invest. You want to date before you marry. Okay. That's the example I always use when I'm teaching people. You want to date before you marry. If you go in and you put all of your savings into that stupid idea that probably no one is ever going to like, before you've ever tested it, then you might as well just go put it on like a roulette table or something. Like, there's no reason to do that. You have a better chance of winning at like a craps table or something. I don't even know how to do that stuff. But if you did, then you can go and do that and it'll probably be better off. So we always want to test before we invest in anything. In today's world, you should always be, like I said before, you should always be profitable from day number one. All right, so let's go through the 5 ways you can get free clients, right? 4 ways, sorry. You can get free clients right now. Okay, clients that are not going to cost you any money. And we're going to break each one of these down in like really, really vivid detail later on today. But I'm just going to give you like a brief overview. Okay, number one, business builder post. Brilliant. I took a business builder script that I have. It's a phone script. And I basically made it into a Facebook post. And when I show you the results that people are getting from this post, it's going to blow you away. And we're going to do that today together. And you guys are going to start getting customers and leads coming in from this one post on your personal Facebook profile. Number 2, cold personalized email with video. You are also going to do this today. You're not actually going to do it, but you're going to create it, but you're not actually going to send it to anybody. I want you to do like a demo, basically. So we find a whole bunch of leads, and I'm going to show you a source where you can get unlimited owner names, company names, websites, email addresses, everything you can ever want. It's very simple to do. So you're going to take those and you're going to create cold personalized emails with videos explaining what it is that we can do for them and asking them to take it the next step, whether that's a meeting on Skype, a meeting on Zoom, a meeting on Facebook Messenger, a phone call, a meeting in person, whatever it may be. Number 3, these 2 I love. Walk in cold by accident. And then walk in cold on purpose. Okay, so the difference between these 2 is very simple. And again, I'm going to walk through each and every one of these in great detail with you. But the difference between these 2 is like walking in cold by accident is like, one of my dogs' name is Happy, so I'm going to use him as an example. Happy needs to get his nails cut. F-U-C-K. I have to go into town and I have to get his nails cut, right? So I run into town to get his nails cut. I'm in the pet store and I'm like, hey, I do this thing and it could like blow up your company pretty quickly. And all we have to do is X, Y, and Z, and I can have it done for free and I can do it today. So I'm going there for another purpose, right? I'm going there I'm not going there and saying, okay, I'm going to get in my zone. I'm going to do like my mantra. I'm going to get like, I'm going there to get my dog's nails cut. But while I'm there, I'm going to slip my offer under the rug and let them know about it, right? Walking in cold on purpose is, okay, it's 10 o'clock in the morning and I am going to start at this business. Then I'm going to go to this one. 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 Then I'm going to come home. I'm going to spend 30 minutes out. I'm going to give my 2-minute spiel each one of those. I'm going to get 1 or 2 of them to say yes to me. And then I'm going to come home and it's going to take me 45 minutes. That's walking in cold on purpose. Okay, so the purpose of you going there is to get a trial closed. The purpose of me going in by accident is to eat dinner, get ice cream, get a haircut, get whatever, like do something, right? It's another reason. I'm going there for another reason. But while I'm there, I'm not going to waste that encounter. I'm going to get them to do what I want them to do. All right, cool. Fancy stuff works, but basic and boring is better, lasts longer, is safer, doesn't cost any money, and any idiot can do it without much training. That is the most important thing in the world. If that last line wasn't true, I would not be anywhere. I'd be at like Jiffy Lube or something. listen, I am not smart. I'm pretty dumb. I don't even know if I should tell you this. It has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about today. But I wake up this morning and my fiance is next to me, obviously. And I look at her and I say, you know, for whatever reason, I don't know why this came to my head, but I said to her, I said, it's Black History Month this month. And we were talking about it for a little bit. And we were talking about like Martin Luther King Jr. and everything else. And her birthday and Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday is the same day. So I'm just telling you this to show you how stupid I actually am. So I go to her, I say, you know, I think he's a doctor or like was a doctor. And she's like, well, he had like a PhD. And I'm like, well, yeah, but like, was he like a pediatrician? Like, was he a surgeon? She's like, no, he just had like a PhD, like doctor like that. So then I'm like, well, I know, like I said, that's what it says on Wikipedia or whatever. But like, I don't know, was he like an ER guy? Was he like, and I kept going, like I didn't get it. And then she was like, no, he wasn't a doctor like that. He was a doctor like he just had a PhD. So then again, this is how stupid I am. I said, so you mean like Dr. Dre? Like he wasn't really a doctor. He just called himself a doctor. She's like, just stop talking to me. And then I just went down and had breakfast. So listen, the reason why I'm telling you that story, which happened like 4 hours ago this morning, the reason why I'm telling you that story is because if we can take a model, if we could take a process that literally anybody can take and run with and make money with, that's a beautiful thing. And I've been in that my entire life. When I worked in the stock market, when I was a stockbroker, Series 7, 63, and 24 when I was younger, when I did that, it wasn't like college degree, fine. It was like, dude, here's a list of D&B cards. Here's a piece of paper. Dial this card. Read this paper. You will be a millionaire inside of 6 months after you pass your test. I was like, okay, let's roll. I did it, and it took like 9 months. So whatever, they kind of lied. But the bottom line is any moron can do that. Same thing in the car business. You know what I did when a person came in the car business? I didn't know anything about the cars. So I would open up the door, and I would look at the door, and I would say, oh, it has power windows. It's like sitting right there, right? It has power windows. It has a DVD player in the back or a CD player or whatever. It has air conditioning. Look at that. It's an automatic. See? It's right there. So that's how I did it because I didn't know any better. So every single time I decide to create a training program or teach people anything, it's always from that reference point, right? It's always from action is everything. It's not about your level of skill. It's not about your knowledge. It's not about your education level. It's about the amount of sweat you want to put into it. It's about the amount of action that you want to put into it. Stupid, simple, basic, boring. Anyone can use it. Just act. If we can get to that point, that's what makes things really powerful because that means literally anybody can do it. Anybody can pick it up and run with it as long as they're willing to model it. All right. Productivity. You guys are going to hate this one. Productivity hacks. I hated it at first too. To keep you focused on results instead of wasting time. This is a tough one. Maybe some of you like it. I don't know. Okay, number one, this is just going to be like a checklist, and you can find this in your workbook as well. This is going to be a checklist for you. Okay, some of them are optional. Some of them you should they're all optional. I mean, you do whatever the hell you want, but the ones that don't say optional next to them, I really highly suggest you do them because they changed my life forever, and I'll never go back to the old way of doing things after I made these changes, so you should think about it. And the optional ones are ones that I do, but you don't have to do them if you don't want to. Number one, delete all social media off your phone. There is absolutely no reason to have any kind of social media on your cell phone whatsoever. Like zero. Listen, I promise you, okay? And I could this is a guarantee. As much as you love your kids, nobody gives a crap what your kids are doing. They just don't. Like really, they don't. Like, I don't care. Look, let me, I'm going to go into the chat thing for a second, right? I'll give you an example. Don. How you doing, Don? I'm going to send this out one more time. So this is what happens. But it's okay. It's all good. The workbook. People come and they don't have the workbook. Yeah, Kenny, you're so dumb. You managed to get a ton of people paying you money to be here. Hate to think that would never happen. Yeah, well, you know what it is? Kevin, that's a good point. I'm dumb enough to understand that I can't do it on my own, so I just model the people that are better than me. All right, so I'm going to give an example here. I'm going to use Don because Don is, he says, thank you, my fishing friend. Don is, I consider somebody a friend. Don has been around for a long time. I like him a lot. But at the end of the day, like, what he posts on social media, it may be good. It may be fun to look at. But like, he doesn't care that my kid had a flute concert last night. Like, it doesn't matter to him. It makes no, there's no value there at all. Right. And the same thing is true the other way. Like, at the end of the day, I like seeing some stuff, but it really doesn't impact me if your kids are doing something on social media or like you're posting pictures of your kids or your dogs or your cats or whatever. Nobody gives a crap. So when you're doing those things, what's happening, it's not just that you're posting the picture and taking up that time. It's you're posting the picture and then someone's replying to it. And then you're going in to reply to them. And then you have a notification and someone's inviting you to a group. And then all of a sudden you look at your F on your phone, little Facebook logo, and it says 45 next to it. And you're like, oh my God, what does that mean? And then you start getting into like Donald Trump debates and all this other crap. Nobody cares. Stop. Nobody cares. Okay. If you have to do something on your phone on social media, which I do, live streams like I did the other day in the group or something like that, what I do is I download Facebook onto my phone. I do the live stream and then I delete it. Simple as that. I download it onto my phone, do the live stream, and I delete it. And now I'm actually doing live streams more on my computer than I am on my phone. So it doesn't even matter. Okay, next. Use an icon-based browser. This is a big one. Use an icon-based browser. I'm going to actually pop out of this for a second and show you this. Use an icon-based browser. So if we look here on the top, right? We have Slack, we have Facebook, we have Stripe, PayPal, YouTube, a whole bunch of things here. ClickFunnels, my YouTube ads account, Gravy, which we'll go into later, which is freaking awesome. Canva, Dan Henry's stuff. So these are the only websites that I ever have to go on. Like when I'm working, and this is my work computer. So when I'm working, this is all I use, right? If I'm not in one of these websites, I'm wasting my time. It's like literally that simple, okay? And I only use the icon. So let me go, let me just show you like how this would work. So I'm going to put this into bookmarks, okay? And you'll see how it has the icon there? I'm just going to delete this like that and then click done. That is Google Docs. There you go. So if I need to go to Google Docs, I just use Google Drive for I don't need the Docs icon. So I'm going to delete that. But Google Drive is right here. If I need to go there, I just click on it. I don't have to type in anything, and I know where my limits are. If I'm going outside of this icon-based browser bar on my work computer, I'm wasting my time. Okay, so this is a big one, and that's something that you definitely should do. Okay, install Newsfeed Eradicator. Let me just stay out of this for a second. Newsfeed Eradicator on Chrome. Watch this. Ready? Talk about the coolest thing ever. Look at this. See that? There's nothing here. I just went on Facebook.com because, listen, I run Facebook ads. I run a Facebook ad agency, so I have to go on here. I mean, I don't have a choice. So I go on here, but look, no newsfeed. It's gone. One little Chrome plugin, and my Facebook newsfeed is gone forever. I never have to look at it. Because what happens is, watch, when you shut this off, let me see. I think if I do that, it might work. Okay, I think okay, yeah, perfect. All right, so I'm on Facebook right now, and this is what it looks like for everybody else, right? So I'm on here, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I got to do, like, something in the group or whatever, right? And I'm like, oh, look, Will Riley has a new product that he just put out. No, this guy is saying something with a tongue in it. And then we have this person that has a lot of chips and is probably going to die when they're very young. And then all of a sudden I get into this, and I'm like, oh, yeah, nice junk food. Right? And then that person's going to reply back to me. That's actually my mom. Like, whatever. But like, this is all this stuff's going to happen, and it's going to like take up my entire day. And then we just get like sucked into it. Right? So with the newsfeed eradicator, all it does is it gives you a quote and it cuts off everything else. All right. So that's something that you really, really should think about doing. All right. Next, momentum for Chrome. I'm going to leave this open because I want to show you guys this stuff. Momentum for Chrome. Momentum for Chrome is this. Watch. When I open up a new tab, it just gives me this. So I could type in my main focus is to get my beta students. I never do this, but whatever. Results. That's my main focus today, right? And then I can have my to-do list. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So God forbid, none of you will ever do this, but God forbid you go outside of your browser-based bar and you're like, oh, I'm going to go on and search up, what happened at the Daytona 500 yesterday, which was scary as hell, by the way. I like racing, and that was a really horrifying thing to see. But I'm going to look up what happened and make sure Ryan Newman is okay, because the doctors aren't smart enough and I'm smarter than them. So I'm going to go look that up. And then you're like, but my main focus today is to get these guys results, so I'm not going to do that. Like, that's the purpose of momentum, okay? It keeps you off of all the other crap and keeps you on to what it is you're supposed to be doing. Install Mail Tracker for Chrome and Gmail, which is right here. What this does is it allows you to track when emails are opened and responded to inside of Gmail. All right, so it'll show you when people open emails from you. Install the Loom plugin for Chrome, which is right here. So you click on this button. This is not going to work now because I'm on my webinar. But if you click on this button when you're not on a call like this, then you can record your desktop and you're good to go. Okay. And it's free. You don't have to pay for it. And that's a great way to record videos remember before we said we're going to do personalized videos, personalized email. That's a great way to do that without having to pay for Camtasia and things like that. All right. So that's a simple way to do it. And Loom Video is amazing. You go in there and you record it, you click stop, a link pops out and you send that link. That's it. Time block everything and put your phone on airplane mode when you're doing so. We're going to talk about time block in detail later on, but you want to time block all of your time and make sure that you're focused on one thing that's going to move the needle during that time block. And when you're time blocking yourself, like, I'll give you an example. This is another fiance talk. But what if somebody dies? She's very dramatic. Love her to death, but she gets dramatic sometimes. But what if somebody dies and I can't get in touch with you? They will still be dead when my 2-hour time block is over. So just let me know that. And I'm dead serious. What if there's an emergency? It's not that big of an emergency. But what if it's a really big emergency? Well, you guys saw like 20 slides ago, I'm a member of the fire department. So if it's a really big emergency, my pager will go off and I'll know. If it's that big of a deal, I'll figure it out. Like, someone will tell me. So yeah, time block everything, airplane mode. You're not that important. If somebody really needs to get in touch with you for a really like catastrophic emergency, you'll figure it out. You'll know. But like, do you want boar's head turkey or Stop and Shop turkey? That's not an emergency. People think it is, but it's not an emergency. So we airplane mode our phones when we're in time blocks and we focus on what we need to get done, because most people think emergencies, they think, smaller things or something that's important, and it's just not. Work in one ecosystem as much as possible. So what I mean by that is, if you're going to have an Apple computer, then you should have an Apple phone, an iPad, and you should use Keynote, and you should use I don't know what the Pages, I think it is. I'm not an Apple guy, but I think it's Pages is what they use, right? If you're a Windows guy, then you should use, or girl, then you should use like a Windows computer and, maybe like a Chromebook or something like that. Like for me, that's what I do. So everything that I do is in Google Drive, like literally everything for my entire business is in Google Drive. We also use Slack and we also use Trello as well. But for the most part, everything is in Google Drive. And because of that, I have a Chromebook, a couple of them, that I use for different things, right? So when I'm going on vacation or whatever, I'll just take my Chromebook with me because I know everything I need is in Google Drive. I don't need to do anything else. So I could just take that instead of taking any of my other bigger computers. So if I'm working in one ecosystem, I don't have to worry about where things are. If you start like writing down your goals and visions in Evernote, and then you store things in Dropbox, and then you write your slides in PowerPoint, and then you write your text documents in Google Drive, and then what happens is you're like, where did I put this thing and where is that thing? So just keep everything in one spot. It makes it so much easier to do. Use LastPass for passwords, which is right up here. I never have to type a password in on anything. It's just always there. And it makes things a lot quicker. All right, optional stuff. Buy a second monitor. Helped me a lot when I bought a second monitor. So if you want to do that, you can. Use a TV, though. You don't have to use the computer monitors are just more money. Just use it like I have I don't know how big this is. I actually have two of them, but I think the one to my left is 24 inches maybe. And that's good enough. So basically what I'll do is like when I'm pitching somebody, and we're going to go into this later on, when I'm making a video for somebody, which I'm going to teach you later, I'll have the presentation on my other monitor, and then I'll have their website or whatever on my main screen. So I'm like basically reading off of my script while I'm going over their website on my main screen. And that's what it helps me. And it helps me a lot of other things too. When I do webinars, I'll have the next slide that's coming up on my secondary monitor and my slide that I'm on my main monitor that people are seeing, right? So if I'm doing like a sales webinar or whatever, that's usually how I do it. Buy all new clothes. Oh, man. Sometimes I go a little crazy. This is something that really helped me. It like really helped me a lot. So I'm just giving you like, if you don't want to buy new clothes, you don't have to, like whatever. But for me, I wear the same clothes every single day. Every single day I wear the same clothes. I wear some kind of like jeans. I'll wear jeans or like workout pants, like some like wind pants or whatever. Like today I have on like jogging pants or whatever. And a black t-shirt is like pretty much 90% of the days that's what I'll wear. Right? Every once in a while I'll have like a graphic t-shirt on or something, but that's what I wear all the time. The last thing I want to do is wake up in the morning and stand in front of my dresser or my closet and say, should I wear these jeans today? Should I wear those? Should I wear these sneakers? Should I wear that? Shoes? Should I wear these? Why are you wasting your time? It's so stupid and useless, especially if you work from home. And if you look at people like Steve Jobs, I mean, the guy he's dead now, but wore the same clothes every day, same thing. Mark Zuckerberg, same thing. Like model successful people. I'm not telling you to do this because I think it's cool to do. It's because that's what successful people do. They try to limit the amount of decisions they have to make on a day-to-day basis. They save their decision-making ability for the most important things. And also buy all new sneakers. So many of you have been through my trainings before. I've heard this story before, but I go to Walmart once a year. They have $10 sneakers. I buy 6 of them, 6 pair, size 10. I buy 6 of them. Every 2 months, I throw the sneakers out. And I get the new ones. And then I wear them for 2 months, throw them out. Wear them for 2 months, throw them out. And I have other things. I mean, I'm not saying this is the only pair of sneakers that I have. I have boots that I have for like going into the woods. And I have sneakers that I wear when I coach because they have grippier bottoms. Because when I run out onto the ice, when someone smashes their head against the boards, I don't kill myself. So, like I have other things. But for the most part, when I'm walking around my house, when I'm going into town, when I'm going to the supermarket or whatever, this is what I put on every single day. And it just cuts your decisions down. So you don't have to make as many of them. Buy a water bottle. Hydration is very important. The Bubba Trailblazer 40-ounce water bottle on Amazon is $15. And it's awesome. So these are things that help me be productive. And they're modeled off of other people that are super successful. So that's where I'm getting this from. I'm not getting it from me. I'm getting it from the people that coach me. And just some things that I've tried, like the icon-based browser bar. One of my mentors, Dan Henry, taught me that, and it worked really well. Delete all my social media off my phone. That's something that I decided to do. It worked really well for me, and it saved a lot of time. Airplane moding my phone. That's something that worked really well for me. Second monitor. That's my thing. Clothes, sneakers. That's my thing. Hydration. That's everybody's thing. Work in one ecosystem. That's everybody's thing. Loom. That's everybody's thing. Mail tracker. Russell Brunson told me about mail tracker. So again, these are all different things from different people, but it's all modeled on either me having results with it or somebody else that's, more successful than I am, one of my coaches telling me to do it and, seeing results that way as well. So in the third part of the workbook, you're going to see a checklist there. Do what you want to do. It's your life. It's your business. It's your success and or failure. If you want to follow that to the T, you can. If you don't, you don't have to. I highly suggest that you do it though, because it works really well. And the main ones, the optional ones, you don't want to buy new clothes, don't buy new clothes. I don't care about that. But Newsfeed Eradicator is a life changer. Browser-based icon bars, so that those are the only websites you need to go to. It cuts down your time wasting so much because you don't have to type anything in. You just click on the icon, you go where you got to go, you do what you got to do, and you're done. Okay? So those types of things, newsfeed eradicator. If you have to go on Facebook for whatever reason, don't look at the newsfeed. It cuts it out. That helps a lot. Deleting social media off your phone, that helps a lot. So do what you want, but I highly suggest you look at some of those suggestions. Okay, next, open up your workbook to the 4th section. So let's see where it is so you guys know exactly where I'm talking about here. I believe this is the second to last part of the mindset stuff. And then we're going to start building out our products and tools and stuff. Target setting workshop. This is where you want to go right here. Okay, there you go. All right, so there's absolutely no point in doing anything if you don't know what the target is, if you don't know where you're trying to end up, right? That's stupid and dumb and a waste of time. So the desired outcome for this training program here is to replace the student's current income with recurring revenue from home, a minimum of $4,000 per month, and create time freedom. That's the goal. That's why I put this training together. So that the student has the ability, any person has the ability to create income, recurring revenue from home, a minimum of $4,000 per month, which I believe is going to set most people free from their current job. Here, it wouldn't, where I live, but in most areas of the country, $4,000 a month is a decent income. It's livable, right? And then we could grow from there. But that's the starting. This is where we start, and then we grow and create time freedom as well. So there's no point in making whatever the numbers, 4,000, 8,000, 10,000, 50,000, doesn't matter. There's no point in making any of that money if you have to work 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. It just doesn't make any sense. Now, there are some people who will say, yeah, but in the beginning, we have to push really hard. And that could be true for some businesses. But for the most part, I would rather personally, and if I'm wrong, you can correct me in your life, right? If your opinion is different, that's okay. But for me, I would rather make $10,000 a month in a business and work 3 hours a day than make $30,000 a month in a business and work 12 hours a day, right? Because I want the time. For me, the time is everything. The only reason to have money is to buy extra time. So for me, I would rather take less of an income, but have a lot more free time, as long as that is something that's not going to hurt me financially. Okay. So keep that in mind. All right, so you want to turn to workbook 4 where I showed you before, and we're going to actually do this. This is kind of like a workshop, so we're going to go through this step by step. So we're going to figure out exactly how much you need to make in order to quit your job and live comfortably. No matter what that number is, it doesn't matter. We're going to figure it out now, and then once we have that number, then we could get deeper into customer acquisition. We could say, okay, you need to make $5,000 a month to live comfortably, and you make $1,000 a customer, which means you need 5 customers that are paying you $1,000 a month to do it. You close 1 out of 10, so you need to talk to 100 people or 50 people, right? In that example, talk to 50 people. You're going to close 1 out of 10. You're going to get your 5 customers at $1,000 a month, and then you're home free. All right. Without that target, though, we don't know what that's going to be. Okay. Without that target, we don't know how to get there. So we need the target first. So what we're going to do is we're going to add up all of our expenses for the month, and we're going to add 70% to that number. And that is what we call your income freedom number. It gets you away from the current job that you work. Now, that's if you want to leave. If you don't have to, but that will get you free from whatever you're currently doing. All right. So we're going to add up our mortgage or whatever. If you rent, put your rent payment or whatever. Utilities, your tech stuff. So your phone, your Amazon, your Netflix, your Hulu, your Apple Music, whatever the hell you pay for. I don't know. Blinkist is another one. I should have put that on my productivity thing. Blinkist is awesome. Basically what Blinkist is, it's $100 a year. And I wouldn't have gotten it if I remembered to cancel my trial. I wouldn't have gotten it. But I was really happy that I actually did, because once I actually got into it, it was freaking amazing. So basically what it is it takes like books, and it shortens them down into like 15-minute like key points. So you can get the key points of a book and find out if you want to read the whole thing in 15 or 20 minutes, which is really cool. And I absolutely love it now. I didn't at the beginning. I was like, I don't know if this is worth $100. But then when I actually started diving into it, I was like, this is amazing. This is the best thing I ever bought. So add up all your tech stuff, put the number there. Food, clothes, cars, and then anything extra that you have in there. All right. Then you're going to get a total there. Then you are going to do 35% for your taxes and 35% extra. Okay. We're going to go into a little bit of the tax stuff later on. I am not an accountant. Thank God, or you will all be in jail, and as will I. So a good thing that I'm not an accountant. So you should consult with an accountant before you do any of this stuff. But with that said, I will go over a couple things when it comes to business formation and how I do it. And then you can follow along with that if you want, or you can consult with somebody and do it a different way. 35% extra on both of those. So you want to do 70%, get the total for both pages, and then that is going to be your income freedom number. Okay, that's going to be the target. For the next 30 days, that's the target. All right, so whether that's $5,000, $10,000, $1.5 million, it doesn't matter. That's going to be the target. The only difference between someone who has an income freedom number of $5,000 and someone who has an income freedom number of $25,000 is level of action. That's it. That's the only difference. The person who has $25,000 written down, they just have to act more than the person who has $5,000 written down. That's all. So don't be afraid of your number. Whatever your number is, it doesn't matter. It's not too high. It's not too low. It's yours. Whatever it is, it is. Just know that your level of action has to be in alignment with whatever that number is. You can't say my income freedom number is $100,000 a month, which I don't know why it ever would be. But let's just say it is for somebody, right? You can't say my income freedom number is $100,000 a month. I'm going to get there in 30 days by contacting one person a week. Then you're just an idiot. Like, I don't know what else to say. That's just stupidity. It's not going to happen, right? So you have to make sure that your income freedom number is in alignment with whatever level of action it is that you are willing to take. So here's an example, and you guys should be doing this as I'm going through this. Here's an example. Mortgage, $1,000. Utilities, $250. Tech stuff, $200. Food, $300. Clothes, $100. Cars, $250. And the extra stuff is $300. Total value or total thing there is $2,400. And then we have 35% for taxes, 35% extra, which is $840. Total for both pages is $4,080. My income freedom number in that example, which was wildly off and completely fake, is $4,080. Okay, so that's how you want to do it. So make sure you complete that now, and then we're going to go on to the next step, which is workbook 5, which is right below where we just were. So I'm going to give you guys a second to complete that, and then we're going to move on to the map, which is very simple and very quick. Okay, so finding your map. You can't get to where you want to go unless you know where you're starting. So we have to figure out where you are now in order to find out where you want to go, right? The example I always give is if a random person called you up on the phone. This would never make sense if they walked up to you on the street. You'll find out why in a second. But if the random person called you up on the phone from a number that you didn't know, and they were like, hey, John, how do I get to Disney World? What would you say to them? You would say, well, where the hell are you coming from? Because it's different if you're coming from South Carolina as opposed to Seattle, Washington, or if you're coming from Tampa and going to Orlando, or if you're coming from Atlanta, Georgia, or if you're coming from Texas, or you're coming from California, or if you're coming from South Africa. It's all different, right? You have to figure out where you are now in order to know the steps you have to take and the level of action you have to take in order to get to where you want to go. Okay. If your income freedom number is $4,000 and you're already making $2,000, it's a little bit of a different action level, right? If your income freedom number is $4,000 and you're $50,000 in debt and you're homeless, a little bit of a different action level. So we have to figure out where you are now in order to figure out how exactly to get to where you want to go and the level of action that needs to be taken in order to get there. So fill out workbook part 5. I think it says finding your map, but I'm not sure. It's right below the income freedom number thing. So write all that out. I'll give you a couple seconds to do that. And then we will continue on to there is no risk in entrepreneurship, which is, I believe this is the last one in this section. Okay, next. There's no risk in entrepreneurship. So when it comes to the mindset stuff, you can always tell. And again, this is just based on my experience of working with a lot of people over the past 13 years. You can always tell the people who are going to make it and the people who aren't going to make it. And I know that by the people who find this stuff useless. And I'm not saying anybody is like that here. I'm just giving you an example over the amount of people that I've worked with over the years. What you're learning right now is the exact opposite of what people would call fluff. I could teach you how to build the tool that we give away. I could teach you how to present it to people. I could teach you how to close people on that. And a lot of people here have been through training with me before. You know that I could teach you how to close people on, like, whatever it is. I could teach you how to sell whatever you want to say. Like, it doesn't matter what it is, right? But the problem is you're not going to do it. This stuff here helps you actually do it. And if you're not going to do it, the process is useless. There's no point in learning how to build the tools out. There's no point in learning how to prospect. There's no point in learning how to do, the on purpose walk-in or the by accident walk-in or the video or the post on Facebook. There's no point in learning that stuff if you're not going to actually make the post on Facebook and tag your business owner friends and see the reaction. There's no point in doing it if you're not going to actually do anything. This is the stuff that gets you to act. And that's why this is the most important. So there's no risk in entrepreneurship. I'm not making a political statement. These are simply facts. So if you get offended, just go cry in a corner or something. I don't know what to tell you. The American dream: get good grades, get a good college education, get a job with good benefits, work for 40 years, retire, and die. That's what we're sold from the time we're born, right? 42% of college graduates take a job that does not require their level of traditional education. That is according to Forbes magazine. 42% of college kids, what that basically says is wasted their damn money and their time. 36% of college graduates moved back in with their parents after school. That's from CNBC. 29% of students who graduated in 2018 took out loans with an average of $29,000, a balance of $29,000. That is CNBC. The average bachelor's degree holder takes 21 years to pay back their student loans. That's from U.S. News and World Report. Political and business leaders are seriously talking about universal basic income because of AI and outsourcing. Middle-class income has been stagnant since 1970. That's adjusted for inflations. That's from the Brookings Institute. And the solutions that we've been pitched are what? College loan forgiveness. That's one of them, right? This right here is not college loan forgiveness. This is me paying for your kid's idiotic decision and your lack of parenting. That's what it is. You don't got to like it, but that's what it is. Because I'll tell you right now, I have never in my life heard of a pediatrician complaining about college loan forgiveness. But I've heard a lot of people that go out and study French art history, spend 75 grand on the degree, and then work as an assistant manager at Chili's. Those are the people that want the college loan forgiveness. So that's not the college's fault. That's you being an idiot as a parent and the student being an idiot when they're going into school. Okay, so that's one thing we're being pitched that's absolute BS. Jobs, 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 they're all going away. That doesn't even matter. Improved Social Security, who's living on that? Who's surviving on that? Nobody. Free healthcare, middle-class tax cuts, Wall Street reform, free school, universal basic income, tax the rich. So what else do we want? You want my leg? Like, I don't know. I have no more to give. I don't know what to tell you. You want to move in? Like, enough is enough, especially here on New York. It's insane. Bring back manufacturing jobs, never going to happen. You got to pay $4,000 for an iPhone? The answer is no. So they're not going to be produced in Palo Alto, California. They're going to be produced, and listen, straight up, this is the way it is. They're going to be produced by people who are basically making slave wages in China so that you as an American can enjoy the fruits of their labor and pay $800 for an iPhone. That's it, because that's what you're willing to pay for it. I mean, that's just the bottom line. I don't know how else to put it. That's just the bottom line. Income and wealth redistribution, more fairness and equality. These are all garbage, and they're a complete waste of time. They're designed to brainwash you into thinking that somebody else is responsible for your success and or failure, and that you need help in order to achieve your goals. This is a lie. This is not true. No matter what you think, you're wrong. This is not true. Okay? Nobody is responsible for your success and or failure besides you. You are the only one who is responsible for achieving your goals and financial goals, whatever else. We talked about this before when we talked about the presuppositions of success, right? Action beats information. Action beats knowledge. You control 100% of your action level. You have to believe those three things. If that's the case, then nobody else is responsible for your success or failure. You are where you are right now because of the stupid shit you did in the past and you continue to do today. That's the reason. And the other thing is, if you're massively successful, guess what? You are where you are because of the good stuff that you did in the past and you continue to do today. People aren't fat because their parents were bad to them. They're fat because they eat crappy foods and they don't eat. They don't move. People aren't broke because Jeff Bezos just bought a $165 million home. They're broke because they're shitty with money. That's like the definition of being broke. You're bad with money. You make bad decisions all the time. That's why you're broke. It's not because Mark Zuckerberg made $1 billion because his stock went up by 5 points. And it has nothing to do with you. The reason why you're broke is because you make dumb decisions with money, period. And you make dumb career choices. That's another reason why. So, again, it may seem like I'm being a little harsh, especially for the newer people in here, but it is what it is. That's the bottom line. You are responsible for your success and or failure. That's it. It starts and stops with you. You're the one that's responsible. Nobody else. The only real solution is entrepreneur. And here's why. As entrepreneurship. Here's why this is true. Okay. If you work at a job, you have a boss, right? And then there's you. So what happens if I come into work one day and my boss is in a really bad mood and I decide to joke around with him, which, believe it or not, outside of my business life, I am a child, basically. I joke around a lot with a lot of people. So let's say I decide to joke around with my boss about something. And my boss just had a horrible day. Like his wife is yelling at him. His kid's like hooked on opioids or whatever. It's a horrible thing. So I joke around with him about something. And his boss is like, you know what? You're a jerk. Get out. You're fired. What happened? The answer to that question is all of my income is gone because I pissed off one person. Now, In entrepreneurship, it's the exact opposite. I have to piss off a lot of people in order for my income to get shut down. Now, in my business, the way it's set up, I have to piss off tens of thousands of people in order for my income to get shut off. So do you think that I'm worried about, I mean, I don't really do this, but do you think that I'm worried about what people think about what I post on Instagram or social media, like Facebook? Or do you think I'm worried about if somebody in here, in this group, if I say something that might offend you? You think I'm worried about that? I don't give a crap about what people think. Why? Because there's tens of thousands of people just like you that pay me all the time. You can fire me if you want. That's fine. There's 9,999 other people that are going to pay me anyway. So it doesn't matter. And there's 20 other of you that are waiting to come in. So I don't care. It doesn't matter. I could say and do whatever I want because I have so many people that have to fire me at the exact same time in order for me to lose my income. It's virtually impossible. And this right here is why entrepreneurship used to be, everyone would say, oh, it's so risky. Why don't you get a steady paycheck? Why don't you go work for GM and get a vacation package or whatever? Because I can get fired by one person at any given moment. With entrepreneurship, I got to get fired by thousands of people. Sometimes in bigger businesses, millions of people, tens of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people when you talk about real big business, right? But small businesses like mine and like yours that you're going to be building and all that, relatively small. Thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, and sometimes hundreds of thousands of people. Okay, so we have to get fired by a lot of people at the same time in order for us to lose our income, and it's virtually impossible. The worker has to get fired by one person, while the entrepreneur has to get fired by many all at the same time. Okay, all right. Entrepreneurship requires results instead of a degree. Results instead of a certificate. Results instead of a license. You could, if you really wanted to, go out and get a psychology degree and become a psychologist and talk to people in your office and work with them one-on-one and coach them through their problems and everything else. Or you could just model Tony Robbins and not get anything and coach millions of people and make tens of millions of dollars a year, hundreds of millions of dollars a year in his instance, $1 billion company. You could do that. You can go out and you could get a license to become a personal trainer and go to college for nutrition and all this other stuff. Or you could just take someone who's 300 pounds, take a picture of them, and then take another picture of them when you coach them to becoming 125 pounds in 6 months or a year or whatever, and then use that result to get more people to buy from you without any license whatsoever. You could do that too. My mom is a teacher. She has a PhD, not a PhD, what's under that? Master's degree. She has a master's degree in teaching, I think, or something. I don't know what the hell she has, but she's a teacher. She teaches 6th grade school. And you could do that. You can go get a degree and be a teacher, and that's a great profession. My mom's a teacher. My dad's a police officer. You can go do that. I'm also a teacher. My mom makes $75,000 a year. I made that in 2 weeks, beginning of February. High school dropout, Connecticut High School. Supposed to graduate in 2000. But didn't. Blood, sweat, and tears instead of money and loans. That is what is required for entrepreneurship. Blood, sweat, and tears. Hard work, the right work, focused action, and a high level of action that's in alignment with the goal that you're trying to achieve. Discipline instead of motivation or willpower. Motivation and willpower are BS. Don't listen to them. Ignore them. Discipline is what matters. You get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Why? Not because you're motivated about something, not because you're passionate about something, because you disciplined yourself to do that. Because listen, motivation and willpower, they go away, especially if you're depending on somebody else to motivate you. That's really dangerous, right? If you have to get pumped up by something, David Goggins talks about this. David Goggins talks about how when he runs, he doesn't listen to music. When he works out, he doesn't listen to music. And I think it was a Joe Rogan podcast or something. He was asked they asked him why? Why don't you listen to music? Doesn't that motivate you? Whatever. He said, because I don't listen to music because I have to perform when the music shuts off. Interesting. He disciplines himself to do what he needs to do. It's not motivation. It's not willpower. It's discipline. Different. Very, very different. Entrepreneurship requires real skills like sales, leadership, courage, and research instead of note-taking and memorization. They don't teach these things in school. It drives me nuts. My kids come home from school and they have to memorize a test and then go in and take it the next day. I always tell them, I say, if I was your teacher, what I would do is I wouldn't teach you nothing. I would just give you a test all the time. I'd give you a test every day. I wouldn't teach anything. And I would have you find all the answers. I would have you look on Google. I would have you find a YouTube video. I'd have you find a book. I would have you find an article and find the answers. I wouldn't teach you anything except for the skill of learning how to look stuff up really quickly. See, like I said before, and I said this over and over again, I'm really dumb, but I am a badass when it comes to finding stuff on Google, on Instagram, on YouTube, on, wherever, articles, things that I got to find. I'm really good at finding the answer very quickly. I don't know the answer in my head, but I'll read it to you, or maybe sometimes I'll have Siri read it to you because that's just easier. Then I don't even have to say it. But I'm really good at finding the answer. And then my ultimate skill, which is the ultimate skill of every successful person in the world, my ultimate skill is the ability to act. Execution is the mother of all skill. That's where I was going to say the metal hits the road, but I know that's the wrong saying. So whatever. I think it's something else. That's where the tires meet the rubber or whatever. Whatever it is. You guys know what I'm saying. Stop acting like idiots. You know what I'm saying. That's where it all comes together. Execution is the mother. Without execution, you have nothing else. If you can't get on the field and play the game, you have nothing else. And that's what entrepreneurship requires. At the end of the day, it requires you to make a decision and do it. And that's it. If you can make that decision, you can stick with it. Discipline. Make the decision, stick with it, you're good to go. The bottom line is that entrepreneurship is no longer a risky option. It is also no longer a choice. If you want to have control of your income and life moving forward, you must choose entrepreneurship going forward. All right, turn to workbook 6. That is the end of module 1. And in module 2, we're going to be going over getting instant results for your clients. We're going to build out all of our tools here. So this is where you really want to start paying attention with the technical stuff. We're going to get out of the slides. I have these little pukey color. I'm not going to show you now, but I have these little pukey color slides that tell me when I have to leave the slides and go into the internet. So we're going to do that. We're going to build stuff out live right here. And you guys are going to have the tools set up when we're done with module 2, which is awesome. And then we're going to get to module 3, which is going to be actually getting trials on that tool. We'll set up your PayPal. We'll make sure that's all set up. And then we're going to start getting customers to try the tool so that they can start paying us after 14 days, 7 days, or 30 days, depending on how long your trial you want to set up. So go into the workbook, find section 6. It should be like the wrap up of the module. It'll ask you like, what's one thing that you're going to act upon that you learned in module 1 and stuff like that. Find that, complete that, and then we will move on to module 2. All right, guys, there's quite a few people asking for a little bit more time. Keith brought it up, and it's a great point. If you really intend for us to fill out the workbook while online, we need more time in most cases. The map portion requires some thought. So yeah, he's right about that. And then there's other people asking for a 5-minute break and all that kind of stuff. So I'm going to give you guys, what time is it now? It is 1:43. So I'll give you guys until 1:55. My phone is in military time, so I have to do calculations very quickly in my head. I'll give you guys till 5 to 2, so 10 minutes from now or 12 minutes from now to catch up on the workbook stuff, and then we'll move on to module 2. And if you guys have any questions about module 1, if it wasn't clear enough on anything about module 1, let me know, and we'll go through it right now. So this is the time. I'm going to give you guys 12 minutes to do this. We'll come back at 5 to 2. But during that time, if you have any questions, just type it in the box, and we will get to it. While you guys are typing, I'm going to answer some of these questions that come in. So some of them are just comments, but Kevin, master practitioner of NLP, make money from coaching and mentoring. Kevin says, I disagree. I still jump out of bed every morning because I'm a self-starter, not disciplined. Okay. You're a master practitioner of NLP, as am I, for 9 years now, under Bandler himself in the UK. It's a nightmare, by the way. I don't like the UK. It sucks, but whatever. It was like a 9-day thing that I went to, and it was freaking awesome. And I don't remember 90% of it, but it's probably just something that I naturally do now. And I also listen to Personal Power every single morning. So I go through those 30 days. I don't go through the whole 30 days every morning. That would be ridiculous because it's like 30 hours of things to do. I go through one every day, and I'm on a 30-day cycle, and I have been for a long, long time. That's been like since high school, I guess. So Kevin, you say, I disagree. I still jump out of bed every morning because I'm a self-starter, not disciplined. You do understand, though, that at some point in life, whether it was yourself or whether it was your parents or whether it was a mentor or whether it was your NLP training or something, disciplined you to be a self-starter. Like I'm not going to get graphic here, but you don't come out of the womb saying, let's, like with like a Gary V turtleneck on or a hoodie on, be like, let's go, man, let's fucking go. Let's do this. I'm going to buy the Jets. Like, you don't wake up that way. You wake up with the fear of falling and like crying or something, right? That's it. Or loud noises, right? So you're not born that way. You're born to be a lazy piece of garbage, basically, when you're a baby. You get everything done for you. You get your diaper changed, you get fed, you get on. Sometime at some point in life, something happened to you where you made yourself a self-starter. And the only thing that keeps you in that frame of mind is discipline until it becomes a habit, right? So discipline, and you should know this from your NLP training, discipline is not a lifelong thing. Discipline is until it becomes a habit. So last Mother's Day, I remember it was Mother's Day because I was at my uncle's house and I had a huge thing of penne alla vodka and like 95,000 meatballs because he's an amazing cook. And I came home and I just felt like complete garbage. So I decided that day that I am going to go gluten-free, 100% gluten-free. It took discipline to not eat gluten, bread, pasta, wheat, anything like that for like 6 weeks, maybe 2 months, right? It was like, I really want like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but I can't have it. I really want a thing of pasta, but I can't have it. But after that, it became a lifestyle. It became a habit. I didn't have to beat myself to death to not eat the bread. It just became part of my life. So you're a self-starter. That's how you identify. And that's amazing. That's how you think of yourself. But that's not something that you were born with. That's not something that's inherently yours from the beginning of life. That's something you developed over time. And the only way you can develop that and make it a permanent part of your life is through initially disciplining yourself to do it and then making it a habit. Okay? So hopefully that clears that up. All right. Keith, I'll just send it to everybody again. Here is the notebook again. Or the workbook again. If you can't overcome analysis paralysis fear, you won't take action. These first 2 hours are vital foundation. Yes. No, Kevin, I get it. Listen. I love when people disagree with me. I love that. I love alternate points of view. There's no, like, please note, Kevin says, please note, this is only my disagreement. I love what I do. If I don't enjoy it, I don't do it. It's about fulfillment. Yes, have it for me. Yeah, it's all good. All I'm trying to say is that like discipline is required to in the beginning during the process of habit formation. Right? You have to be disciplined in the beginning to form that habit. It's not a lifelong thing for that one habit. It is a lifelong practice, I believe, when you're trying to change habits, but it's not a lifelong thing for that one habit. If you want to develop the habit of getting up at 5 a.m, it's insane to think it's not going to take discipline to get up at 5 a.m. for 6 weeks straight when you've never done it in your life. That's discipline. But then after a while, it's going to become a habit. And then it's not discipline anymore because it's just part of your life and you just do it. But that habit takes time to build. And that the only way to do that is to discipline yourself in doing it. Motivation is not going to do it. Discipline is going to do it. And then the habit kicks in. And that's where motivation can play a part of it. But in the beginning, motivation is not going to work. And that's why, as much as I love a guy like Tony Robbins, he has the same people coming to his seminar over and over and over and over and over again. Because they need that motivational kick for that weekend. And then by the next week, they all fall off because they're not disciplining themselves. They're motivating themselves. If they disciplined themselves, then they would have it for the rest of their lives. They stuck with it and they made it a habit. You should read the book, Discipline Equals Freedom by Jocko Willink. It's a great one. Retired Navy SEAL. No, Kevin, it's all good, man. Kevin says I talk too much. No, man. No one can say that on one of my calls because I never shut up. So it's all good. I talk a lot too. And you probably know that already because you've been in training with me before, I believe. All right. So what time is it? Let's see. It is 13:53, 1:53. So I'm going to give you guys another 2 minutes and then we will move on to module 2. And then if you guys have to catch up, we're going to take a lunch break and stuff like that. So if you guys have to catch up later on, you can. It's fine. All right, so it is 2:55, and we are going to continue on. If you guys have to catch up, then you could do it during the lunch break, or you could do it after this is over, or however you want to do it. Okay, so we're going to fly through the first part of this, and then we're actually going to get into like online building out the tools. And you guys are going to be doing this as I'm doing it. So be ready for that, okay? It's not very technical if you follow along with what I'm doing. And again, optional. I know this is not something you could do right in the middle of this training call, but these are things where second monitors help, because now if you had a second monitor, you can watch me on one and you could do it on the other, which is cool. But again, it is what it is. You make do with what you got. And if you have to watch the replay of this to make this all happen, then that's great. I will go as slow as I need to go for all of you to make sure you all understand it and all get it done. The goal here is to have tools built for everybody before we end module 2. So as long as we're doing it together and we're all doing it at the same time, and it's not hard, you just have to follow along with me, then we'll be good to go. All right. So the first one we're going to fly through is just about results. So we're going to fly through it really quickly, and then we'll get into building the tools. So module milestone, you will understand why results are vital to your success and should be your only focus besides getting people in, right? So it's getting people results and then finding more people to get results for. You'll know exactly how my business gets results for clients within minutes. And I mean that, like within minutes. When we set this up, results are coming in the second we set it up. Okay? Like right away. And we'll go over how to set up your entire business in under 30 minutes, and you'll understand how to use our client process map for faster results. Things that we're going to cover: the results snowball, the bird's eye view of our tool, the right now discount bribe, which I actually have a copy that has to be delivered tonight. Right next to me. That has to be delivered to a new client that I closed yesterday tonight. The right now discount bribe, you're gonna learn that, and we're also going to build one out, and I'm going to share one with you so that you can just use it and edit it, so you don't have to make your own. It's easy to do. The complete marketing system that we give away, so we'll set that entire thing up for you. All right, so we're going to start off with the result snowball. Again, I'm going to go through this quickly. It's a very, very simple concept to understand. I prove it out to you first using other examples, and then we go into how to use it. So results are everything when it comes to getting clients. The faster you can get a result, the easier it is to get your next client, because all we're going to do is leverage the result we got from client 1 to get client 2. And then to get client 3, we're going to take result 1 and result 2, and we're going to get client 3 with that. To get result 4 or client 4, we're going to take 1, 2, and 3. Like, why do you think I'm doing this? Because if you guys get results from this, I can use your results in my webinar when I run Facebook ads to it. And those results are what's going to get people to buy the program. It's like comments, again, nobody will tell you that, but that's why we get testimonials. And that's why we do stuff the way we do it. Because when we get clients' results, more people buy it. It's just that simple. So that's what we're going to be doing here. Okay. So the first example we're going to look at is OxyClean. I used to have 3 of these in here, but believe it or not, I could not believe this. We used to use P90X as an example, and they sent me like a copyright thing in YouTube. It's the first time I had ever gotten one in my life. It was like a copyright strike or something. And they were like, you got to take this down. It wasn't a problem, but they were like, you got to take the video out of your thing or whatever. So I can't use that anymore, but we're going to use OxyClean as the first one. And we'll listen to a couple seconds of it, and then just so you guys get the point, and then we'll move on.
The stain specialist, powered by the air you breathe, activated by the water that you and I drink. It's Mother Nature approved, then it's safe on your colored fabrics. Use it on carpets. OxyClean seeks out organic stains, pet stains, food stains that get down into the matting, into the padding. It even takes red wine and grape juice out of white carpeting. It cleans, it brightens, and eliminates odors all at the same time. Don't just get it clean, get it OxyClean. Make a paste, make it 10 times as powerful. The longer you let it set, the easier it is. It'll whiten your grout and get rid of your toughest stains. Sometimes soaking is the solution. If you use bleach, you ruin your clothes. OxyClean won't hurt the material, even lace. It has the power of bleach without the damaging side effects of chlorine. When your laundry detergent just isn't enough, supercharge it with OxyClean. 1 scoop in every load of laundry, it'll make your whites whiter. It'll make your brights brighter. As a stain remover, it's the best.
Okay, enough of Billy Mays. So if we can, if we're paying attention there, we see result, 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 and then buy the product. By doing that, OxyClean, $325 million. Now, this is not the only ad. There are plenty of other ones, but it's result, all back here, result, 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 and then buy the thing, right? Result, 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 buy. And then if you want to go even deeper, we have an offer stack where we're going to get the super chamois, we're going to get the squirt bottle, we're going to get the second bottle of OxyClean, and they stack the offer really high, and then they say, ooh, now you're going to get all this crazy stuff. Why do you think webinars have the stack slide? We're modeling people like Billy Mays and OxyClean because that's what works, right? Result, 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 stack it up, and then give the price and ask them to buy. Next, we are going to go into Dean Graziosi, who I absolutely love to death, but his voice is a little annoying. Don't tell him I ever said that. But his voice is it's a little crazy. All right, so here we go. Dean Graziosi.
Think a little different to a real estate fortune.
The recent changes in the real estate market can be your ticket to financial independence.
All right, honestly, we can all love Dean. He's a good dude. Gets a lot of results for you. Tell me that. We'll play it again. Tell me it's not at least a little annoying.
State fortune.
The recent changes in the real estate market can be your ticket to financial independence.
We've raised our net worth $500,000.
Result number one.
We have about $5,000 cash flow per month.
Yeah, I spent about 25 hours on my first deal and I made over
Result number two.
$10,000.
18 hours and making $20,000 profit. That is something.
And result number three. We are 22 seconds in, and Dean Graziosi, number one, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant marketer. One of the best alive today, in my opinion. Ty Lopez is a brilliant marketer as well, even though I make fun of him all the time. He is a brilliant marketer, but Dean Graziosi is one of the top. Not only is he giving result, 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 but he is also hitting, if you look at the bottom, like down here, if you look at the people here, the guy here, and the girl here, he's making it relatable to his entire audience, a big, huge swath of people. Swath is probably the biggest word I've used in years. So he's making it relatable to almost everybody, right? Like, I can't relate to this couple. I could probably relate to that guy, though, right? And I can't relate to this girl at all. But girls can, college age, 20, 30, 40-year-old girls, they can. Older couples, 50, 60, 70 years old, they can relate to those people. And then guys, 20s, 30s, 40s, they can relate to this guy. So he's making it relatable to everybody. So it's result, 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 result. And then he asks people to buy his product. And by doing that, Dean built $1 billion company. Now, again, not just this ad, not just this product, not just this, one thing, but everything that he does is done the same exact way. He just did a launch with Tony Robbins. He's doing a second one, actually, coming up in a couple of weeks, I think. Last year for mastermind.com, biggest launch in internet history when it comes to like internet marketing type products, knowledge blueprint, whatever the hell it was called. Biggest one ever. And he's going to do a second one coming up at the end of February, and it's going to be just as big. And he's doing it by showing results, showing results, showing results, showing results, asking someone to buy it. Result, 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 buy. Result, 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 buy. That's it. That's literally all you need to do. Okay? And it's proven out by this company, Dean's company, by OxyClean, and literally hundreds, thousands of others. Why do you think Amazon is so successful? They're so successful for really one reason. In the beginning, it was one thing that separated them from everybody else. Watch this. Ready? I have no idea why Amazon defaults me to these knives every time I come here, but watch. You know what? Let's just use this because this is probably, I could probably find an example here. Okay, so look, watch. This one right here. Okay, and then this one right here. All right, so we have basically the same price, very similar style, same type of deal, right? Same type of thing. One of them has no results whatsoever, right here. No results whatsoever. This one has 45. And I'm going with these two because they're the same price point, right? $13.99, $12.99. I could point to this one that's $10, or I could point to this one that's 21. But you can argue, well, they may go with the cheaper one, right? These two are the same price point. This one has no result whatsoever. This one has a lot of prior results. So I could be pretty certain that if I buy this product based on the people's prior results, I'm going to get something that's relatively good. Same thing is true here. Same thing is true here. Now, if I'm looking at this one and I'm looking at this one, which one am I going to choose? Most likely I'm going to choose this one because 2,060 people said it was amazing, as opposed to 151 people saying it was amazing. So when it comes to Amazon, this is really at the beginning what separated them from everybody else. It was a results-based thing. Now, obviously, they have great prices. They have great delivery. They have every product under the sun. They have Prime. They have video. They have books. But all that stuff came after the fact, right? You look again, back in the day, back in the late 90s, early 2000s, look at eBay. How did eBay become so successful? Well, because you can rate the seller and you can rate the buyer. Sellers were deathly afraid of screwing a buyer over or not getting the shipment out in time because one negative review can screw up the whole entire thing. People trusted the buyers, the sellers, I mean, because again, the reviews were there. The results of previous customers were there for people to see. Okay, so the results snowball. The only result that people that we are working with are after is money. That's it. Okay, now you may think differently, and that's okay, but again, that's not an opinion, that's just a fact. People are not after search engine results. People are not after fancy Facebook ads. People are not after a social media following. They're not after reviews even. That's not why they do it. They do it because they believe that whatever it is they're doing is going to make more money for them. Period. Okay? Somebody advertises in the yellow pages because they believe that that ad is going to bring more customers into their store, which in turn brings more money into them, right? Or for them. People hire a new salesperson because they believe that new salesperson is going to bring in more money than they're going to cost them. Okay? That's all they're after. So when I go in and present things to people, a lot of people will go in and they'll say, oh, well, you know, Google Panda and Penguin and this and that and the other thing. And I'm like, dude, listen, I'm going to bring more people into your store. That's it. Whether I got to stand in the street with a sign or whether like, you know, pull out a gun and put it to people's heads, like what I'm going to do whatever I got to do legally, ethically, and morally to bring people into your store. That's the bottom line. I focus right on the money. And other people are talking about websites and logos and header graphics and menus and HTML tags and everything else. I'm like, listen, I'll bring in more people that are going to pay you. It's as simple as that. Okay. So if we focus on the money, which is the only result they're after, we're always going to win. Results create happy clients. Happy clients keep paying forever. Happy clients make great testimonials. Results and testimonials are the best selling tool ever in the history of the world. If you are a bad salesperson, or you're afraid to sell stuff, or you're a good salesperson and you just want to make it easier on yourself, get results and testimonials for the people that, and testimonials from the people that you're working with. And that's all you need to sell anything to anybody. You don't need anything else. Okay. If you have a lot of results, if you have a lot of testimonials, you could sell your stuff without ever having to really do anything. I mean, look at a guy like Sam Ovens. I'm not a big fan of Sam Ovens, but Sam Ovens is an absolute master at getting testimonials and results. He just is. If you look at his sales pages and his order forms, they're filled with videos of people who have a positive experience with him. So that is a huge selling tool. I don't think Sam is very good on webinars. And actually, I think he sucks on webinars. But at the end of the day, if he can get people to click to his order form and they see the results that he's gotten for people, or at least they're saying he's getting for them in the videos that they post, they're going to buy it at a pretty good percentage because the results are there. So if you could just focus on that, the selling stuff goes away forever because that is your selling tool. You let your results speak for themselves, and you let your testimonials do the selling for you. Focus 100% of your efforts on getting results for your clients and getting more clients to get results for. Those are the two things that we focus on. Okay, so here's how it works. Client number one, result number one. That's the hardest one to get. I'm going to teach you how to get it here, but not in this section in module 3. But we'll learn how to get it today, the first client. But the first one's always going to be the hardest one to get. Why? Because you don't have any results, right? That's why it's the hardest one to get, because you can't show them any prior results of what it is that you're trying to do. Okay? But there's ways to get around that. But the point is, that's the hardest one to get. Once you get that one, though, and you get a result for that client, guess what? You just show that first result to client number 2, and that they're gonna take it, right? Now, you can't show it to just one person. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying you show it to one person, they're gonna take it. But what I am saying is that client number 2 is gonna be easier to close because you have prior results. And then client number 3 is gonna be even easier because you have 2 results to show them. And then client number 4 is gonna be even easier because you have 3 results to show them, and on and on and on and on and on. And that just continues. Okay, you're always using the results from previous or current clients to sell the next deal. That's the name of the game. You're using the clients that you've closed before, whether they are not working with you anymore or whatever, or whether they're still working with you. It doesn't really matter. You're using those people's results to close the deal that's coming up next. Okay, so 100% of your efforts should either be focused on prospecting, showing people prior results of people that you worked with, or getting results for your clients. All right, so let's go into the questions here, and let's make sure that everyone is cool. I got 2 guys talking all the Facebook ad, social media presence stuff that want to help my arcade. They want $4,500 for 3 months. I think it's BS. Let's see what happens here. Folks can try to split screen. Yeah, Don, $4,500 for 3 months is a complete waste of money. I could teach you how to run Facebook ads for your arcade, and you're going to learn it here, actually. I'll show you exactly what to do here today for nothing, and you could just do it yourself. The running Facebook ads for local businesses is the easiest freaking thing in the world. I have no idea why people that own pizza places and hair salons or whatever, I don't know why they hire people. They do all the time. I have plenty of clients that hire me, and I don't know why they do it, but they do. They pay me a lot of money to do it, and it's like the easiest thing in the world to do for local businesses. It's stupid. All right, let's move forward. All right, bird's eye view of our tool. Okay, so our tool is a complete marketing system designed to do 3 things. Get reviews for the business, retain the customer, meaning get them back in the store over and over and over and over again. Okay, that's really vital, because when you look at things like, I mean, you can even throw Facebook ads in this as well, but when you look at things like Groupon, when you look at things like Living Social, when you look at things like Facebook ads, like I just said, it's very easy to get the customer to come in the first time, right? It's extremely difficult, though, to turn that person into a lifelong, kind of like ambassador for your brand. It's hard to do that. It's hard to get that customer to go out and talk about your brand to other people, or go out and talk about your business to other people, or refer people back to them. It's very hard to do that. So we have a marketing system that retains the customer, brings them back, and makes sure that they're not only just a customer of yours, but they're an ambassador for your business. They're going to go out and talk to other people about what it is that you do and how great your place is. Okay. And the third thing that we do is we boost revenue in an hour or so. And basically the way that we do that is the business will call us up or shoot us an email or whatever. And they'll say, it's slow today. Can you send a message to my audience, or can you help me out, or can you get people here, whatever they'll say. And then we'll bring people in for them. And that could be 10 people. It could be 20 people. It could be 50 people. It could be 1,000 people. It depends on the business. It depends on the situation that we're in. But those are the 3 things that we focus on. And if you notice, they're all directly connected to revenue, right? I can show people, and I'm very, very good at this because I've been doing reviews for a very long time. I could show people how a review directly relates to the amount of money that they make. Whether it's 1 review, 5 reviews, 10 reviews, 100 reviews, doesn't matter. I could show them how it directly relates to the amount of money that they make. And I could show them that if they got a 1-star review today, how much money they'd lose. And I could show them that if they got a 5-star review today, how much more money they would make from that. And there's studies done all over the place that show this. It's very easy to use the data to show them. Retaining the customer, bringing them back over and over and over again, okay? Preservation is everything. You can build all you want, but if you're losing more than you're bringing in, there's no point in building. So we have to build, but we also have to preserve. And that's what retaining the customer is. All right. So it's all connected to revenue. And that's why people are gladly paying $197 a month for it after the trial's over. And you could charge whatever you want. And my pricing is, I don't know, our pricing is a little bit all over the place, but not really. I mean, sometimes we'll drop it down to $97 a month, but that's rare. Most of the time it's $200. I mean, that's kind of what we charge. In the rare instance that we have a higher ticket client that that meets our perfect client thing that we're going to go over in a second, it doesn't really happen all that often. But if we have someone who's a higher ticketed client that meets our criteria, sometimes we'll charge $500 a month for it or something like that. But again, it's rare. Most of the time, it's going to be $200 a month. And for us, I'm going to be honest with you, this is a door opener. This is a trust builder, right? Ideally, we want them to get into our Facebook ad platform. Or our Facebook ad program. That's what we want them to do, okay? This builds trust in the beginning so that they can get into our Facebook ad platform, and that's where we make $1,500, $2,000, $2,500 a month from the client. All right. And we'll go into that later on when we talk about upselling. So here's basically this is the bird's eye view. This is basically what we do. Okay. So we find a business with a lot of foot traffic, and it could be anything. It could be a tanning salon, a pizza place. I'm going to give you a list of businesses that fit the criteria. I think there's like 30 or 40 different niches in there. So I'm going to go over that with you in a second. But we find a business with a lot of foot traffic. It really doesn't matter what that business is. I don't care about the niche. It doesn't matter as long as they have a lot of people coming in and out. Then the first thing we do is we have a flyer for that business. And that's what I have to deliver tonight to the client that I closed yesterday. So we give them a discount. That's what we call like the instant discount, or the crazy discount right at the beginning. We set that up for them. And the next thing that we do is we put all of those people into an instant Facebook chatbot. Okay. Now this only lasts for about 12 hours and then they're out of it. The reason why we use a Facebook chatbot here is because it opens better than email. It's instant, so they get it right away. And it's super simple to set up and it doesn't cost anything. A lot of people here want to use text messaging and SMS, stuff like that. Costs money, hard to set up. And it doesn't, believe it or not, text messages get high open rates, but they don't get as high open rate as a Facebook Messenger. Facebook Messenger open rate is like 100%. It's crazy. And the click-through rates are really high as well. So, but it only lasts, it's very quick. The Facebook chatbot is, they're in it and they're out of it. It's only designed to do basically 2 things. Number 1, to generate the opt-in, to get them permission for us to market to them over and over and over again, and to generate a review. That's it. Okay. So once we get those 2 things checked off, we're out of the chat bot forever. All right. That's the only reason why we use it, because it's instant. We know they're going to open it up and it doesn't cost us anything. Next, we transition into email for goodwill, number 1, retention or getting them to come back, and reviews. That's included in there as well as the boost. So we boost through email as well. Okay. A lot of people, I've been doing chatbot stuff for a long time, since way before it was cool, right? A long time. I had a friend of mine who is still a friend of mine, but before the chat fuels of the world came out and ManyChats and all that, he used to actually build them, like custom build them. It was insane. And it was a long time ago. What people don't talk about when they talk about chatbots is they'll sell the dream with the chatbot, how easy it is, and it's free, and you can build it in 5 minutes, and you don't need any coding, and it's very easy to do, and it's easy to sell, and all those things are true, but they forget to mention one big thing. You might want to write this down because this is really important. They forget to mention one big thing, and that is called the 24+1 rule. Okay, now I'm going to go off on a little bit of a tangent here, but you have to understand this. The 24+1 rule, what does that mean? The 24+1 rule means that when somebody opts into your chat bot, for the first 24 hours, you can send them whatever you want to send them. Okay? After that 24 hours is up, you can send them one more promotional email to get them re-engaged into your chat bot. If they don't get re-engaged, you can only send them certain messages. And those certain messages kind of suck. So just follow along with me here. They opt in on Tuesday at noon. Okay? You send them stuff, you send them stuff, you send them stuff. Wednesday at noon, if they haven't engaged with your chatbot, you have one more chance. And then they're gone forever. Unless you want to send them like an account update or something like, hey, your package is shipped or whatever. But it's like stupid stuff. You can't promote anything to them. So that's the 24+1 rule. The 24 hours always start after the last engagement. So if I set up a chatbot on noon at noon on Tuesday, and I get somebody at 12:05, but then they engage with that chatbot at 4 p.m. on Tuesday, well, then I got till 4 p.m. on Wednesday. If they engage in that chatbot on, let's say, Wednesday at noon, then I have till Thursday at noon. So my 24 hours are always resetting as long as the engagement stays up. Now, that's the 24+1 rule. Facebook did away with the +1. So now it's just 24 hours, period. If they don't engage within 24 hours, it's over. So what that means is with a chatbot, if that's the way you're going to run your list, you have to contact people multiple times every single day and hope that they engage or you lose them forever. See, a lot of people will promote the chatbot business idea and the chatbot agency idea, and they promote it almost as if it were like an email list. And it's not. It's not like an email list at all, because once somebody opts into an email list, they're in that email list forever until they opt out. I have people in my email list that haven't opened an email in like 30 years or whatever. I'm exaggerating, but they haven't opened an email in a long time. So they're in there forever until they opt out. Now, once they opt out, they're gone. But with the Facebook chatbot, that's not the case. So we use it because, yes, the open rate is huge. Yes, it's free to create. Yes, it has a high, super, super high perceived value. And yes, it works really well, but we only have a certain amount of time to get them to do what we need to do. So we take them into the chatbot, we get what we need, and we get them out of it into email within minutes. This whole thing right here, this middle box, the instant chatbot, is 32 minutes long, the whole entire thing. And then we have one other follow-up sequence that goes out 12 hours later. But other than that, it's 32. The whole thing is 32 minutes, and then we have one follow-up sequence. But it's really done in a half hour. Good, because we want them to be done while they're in the store. So think about it this way. Somebody walks into a pizza place at noon. They're going to be sitting there eating their pizza at 12:15, 12:30, 12:45. They're going to be talking to their friends, whatever. We want them to get the review message while they're in the store. Okay, and reciprocity plays a big role in that as well. And again, we're going to deep dive into all of these. So this is just the overview, so don't freak out about it now. We'll deep dive into all of it. But this is the basic overview of the entire marketing system that we set up. So on the email side, it's a 30-day sequence of events that include goodwill, bringing them back, reviews, and broadcasts as needed to boost revenue. And again, we'll go through all of that stuff as we go. All right, so now the right now discount bribe. That's what it looks like. That is not what I'm delivering tonight, but that's what it looks like. I'm going to a tanning salon tonight to deliver this. But this is basically what we have, okay? So at the checkout register or at the table if it's a restaurant or if you have a hair cutting place near your mirror or whatever the hell you have, put this there. Okay, that's what it's designed for. We put these in the restaurant, in the tanning salon, on the fishing boat, in the skating rink, whatever it is that you're doing that has a ton of foot traffic. And the discount can change. Obviously, the picture can change, and obviously the URL can change. And I'll talk about the URL in a second, so don't worry about that just now. But all of that stuff will change. But the bottom line is this is what we use to get someone to opt into our chat bot. The chat bot then leads to the email. Okay, and I'm going to show you how it works right now. So let's go into Canva. Whoops. Let's go into Canva in a new tab since I just screwed up my entire slides. Let's go into, actually, you know what? Let's go back into here for a second. And let's see. Here we go. Okay, let me go. Whoops, screwed that up. You guys can see my screen now, I think, right? Yeah, you should be able to. Okay, so this is what we got. I'm going to download my share link. I am going to post this into the message thing there. So now you guys will be able to download all of that, right? You just saw me copy the share link. So you guys will be able to put that into your Canva thing. If you don't have a Canva account, just go in and create one. It's free to create. Just log in with Facebook or whatever. Everything that I'm teaching you to do here is with free tools, everything. Okay, so don't worry about that. Okay, so to go in here and do this, you could download it. Why is it screwing up on me again? I don't want to do that. Okay. Ooh, I just paused the recording. That would have been a freaking disaster. Okay, so to change all this stuff, the first thing that you want to do is you want to get this box out of here. So what I like to do is just take this box and you can either delete it or you can move it or whatever. Because then if you have that box in there, you can't select anything. So let's say your client says, yeah, 25% is too much. I want to do 15%. Okay, good. So you come in here and you do 15% like that. Okay, change the image. Go in here and we can delete it. Go into photos. And then let's say we're doing, a fishing boat. We can do that. It's kind of dumb because that's not a fishing boat, but you get the idea, right? I can look around. Now, the thing with Canva is, oh, actually, that's a good one. I like that a lot. Let's get that one out of here and get that one in there. Boom, just like that. All right. The thing with Canva is if you see the $sign, you have to pay $1 for it. If you see free, you don't have to pay anything. So just choose the free ones if you don't want to pay for it. And I actually have never paid for a Canva thing in my life. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff in here that you can use. All right. So right there. So let's say get $20 off today's trip. There you go. All right, now let's make this a little smaller so that it will fit. Perfect. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And then we put our URL in there. We don't have that right now. I'm just showing you how to edit this. So we'll get the URL in a second. I'll show you how to get that. But that's basically how we're going to do it. And then what we do is we add our box back in. You could change the color scheme too. You can go into this little box and make it like blue if you want or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Like whatever the client wants to do, it's fine. Just make it match whatever their color scheme is, right? Like whatever their brand coloring is or whatever. I don't pay much attention to that stuff, as you guys know. So to me, it doesn't really matter. But you could select whatever color you want. You can even do custom colors if you want. So yeah, we'll just leave it at that for now. And then what we'll do is we will put our box back in, which is right. Oh, did I just put one in? Yeah, I did. Put it in like that, like that, like that. And then move it to the side. You could change the color of that if you'd like however you want to do it. Like that blue if you want, like whatever. And then we just go in here, we download it. And then the coolest thing about this is you just go File, Print, and it shoots right out of your own printer. And it comes up like a finely tuned flyer. You don't have to pay for anything. You don't have to do anything. You just print it off. You can also adjust the size if you want to make it like a lot of people, they like, actually, we're not going to do that. A lot of people like the postcard size or whatever. So you can use the postcard. Like if you want to do like at a restaurant, right? Maybe you put one at the register, but then you also put one at each table. You could do that, but you don't want a huge 8.5 by 11 flyer at a table. So you put the postcard size. Just go into Canva and select postcards. So look, create postcard. Boom. There you go. All right. And you can just go in there and you can do the same exact thing, just like that. Okay. All right. So you guys should have that share link. You guys should be able to create that now. And then we will go back into here. These little puke color slides are just a note to me to let me know that I have to teach you how to build it and edit it. So don't be concerned with them. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you guys 5 or 10 minutes. I want you guys to go in and edit this. I want you to create one of these. Okay. Create one of these, go in and edit it, pick a new picture, pick a niche, and just whatever the niche is, it doesn't matter what it is. I want you to create one of these now. And then what I want you to do is I want you to download it and I want you to post it in the student group on Facebook. Okay. Leave the URL, just url.com. That doesn't matter. But I want you to get it into your Canva account, create one, make up the discount, do whatever you want. Put a different image in here, like whatever. Pick a different niche and then download it and then post it in the Facebook, the student group. Okay, so do that now. Okay, guys, I just saw the chat. I'm sorry about that. I sent the share link to just Kevin, which was my fault because this is defaulting to one person and not everybody, which is stupid. All right, so now you guys should have it. You guys should all have it now. I just sent it to everybody. So that Canva link should be in there for everyone. Go in there and grab that. And then you guys should be able to, let me just click on it myself and make sure. Yeah, there you go. It's right there for you. So you can go in there and click on that, and then you'll be able to edit it as you see fit. Now the fishing thing is in there. The pizza thing was in there before, but it doesn't really matter. Just click on the image, edit it, and you'll be good to go. It says I'm still editing it and you can't save it. Well, I just got out of Canva, so you should be good to go now. Oh yeah, Michael brings up a good point, and I didn't say this. He's right. I apologize. You need to make a copy of it in your own Canva account. So I'm sharing it with you, but you need to make a copy of it in order to edit it. Just like Google Drive we talked about before. I should have mentioned that. I apologize. When I share something with you like that, just like in Google Drive or whatever, you need to make it's not editable by you. You have to make a copy of it in your own account. Right. Right, exactly. Go to file and then make a copy, and then you'll be able to edit it in your own account. Right. So I share it with you, but you just look at it. Then once you get in there, just go file, make a copy, just like you did in Google Drive, and then you can edit it from there. So I'll give you 5 minutes or so. Don't go crazy with it. Just make something up in your head. I just want to make sure that you could do it. So make something up in your head, pick a niche, pick a discount to offer, and then create it, and then download it, and then post it in the student group. Tag me in it as well. just so you guys know too, I'm going to give you a couple more minutes to finish this up. You don't have to make it pretty. You don't have to make it perfect. Done is much better than perfect. I'm going to go through an example of that later on, which is going to be kind of interesting. But we're going to finish up creating all of the stuff that we need to create here, all the tools that we need to create to get our services done. And then what we're going to do are our tools done. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take like a 45-minute break so you guys can go eat something or whatever. And then after that, we're going to come back and we're going to do all client getting stuff. That's going to be the entire rest of the program where we talk about, you know, how to get clients and role playing, and you could throw objections out at me if you want, and I'll help you through all that stuff. So that's, we're going to take a 45-minute break after we get done with all this. We still have probably about an hour to go here, and we're going to create everything here. And then after that, we'll go on a break. You guys can eat something, do whatever you want. And then we'll come back and we will finish up with all sales stuff for as long as we need to go. There's a lot of stuff we're going to cover in the sales side of things because that's the most important thing in the world. Giving these away is the most important thing. The more people you give away to, the more money you're going to make. So we're going to go into a lot of that later on this afternoon. And then we'll do role playing, we'll do Q&A as long as we got to go to make sure that you guys are getting clients, getting people interested, getting people taking the free trial for this and all that. So I'll give you a couple more minutes to finish this up, and then we'll move on to creating the next step. All right, Keith, to make the border, let me go in here and show you real quick. Ugh. All right, let me go back here and just open up mine because that isn't working for me. All right. My designs, that one there. This is actually the postcard size, but whatever. It is what it is. I can share this one too, and then you guys can make a copy of this. This is the postcard size. Oh, I did it again. I sent it to one person. I don't know why that keeps defaulting to that. It's weird. All right, so that's the postcard size if you want to make a copy of that as well. So to get the border, Keith and everybody else, what we want to do is we want to go to Elements, right? Mine is right here because I recently used it, so whatever. But we want to go to like one of these boxes here, right? Like this. And you can also search it as well, okay? So once you find it, you just make the background transparent, and that's it. That's all you got to do. I think you can actually search border, maybe. Let's see. Yeah, you can. So there's like that one right there. Well, that one costs money, so you want to use that one. You can use that one. You can use any one you want, and then you just make it transparent. That's all. I was trying to pull in one of the. Yeah, Karsten, there are a lot of videos going into greater detail on how to use Canva, but you don't need to really be that like crazy with it. Like I said, I mean, like, look right here, look, we're talking about the border. Like, see this? All I do is go into this, go into my whatever these are, and just make this transparent, and that's it. That's all I got to do. It's very simple. Actually, I go in here, just do that, like that. All right, easy. We don't want to make it complicated. We want to make it easy to do. See, it's a square border right there. I agree 100%. Done is better than perfect. Done is better than perfect. We're going to go through a really freaking cool example of that later on. And I think you guys are going to love it. Done is better than perfect. All right. Let's get into the next step, which is the Facebook page. Now, in order to do a Facebook chat bot, am I still muted? No. In order to do a Facebook chat bot, you need a Facebook page. There's an argument. I am right. Everyone else is wrong. I've proven it out with data. So I'm not just saying that. Where people will say, oh, well, you should get access to the client's Facebook page. No, you shouldn't until they're a paying client for a long, long, long time. And here's why, okay? The reason why is because what if they stop paying? What if they don't ever pay after the trial's over? What if they cancel before the trial period is over? What if, right? Make it your own so that you own the data. Here's why. Let's say the client cancels. Let's say I have a pizza place, right? The one that I created was, I believe it was a pizza place. I'm going to show you how to do this here in a second, but yeah, Joe's Pizza. There you go. So, and I'll show you how to create it. I'm not just going to give you that example. I'll show you how to do it. But let's say I go to a pizza place, and the pizza place is in Tampa, Florida, right? And the name of the pizza place is Mike's Pizza in Tampa. So I go to Mike and I say, Mike, let me do this for you. And it's amazing. It's awesome. It's great. It's the best thing in the world. And he's like, okay, yeah, I'll give you access to my Facebook page. We'll create the chatbot, everything else. And then Mike never pays me. And I get 200 people on his email list. I get 200 people in his chatbot. And then Mike never pays me. What happens? What happens is I'm starting from zero, right? But if I do it this way, where I tell Mike, listen, all you have to do is say yes, and we take care of everything else. That's it. You put a simple flyer right in front of your cash register, and everything else is taken care of by us. You don't have to do a damn thing. Just put it there, and we'll do everything else. Makes it easy for them, right? Now, I create the page, and instead of doing it as Mike's Pizza Place, I put Pizza Place in Tampa, or best pizza in Tampa, or something like that. Now, Mike doesn't pay. Well, guess what? Watch this. Ready? Google.com, pizza in Tampa, Florida. Mike doesn't pay. Okay. Look at all the leads that I have. See that? Look at that. Mike doesn't pay. I go to this place and I say, hey, look, we already have a list of 500 people that are in the Tampa area that love pizza. I can just throw them right into your pizza place if you want. You want to start today? You want to start tomorrow? They say no. I go here. I go here. I go here. I go here. Guess what happens when Eddie and Sam don't pay? Now I have 500 people on my chatbot list. I have 500 people on my email list. I go to Miro's Pizza. Hey, well, that's actually Anthony's Coal Fire Pizza. My sister used to work there when she lived on Long Island. So I could go there and I could say, hey, you know, I have 500 people on my email list. I could send them right to your place right now if you want. And on and on and on. So if I control the data during the trial period, I get to use that data if they don't become a client of mine. On the other hand, when they do become a client of mine and they've shown that they're going to pay and they show that they're going to be, you know, good clients and they're going to meet my criteria, which we're going to go over later on. If they show all of those things, well, then, yeah, we could transition that over into their Facebook page if they want to. But in the beginning, I'm never going to do that. Until they become a paid client of mine, I'm never going to do it. It's easier to close without getting access to their Facebook page because I literally say to them, all you have to do is say yes, we take care of everything else. Okay. So it's easier to close and I control everything. So you do not want to get Facebook control over their Facebook page. You don't want to get admin rights to the Facebook page ever until they become a client and only if they want to. If they don't want to, good. Most of the time, I won't even bring it up. Why? Because I control everything if it's on my page that I own. I hold all the cards. I can shut off that spigot whenever I want. People will say all the time, like, well, this is so easy. Why don't people just do it themselves? Because I control all the data. The data is what matters. The user base is what matters, right? Facebook didn't buy Instagram because Instagram's cool software. Mark Zuckerberg could have knocked that software off in 15 minutes. They bought it because of the data, the user base. That's what matters. That's what's valuable. Okay. So if I give up control of the user base, I give up control over everything. So I don't want to go on their Facebook page. I want to go on my own. And that is true for anyone in here who took my TFA training thing for Facebook ads. You know, I preach the same thing. When they're running Facebook ads with you, the best way to start, I would say for the first 6 months to a year, is to do it on your own account, not theirs. Not theirs. Because again, now you control the data. If you go on their Facebook page and you run ads through their account or a chatbot through their account or whatever, then what happens is yeah, they see the ads in the account and they're like, what the hell do I need this guy for? He hasn't changed anything in 6 months. Why do I got to keep paying him? I don't. And they're right because they control all the data. But if you control the data, you have all the value and they can't get rid of you. They can't do it on their own because you control the most important thing, which is the user base and the data. So you always want to do this with your own Facebook page. You can create it in 10 minutes. It's not that hard to do. You can create as many as you want, and it's not a big deal. Okay, so here's how to do it. You go into here to your regular Facebook page, click on Create, click on Page, click on Business and Brand, and then you name it. Let's pick one of these dummies down here in Tampa. I'm actually headed down there in the end of May. The beginning of May, end of April, actually. Islands Pizza Tavern. All right, so we're going to pick this place right here. This is going to be our client. So like in Fantasyland, we're making this up here, but this is the person that said yes to me, right? So I'm creating this for them. So I'm going to say, Tampa Heights Pizza. Why did I say that? Because Tampa Heights is right here. This looks like a really small place, Davis Island. So I'm going to do Tampa Heights right there. Okay. Then I'm going to do pizza place. Boom. Now, where's the address? Well, this is the person right here that we're going to be working with. So I am going to use, why is this menu order thing here? It's driving me nuts. I'm going to use their address because that's the client that said yes to me, right? So we'll go here, here, there, boom. I don't put a phone number in. I don't show the address. And then I click continue. Then we get to the next page. We skip. We skip. We're not here to build out a Facebook audience. We're not here to build out any of that stuff. What we're doing is creating a chat bot to get opt-ins to our email list and get reviews. That's the only reason why we need this. Okay, so can you add a cover? Yeah, well, whatever, if you want to. Is it going to do you any good? No, it's never going to. So it's a waste of time. This is what I get to, and this is where I stop. That's it, okay? So give you 2 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. We'll come back at 2:55, create the Facebook page, just like what I did, right? Go in here. You can use pizza. You can use whatever the hell you want. I don't really care. Randomly just scroll across the United States somewhere and just zoom into some random area like this. This is going to update for you. So now you have these pizza places right here. There you go. You have Hot Stone. Look at them all. This is like insane, all these places. Go into one of these places right here, JB's Steakhouse. Pick that one. Create a page around that, pretending that they're they said yes to you, right? Pretending. And then build out a Facebook page around that niche in that area. Kevin, you don't have to worry about that now. We're going to teach you how to do it with email and video. So you don't have to worry about that. Are we doing this exercise on how to select? Oh, you want to learn how to delete the page? I could teach you how to do that if you want. There's really no need to, but it's pretty easy to do. So when you go into, if you want to delete the page, all you got to do is, am I on mute? No. All you want to do is go into settings, remove, and then just do that. And sometimes, I don't know what the criteria is for this, Don, but sometimes when you delete a page, it'll make you wait like 14 days or something. Like it'll say like it's scheduled for deletion and it'll be deleted in 14 days or whatever. But that's all you got to do. Just go into settings and then just click on that. Right, permanently delete this page. Boom, save changes, and that's it. And sometimes it will make you wait, and sometimes it won't, and I have no idea why. Don, yeah, that's a good point. We're making this up right now, so we'll probably want to delete the page. Use a little, I don't want to say common sense because it's not common sense, but like yes, you're making it up, but like maybe do it in your area or an area that you think you might want to prospect in. Maybe do it in a niche that you might want to prospect in. Like don't just randomly just do it. I mean, you can if you want to just practice on getting it done, but if you really want to build the business here live with me today, choose an area that, yeah, you could do your arcade. That's fine. What Facebook account do you use? Well, I use mine. You can't use mine, but you can use yours. Your personal one is the answer to the question. Just use your personal Facebook page and create a page with it. That's all. Your personal Facebook profile, which is this. And then you create a page. That's it. Mark, I don't have a printer and currently have to work remotely. So would it be possible to email these postcards and flyers to the business for them to print out? Yes, it would be possible. Would I ever suggest doing it? No. What I would suggest doing is putting the file on like an external drive or maybe even your phone. And again, I don't know where you're from, but like where I am, there's like places like Staples and things like that where you can email them the file, and then you can go there and you can print it out. Like they'll give you like a little code on your phone, and you can go there and put the code in their printer, and it'll print out right there for you. So I didn't, believe it or not, I didn't have a printer for a long time, and that's what I used to do. So I would go and I would just get them all at one time. And I did this for a lot. This is one foot in the door that we use. So I did this for a lot of different things. So I would just go and like every like 3 days or whatever, I would have like 20 different things I'd have to print. And I would just go there at one time and just shoot them all out. Keith, yeah, that's the game, man. Believe it or not, Keith, those are pretty good numbers. As sad as it is, those are pretty good numbers. Do we use the business name? I stepped away for a minute. You're not going to use the business name. You're going to use up like, I said before we were showing like pizza, right? So when I was in, I think, where was I? I was in Tampa because I'm going there at the end of April. It doesn't really matter where I am. I could go anywhere. So like here, you see where I am here, like in this area here. So I would do, what town is this? How come I can't see the town? Let me zoom out a little and see if I could see where that is. Harperville, right? The closest town to it. So I would do like Harperville pizza or best pizza in Harperville. What paper stock do you use for the flyer or postcard? Whatever the hell is in the bottom of my printer. Like the ream that I bought from Walmart. Like literally this is regular, like this is what my kids print their reports out on. Like whatever it is, it doesn't matter. That's what I use. Just regular printer paper. Don, you don't have to. You can use the one that you already have. That's fine. Is this system, the system is focused on businesses that are local to me. It doesn't matter where they are. They could be anywhere. They could be anywhere because our primary focus when it comes to delivering this is going to be, or getting prospects is going to be video and email. So would it open up more doors for you if they were local? Because then you can walk in on accident, you can walk in on purpose and stuff like that. Yes. I mean, that's where I would start. That is where I start with everything. My Facebook ad agency does $4 million a year in revenue, and we're not even off Long Island yet. So I always start locally. But again, if you can do it wherever you want to do it, it doesn't really make a difference. And when we get into leads, like getting leads online and stuff, I'm going to show you that it doesn't matter. You can go anywhere. How do you get them the flyers if they're not remote? You either send them to them via email and have them print them out, or you send them to them through the mail. Karsten just asked the same question. Yep. If they're not local, you can mail them to them in the mail if you'd like to, or you can email them. Yeah, I mean, you could send them through Facebook Messenger. You could send them through Skype. You could send them a Dropbox link if you want. Whatever. There's plenty of ways to get them there. Mailing them the flyer through the mail is not really something that we do. We usually just send them a copy of it and have them print it out. And then what we'll do is we'll ask them. We'll say, send us a copy of print it out. And then take a picture of it and send us the picture of the flyer in front of your register. Kevin, no, the drop-off rate is about the same, believe it or not, whether they're local or not, or whether they're printing them out themselves or not. Do you find they're good at following through and printing and displaying the flyers? Sometimes I have to guide them up. They'll print them out, but sometimes I have to guide them on where to put them. Okay, so Facebook pages are created. Awesome. Let's go and continue on. We're going to have to get back online right away. So we built out the Facebook page, and that is the end of this lesson. And next, we are going to move on to setting up the autoresponder tool. We're going to go through that right now. Okay, so this is all going to be done online, so I don't even know why I came back in here, but it's okay. All right, so what we are going to use, and I'm going to say this one time, so please don't ask me, like, can I use Monkey Chimp or whatever the hell it's called? What's the one with the monkey logo? I always forget the name. Whatever it is, you can use whatever you want to use. If you have something already, use it. That's my blanket statement. Okay. If you have something already that you use that thing. Aweber, Active Campaign, which is what we use. Get Response, which is what we're going to talk about here because it's free to use. You can use it for free for 30 days and you don't need to put a credit card in. So it's a real free trial where you get it for free for 30 days and you can use it. Remember, we don't invest our own money. We invest our clients' money. If you don't have a client within 30 days, you're not doing anything. If you don't have a client within 10 days, if you don't have a client by the end of this week, you're not doing anything. It's very easy to do. Once you have these things set up, you just go out and talk about it, and it's very simple. So Get Response is free for 30 days, and you don't have to put a credit card in. You literally just create a free trial by putting your email address in and a password, and you can use full feature. You can use anything. You can build the entire thing out inside of Get Response. With that said, if you have something already, just use what you're comfortable with. Use what you have, okay? And for those of you who didn't post the flyer, I'm going to do that every time I say it. For those of you who didn't post that in the group, this group here, this training here is about doing stuff. If you want to be lazy and you want to stay where you are, then I don't know why you're like we're here to get results. So post the image in the group. It's important that you do that because we want to make sure that everyone's doing it right. If you post the wrong, if you do the flyer the wrong way, then people aren't going to opt into your chatbot. If they don't opt into your chatbot, they're not going to get on the email list. If they don't get on the email list, the company is not going to, or your client is not going to get results. If your client doesn't get results, they're not going to pay you. And if they don't pay you and get results, you're not going to get your second, third, fourth, and fifth, and sixth client. So we have to make sure that all of these things are working correctly. So make sure you post what you did in the group so that we can see it. Okay. Okay. So get response. Here we go. That's the wrong page. All right. So what we want to do is we really here we want to do, there's three main things that we want to do here. All right. If you don't know how to sign up for a free trial for Get Response, I don't really know how to tell you how to do it. Just go there and I did it the other day. Whatever. Just go there and just click on the free trial button. All right. So the first thing we want to do is we want to create a list. Okay. So I am not going to do this again because I already have the list here created. I have all of this created, but I'll walk you through how to do it, and then I'll just delete the other stuff. So to create the list, you just go into this main dashboard here and click on lists like that. Okay. You might be able to click on create. I don't really know. But right here, it says create list. So just hit that button and then name it. So what do we do? Tampa Pizza Client. Like Aweber, which I don't use anymore. They're a little weird with how they name their lists. So you have to name it that way. Lowercase letters and all that stuff. So just do that and click create. Okay. So just like I did here, same type of deal. All right. The next thing we're going to do once our list is created. So let me pause there for a second. What's cool about this is that we can get as many clients as we want here, right? So if I have 10 different trials going on at the same time, I just create a new list and just like I just create a different list for each one of them, right? That's what's cool about this. There are other autoresponders where like everything is done in one thing, and that's really annoying. They'll do like tags and everything, and that works. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's a nightmare trying to figure that out. That's why I love ActiveCampaign, because they do both. They do lists and tags and automation, and we use all three of them like extensively. So, but this is just as good. I mean, this is fine. There's nothing wrong with this at all. And honestly, if I were to start over again, I would probably use GetResponse because they have step 2 landing pages built right into it, which is freaking awesome. This right here is amazing. Okay, so I never did this before. Like I never knew they had all this. They have webinars built in here, which is pretty cool too. So this is basically what we want our landing page to look like. And I'm going to show you how this little monster eats that cookie or whatever, what this is going to look like. So this is basically how it's going to look, right? Now, again, this can change to whatever. Like you could put 15% or buy one, get one free or whatever you want. You could put get my coupon. You can change the color if you want to, but this is basically what we want it to look like. All right. We want the logo of the place up here. We want the bribe right here. And we want the opt-in form and the button right there. Okay. We also want to check, this is really important, that we check the look on the phone, because this is where most people are going to see it. If it looks crappy here, this one doesn't. This one happened to come out pretty good. I'm going to build this for you in a second. So I'm just showing it to you now. This one came out good on both sides of it. But if I were to choose one or the other, think about it. Chatbot to email list. They're going to be looking at it on their phone in the store. They're going to look at it in the store before they leave. So I want to make sure that it looks really good here. If it looks crappy here, that's okay. It doesn't matter. I'd rather it look really good here than here. All right. So just keep that in mind as you go through the build with me here. So let's go back to the beginning. And we are going to build out a landing page. All right. So let's create a new landing page. We're going to build from scratch because I don't like doing all this other fancy crap. Simple and stupid works really well. And like it's been proven over and over and over again. I don't even know why people do this stuff. I mean, the best direct response marketers in the world, people like Dan Kennedy, Bob Bly, Jay Abraham, blank white page with one thing to do. That's what works. right? So I think this is the one that I use right here, plain template. It's just, this is what works. It's been proven over and over again. This is what makes the opt-ins happen. So just, this is fancy crap and it's stupid. It doesn't work. This converts higher every time, like literally forever. So just use it. All right, so we'll select that. Tampa pizza client, next step. Okay, so this brand logo, actually I'm going to delete both of these. So we're going to get rid of that. We're going to get rid of that. Then I'm going to put an image in here. Bang. Then I'm going to go and click on edit. Actually, no, sorry. I'm going to click on replace. My bad. Now you can upload the file, right? So like we can do my files. We could do Shutterstock images if we want. There's GIFs. We can add a file from a URL. So let's say we're going to go back to where that place was, because I'll build that out as like an example for you. I got to find it though. It was on some stupid island or something, right? Davis. It was on this place right here. Okay, so I could go into Islands Pizza Tavern. When I go down to Tampa, I'm actually going to St. Petersburg, but I'm going to go to this place and I'm going to be like, I used your place as an example in one of my training programs. So you should be happy about that. I'm going to tell them and I'll record it and I'll post it in the group for you guys. They have crappy logos on this. This is like the worst example ever. These people need a lot of help. All right. So whatever. If I was going to use this just to show you how to do it, right? Like I would do copy link, copy image. Where is it? No, not copy. Not save it. Well, I guess for this example, I would have to do, usually there's something in here where I could copy the image address, but this one there's not. Let's see if it'll give, no, it's not going to give it to me. All right, I can go in here. Don't worry about what I'm doing now. Just ignore me. Oh, wait, you know what? That's not an image. That's why I'm an idiot. Sorry. Is that an image? Let me see if I can inspect this and see. Did they make their logo 3 different images? Ugh. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is to come in here and I can't see this because this is in the way. So let's go back to that and that. Okay, so the easiest way to do this is come down to your little clipper tool like that and just go boom, like that. And then what you would do is you would save this and then you would come back in here and you would upload it, right? What I'm going to do though is I'm going to find, don't do this by the way, but I'm going to find a pizza logo. And I'm just going to go into images and you'll probably see the one that I used before because this is exactly how I got it last time. So I'll find like this one, let's say, and then I will copy the image address, go back in here. And again, you want to use, just so I'm clear on this, you want to use the one from the company that you're working with, right? Go in there, import it, and then we will use it. And then we got that. Look at that. I got the big freaking don't use my image thing. I think that's what that is. Maybe not. Maybe that's just part of the image. I don't know. Whatever. It's all good. All right. So we'll put that there. And then what we'll do is get your 25% off coupon now. Or even better than that, get 25% off your meal off today's meal by entering your email below. Now we'll get this and we'll make it smaller so it fits right like that. We'll get rid of that guy. And then we we'll see if we can move this so it's a little smaller. Like that. Okay, so now we'll preview it on the phone. Yeah, let's go mobile. Perfect. Look at how beautiful that is. That's amazing. That's exactly what they're going to see on their phone. So that's perfect, right? These we can lower a little bit if we want to, but we don't even have to. It doesn't even matter. That's absolutely perfect. That's exactly what we want it to look like. And then all we're going to do is just save it. And then we're done. That's it. Very simple. All right. That's how we create the list. And that's also how we create the opt-in form. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to create the thank you page, which is going to be right here. Let me just check these questions that are coming in. We keep the down. No, we don't. Wait, did I do that? Yeah, I did. I'm an idiot. Okay. Yeah, no, good. Thanks for pointing that out, Keith. And yes, there is going to be a replay. Yeah, we don't keep this. And you're right about that. That was stupid of me to do that. So it's something like get your, remember before I said like, I think I put like, gimme my coupon or something. Like you can put whatever you want, but put something like that, you know, download the coupon or whatever. And then you make it like that big and then you just center it. It'll snap right to it. And then, you know, see, that's why we preview it, right? So we're going to go in here and we're going to take down our font a lot like that, preview it on the phone, and that's perfect. So thanks for pointing that out. I didn't catch that download button. All right, so now our thank you page. We are going to get rid of that logo. We're going to come in here, replace. And like the last one, I had these people eating pizza. So we'll put that in there like that. And then we'll get rid of that. Thanks for enjoying a meal with us today. Show this page to your show this page at checkout to receive your 25% discount. That's it. Delete that. Get out of there. And then we just preview this on the phone as well. Perfect. That's it. We can make this image a little bit smaller if we want to. We can make it maybe like that. Like I said, I'm not really concerned about how it looks here. I'm much more concerned with, oh no, that looks stupid. All right, let's make that bigger. Yeah, that looks better like that. All right, so let's just leave it like that. I'm much more concerned with how it looks here. So that's where they'll land after they opt in here. They're going to land right there, and then that's going to be the discount. We can also take this maybe and move this up here, and then move. You can edit this inside of the mobile editor as well. So you could do it like that. Like that. You can make that image smaller if you want to. However you want to do it. But again, it's going to be like, don't worry about what it looks like here. Worry about what it looks like here, because this is really where they're going to, this is where they're going to be seeing it. Okay. All right. So we'll save that and we're good to go there. So now we have our list, we have our opt-in form, and we have our thank you page. Okay. Now the next thing we're going to do, I don't know why this is still open. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to build, no, save it. Save it. Everything's fine. Save it. Save it. Save it. There we go. Okay. The next thing we're going to do is we are going to click on publish. And then we are going to build out our autoresponders. Okay. Now this one is a little bit of a nightmare. I'm going to be honest with you. All right. It's not really that big of a deal. Once you do it one time, it's really not that big of a deal. And you can just follow along with what I have because it works out perfectly. All right. The way that I do it works out really, really well. Just do it this way. And you can mess with it a little bit, and I'll show you how to mess with it a little bit. But really, you just want to do it this way. All right. Let me just check these questions because I know there's a lot of moving parts here. So All right. Okay. So the template that I selected for the landing page was called, let me take a look. Hang on. It was called Plain Template 10. That was the template that I got. Okay. What if, for instance, it's a place where the customers have already paid for the pizza products? That's a great question. They can use it on the next order. And if that's something that your customer or your prospect is concerned about, then you could just add that to the thank you page, right? So watch, if that's a concern, which it's a valid question, and I actually get asked that every once in a while. It's not very often, but sometimes people will bring it up. You come in here and you just go like this, thank you page, boom. And then we're going to, how come I can't? Oh, let's do it down here. Put it right there like that. Something like that. I mean, it doesn't, you could write whatever you want, but that's basically how I would do it. Center it, go over to your mobile like that, and then pull it down here at the bottom. And I'm actually going to make it even smaller than that because it doesn't really look good on the phone that big. You just come in here and really like that. Okay, that's it. And you could save that and then move on. I would only put that in there, though, if somebody asks, because you'll see as we connect it all together, the goal here is to get them to get the pizza, eat the pizza, get the coupon, and then the coupon really is reciprocity building for the review. That's kind of what we're looking for. So if I could draw a picture in your head for a second, right? Somebody comes in, they see the flyer, they're ordering their food, they opt in, they get the coupon. They're sitting down, they're eating their food, and you'll understand this a little bit more, but in a second when we go into the chatbot sequencing that we built. But they're sitting down, they're eating their pizza, and then 20 minutes after they sat down and ate their pizza, they get a message that says, hey, this is Joe from Joe's Pizza. I'm the owner here. I'm just hitting you up real quick just to make sure everything's okay. If everything is not okay, please let me know. But if everything is okay, I'd love it if you leave us a review on Facebook, Yelp, Google. Tap the buttons below. It only takes 30 seconds, right? Now, that's not the exact writing that we have. But the thing is, they come in, they order their pizza, they get the coupon. Now they have a 10%, 20%, 30% coupon. They're eating their pizza. They're liking it. The owner is checking in with them to make sure everything is okay. We're giving them a huge discount, and we're asking them for a review. They're most likely going to leave a positive review in that moment. Now, what we don't do, and this is very important, I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but the question was asked, so I'm going to answer it. What we don't do is we don't say review for discount. That's a no-no. Now, listen, a lot of people do it, and most people get away with it. I'm just going to be honest with you. A lot of people do it, and a lot of people get away with it. Most people do, especially offline businesses. Almost every offline business that I've ever seen that uses that gets away with it. But it's against the terms of service of pretty much every review platform out there. So we're not going to do that. That's just not the right thing to do. So we are going to fudge the numbers, so to speak, and not say, give us a review in exchange for a coupon. What we're going to do is we're going to give them the coupon, and we're going to use reciprocity to get the review. Basically, is how we're going to do it. Okay, so now let's build out our autoresponder. Now, again, this is a little bit, there's a lot going on here. So don't freak out about it. It's not that hard, but it's going to take, you're going to have to follow along a little bit. All right. So this is what it looks like when it's all done right here. Okay. So if you see, we have email 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 emails over the course of 30 days with broadcasts in between. All right. There's a sequence here, though, that has to be followed, okay? And that sequence is we start off with goodwill and then come back, okay? Then we ask for come back again. Then we do goodwill review. And if you see that sequence is pretty much followed, I don't ask for a review without showing some goodwill first. Okay, it's really important that you do that. So it's goodwill. So this could be something like, you know, this pizza place sucks. I lied to you guys. I'm not going there and shooting a video with them because their pizza place is horrible. I'll find another pizza place and I'll tell them that I use them as an example. All right, so let's go here, right? Gourmet Pizza Company. And let's take a look at some of their social media that they don't seem to have. All right, well, whatever. They don't have social media. So let's use news. Like all these could be goodwill stuff. Like, hey, we're on Uber Eats now. That's freaking awesome. You get $10 discount if you use Uber Eats or whatever, right? We have a gluten-free diet now. That's amazing because we're supporting WFAL, whatever that means. This is all goodwill stuff. You can just come in here and you can take this stuff and use it. We were featured on USA Today's 10 best gluten-free pizza places in Tampa. That's awesome. Here's what they wrote about us. This is all goodwill stuff, all right? So we're just going to fill up all of these little goodwill things. We're going to fill them up with all stuff from the company. Now, if the company has social media, it's even easier because you can just go on their social media account and take all their stuff. Obviously, when I say take their stuff, I mean they're a client of yours, so you're going to use the stuff that they're putting out there to help them. Like you're not stealing their stuff and using it. You're taking their stuff with their permission because they're a client of yours. This is also another really good place to get an image if you need images, right here in social media and in Instagram and stuff. All right, so all of this stuff right here, this is great for any kind of goodwill stuff. You can also find a lot of discounts and a lot of comeback stuff here, like Sunday done right, the weekend's not over yet, come hang out with us, right? That could be something of a comeback post or a comeback email. Date night done right, come share it with us. You can use that image. You can talk about a date night. You can talk about Valentine's Day. Happy hump day. Whatever. Like, if you guys want to know why social media is a waste of time, just look at this. Look at the engagement on these posts. It's a freaking joke. Like, I don't even understand like why they're even doing this. There's no point in doing this whatsoever. But whatever. It gives us content and it makes filling up our email autoresponders much easier. Here you go. Ready? National Pizza Day. And our followers buy one, get one 50% off. There you go. That's one that we can use as a broadcast. Okay. Obviously, National Pizza Day is only one day a year, I believe. I didn't even know there was one until this year, but whatever. We can use that as one of our broadcasts. We can use the Super Bowl, any kind of sporting event, just Sunday football that's not going on anymore, I guess, or they have the other football league that happens on Saturday. You can use that as a broadcast. So all of these things, this is where all of your content is going to go. So right here, look, get your orders for the game. This is Super Bowl. We'll be open until 9, and we're offering $8 off a $30 Uber orders all day. So there you go. This is another one. Bacon and egg and what the hell is that? Yeah, don't use that one. That one's stupid. I don't know what that is. That's some like crazy vegan stuff, which I'm not against. I'm just a meat eater. So Friday night, grab your squad and come see us. We'll be serving up the goods till 10. That's something else we could say, right? We're open till 10 tonight. All right. So this is where you're going to get all of your content for basically all of these. Now, in the workbook, which I don't believe I have open. Oh, yeah, I do have it open. In the workbook, all the way at the end, you're going to see a checklist for the emails to fill up the autoresponder. Okay. So retention email is thank the customer. Thank you for being a loyal customer of ours. That's it. Okay. Tell them about a special at the location, whatever that special is. And again, you find that stuff on social media. You find that on their websites. Sometimes they have special orders on here that you can look at. Or if it's another place, if it's a jump bounce house or whatever, you can use specials from there. Well, whatever the place is, you just look on their social media and you look on their website and you find it there. Next thing you do is you just ask them to come back. That's it. That's a retention email. It's like literally 5 lines. That's all you got to do. Okay. Goodwill email. Thank them for being a customer. Share something about the business that the customer would find interesting or useful. That's it. There's no point in this email except for building goodwill with the customer. That's it. We're not asking them to come back. We're not asking them to do anything. Nothing. Review email, which happens right after a goodwill email. So thank them for being a customer. Ask them how their experience was. Give them contact information for questions and or concerns. Vital. Vital, vital, vital. Make sure you do that. Okay. Another thing that I like to do here too is send from a manager or owner. Okay. So, hey, my name is Joe. I am the manager of Joe's Pizza, or I am the manager of, ABC Trampoline House or whatever. I just wanted to reach out to you and thank you for being a customer and wanted to ask you if there was any problem with your experience when you were here. Hope you enjoyed yourself, but if there was any issues that I can help you with, please give me a call at whatever. If your experience was amazing, which most of our customers say, leave us a review on Facebook, Yelp, Google, tap one of the buttons below, and let us know what you think. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. My name is Joe. I'm the manager of this place, so whatever the hell the place is called. Here's my information. Bye. That's it. Very simple. Okay? Now, like I tell you guys when I teach you guys cold calling, I don't teach you guys that in this program, but when I teach cold calling, I always tell people, you call someone on a Tuesday at 5 p.m. By like 5:15, they have no idea who you are. I've closed deals, like big ones, $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, and the person didn't remember my name the next day. That's happened like a lot, right? So the reason why I'm telling you that is because these people are not going to know these emails. They're not gonna remember, because someone will say like, well, I have a review email here. I have a review email down here. I have a goodwill email here. I have a goodwill. Send the same one here and here, right? Send the same comeback email here and here. Send this one here and maybe here. Just duplicate them and send them over and over and over again. It doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. If you guys, when I go into my email list, and some of you may even see this, when I promote a webinar, the emails are exactly the same. The only thing I change is the name of the webinar, the secrets that I'm going to be teaching in the webinar, and the time and the date. The copy is exactly the same. So you're going to send this comeback email with this and this one, they're going to be the same email. You may be promoting a different thing, but they're going to be the same email. Same thing is true with goodwill. You may be like talking about a different goodwill thing, but the structure is going to stay the same. And the structure is right here. That's it. All right, let's look at some of these questions that are coming in. All right, so that actually encourages repeat business. Well, yeah, it does, Mark, but the broadcasts are different, right? So this is all automated. All this stuff, once you set this up one time, you never have to touch it again. Like it just goes for the 30 days, right? And then what I do is I just run it again for another 30. I just run the same sequence over and over and over again forever. But the broadcasts are different. The broadcast, you actually go in to here and you create it. They call it newsletters here, but you create it and then you send it out, right? And that could be like Super Bowl. That could be like National Pizza Day. That could be Valentine's Day dinner. That could be whatever. Like that's really what the broadcasts are for. It also could be like, look, the guy calls me up and he's like, look, the tanning salon's empty right now. If you can get people in here, I'll give them 25% off their tanning bill. Cool. Send out a broadcast to 500 people that he put on his email list. 25% off today if you can get there within the next 3 hours. Boom. We get 10, 15, 20 people in there. The guy loves us, right? That's what the broadcasts are for. Is the sequence in the notebook or the workbook? It is not in the workbook, but where it is in, it's in here, I think, or it's in the presentation actually. But what I could do is I can put it in the workbook right now for you, so you can see what it looks like. I'll put it in the workbook for you right now. Let me pause this for a second, and I will put it in the workbook for you. Okay, so if you guys scroll all the way to the bottom, you guys will see this is the email sequence right here. Okay. Now, I didn't even get into this yet. I'm going to do it right now. How to actually create this. Like, how do you do it, right? Because I'm showing it to you. Hang on a second. I'm showing it to you. But we haven't talked about how to create it yet. So what we do is the first thing, we make sure that we're on the right list. That's really important, especially if you have more than one. Okay, if you have one, it's only going to be one list. But if you have more than one, you have more than one client, we want to make sure we select the right one. So we're going to go there. We're going to unselect that. We're going to click apply. Now you're going to see it's all empty, right? So now all we do is we go on this. And I like to schedule it out first. So welcome. Send immediately. Okay. And then we create a new email. And then all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to do welcome email. You could change this so that it's you could do this, right? Add a new email address. So it's from the company. You don't have to do it from yours. You could change it. All right. Then you click on next. Obviously, I'm not going to do that now because I don't have the company's email address. And then you go down to where's like start from scratch. There we go. And then we'll just do like one column. You only have to do this 3 times, by the way, and then you're done forever. And I'll show you what I mean by that in a second. So we'll come here and we'll delete that. And then I'll just leave that. And then I will save it. Oh, actually, they make you change it. So I'll just do test message. And this is just how I do it. I mean, you guys could do it differently if you want, but this is the way that I do it. All right. So I have test message like that. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go to next step down here at the bottom and save and publish. All right. Found one subscriber on your list who hasn't received this message. No, I don't want to send it to him. Okay. Now, why did that not go on there? Oh, but that was the welcome message. That's why. Let's go back up one time. Hang on a second. Let's go here. And then we'll do Goodwill 1. Send a message on day 1. Now, here's something interesting. So you could schedule it by time. So you could say, do you want to send the email out when they signed up? So if they signed up at 2 in the afternoon, do you want to send it at 2 in the afternoon, or do you want to send it exactly at 6 or exactly at 12? Right? So sometimes maybe you want to schedule some of yours as like a lunch promotion. So you schedule it at like 11. And maybe you want to do like, 11 a.m. on only Monday through Friday. So they'll only get it on those days, right? All right. So that one, we'll just leave it at that. We'll create a new email. And then we'll do Goodwill Goodwill 1. Goodwill 1. Next. Start from scratch. Come in here, and then I'm just going to paste in test message like I did before. You could put a logo in there. Why not? These are all going to change, by the way, so this doesn't matter. All I'm doing is I'm getting my calendar set up right now. That's it. Save and publish. No. Okay. And then basically all I keep doing is I just keep building them out over and over and over again until I get it to look like that. See that? I just keep building them until they look like that. And then when I'm done and I have my calendar looking like this, what next thing I do is I go in here and I start actually typing in the emails. Okay? So I build it out first, then I start typing in the emails. Does that make sense to everybody? Hiram, in the final training for the public, each of the setup items, Canva, response, get response, should be 6 different videos. Yes, they will be. 100% they will be. Yeah, that's everything that you see here. Like, look, when you see, let's see, the right now bribe, like you see that, the right now discount bribe, it'll go through and then it'll say end of lesson. That's telling me that that's the end of the video, right? So then here is Facebook page setup, end of lesson. That's telling me end of video, okay? So I do that because I used to do these beta programs and I used to actually record them and then I would just chop them up and use them as the main program and make edits where I see fit. I don't do that anymore though. I do the beta program and then I go out and I just re-record everything. But this is telling me like where the videos are going to end and where the new ones are going to start. But that's a good thing you brought that up. Mark says, actually, I was referring to the coupons for the next order purchase from your answer to the next question of several moments ago, not the current topic. I don't really know. You're going to have to ask that again. I'm not avoiding your question. I'm not really understanding it. I was referring to the coupons for the next order. Don, you don't have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about instant replies because we're not using it for any of that. We're using it just to get a Facebook chat bot up. That's it. And you need a Facebook page to do that. Well, the first text that they get is not going to mark. It's the first message they get is not going to give them another coupon. The first message they get is going to give them a link for a review. But these emails are going to give them specials and coupons when we try to get them back in. If that's what you're asking. Like these will sometimes they'll give coupons, but sometimes they won't. Sometimes these won't give coupons because a lot of places will have, I don't know. Let me try to think of an example. Like Dave & Buster's has Wednesdays, like half price for games on Wednesdays, right? So that could be a comeback email every Wednesday. Or Tuesday night, I remind them. And then Wednesday morning, I remind them again. Hey, remember, Wednesday is buy one, get one free or half price on all the games. Bring the kids down or whatever. So it doesn't always have to be like just like a special discount. It could just be like an offer that the business has. Sometimes a lot of these pizza places or whatever, they'll have like pasta night or whatever. Or, a tanning salon will have a special day where you can get a free, bring a friend and the friend is free. Or like whatever it is. They'll have specials. So we just advertise those specials to the audience that they are building. Welcome and goodwill that you thought were set up in Joe's Pizzas. Oh, yeah, I see that here. That's right. You're right about that. Yeah, so we can actually delete those and But I think you guys get the idea. Right? We get the idea. How do you keep people from signing up I'm reading your question there, Jay. How do you get people from signing up to keep getting discount? Or does the client care if they give 25% off continually? It's a good question. Depends on the client. It depends on what the business is. And I'll give you examples to illustrate this for you. But depends on the client, depends on what the business is, depends on what the profit margin is. It depends on a lot of those things, right? So think about it this way. If I have, let's say one of my clients is actually a lot of my clients are in this industry, but let's say a client is a fishing boat, right? Like a boat where people can come and they spend $50 and they go out fishing for the day, right? Does it really matter if there's 30 people on the boat or 31? They're still going out. Right? That one person is not like, it doesn't cost them any more money to take that one person. Fair enough, right? So if I can get that one person and that one person pays, let's say, $40 instead of $50, would the captain want the extra $40? The answer to that question is probably yes, right? On the other hand, though, let's say, I don't know the margin for a tanning salon, right? I have no clue what it is. But let's say the margin for a tanning salon is 50%, right? They make 50%. That's their margin. However they figured that out, I have no idea. But let's just say it is. If that's the case, would they want the 25% person to come in? Probably, because they're making money on that deal. And the bed's empty anyway, right? It's not hurting anything. Now, an example of where this wouldn't work is if the 25% coupon was a loss leader to get the person in the door. That's where it wouldn't work. So if they're taking a loss to get them in the door, like a lot of companies do on Groupon, then it wouldn't work. But if they're not taking a loss, in my opinion, and you could talk to the client about it, but in my opinion, if they're coming back and you're making money on them, even if you're breaking even on the one on that one thing, isn't it worth it just to get them back in the store? Right? Or you're only making a couple dollars on it. Isn't it worth it just to get them back in the store? In my opinion, it's better than having an empty table or an empty bed or an empty, chair in a hair salon or whatever. It's better. It's better than having an empty space. But again, those are things that you could talk to them about. I don't. It doesn't really come up though. And I understand that these are good questions that you guys are asking. I get it. I've done this quite a few times before. And but again, like usual, a lot of the questions that are asked doesn't really come up. Referring to the initial URL response where they get the 25% off. Yeah, so they're gonna go into that URL, and I'm gonna show you what that is here in a second. So they're gonna go to that URL. They're going to go through. Actually, you know what? Let's get out of the autoresponder because you guys are not really. You're not connecting it yet because I haven't showed you the chat bot yet. So let's go to that side of it. This is all built out. So this is done. We built this whole thing out. Let's go over into our ManyChat and let's build this out so that we can connect the two. Because I think that's where, Mark, you're kind of not connecting it. And I'm going to show you what this looks like now. All right. So if you don't have a ManyChat account, go to ManyChat.com and sign up for one. It is free. Yeah, Groupon is terrible when it comes to small business. That's why it's one of my main lead sources, especially when it comes to Facebook ads. It's one of my main lead sources. I talk about it all the time. And it's the same thing is true here. The same thing is true. If you have someone on Groupon, it's a very simple pitch, right? The Groupon is you're losing money on Groupon all day long. It's the worst investment you can make. With that said, if you're doing it and it's currently running, why not put something else in there to help them come back over and over and over? Like a lot of times a Groupon person will come in, they'll use the Groupon thing, and then that'll be the end of it, right? They'll never come back. They're only there before the Groupon. So if we can stop that from happening, we can get them coming back over and over and over again. Now we're in the game. And that's kind of what this does, right? So Groupon is huge for me when it comes to lead generation on my Facebook ad side and this as well. It's called ManyChat. So manychat.com, and I will send that to everybody. Very, very, very simple. So I'll give everybody a couple minutes to get here. And then all you have to do is go to ManyChat and then connect the page that you just built. That's it. And they'll walk you right through it. It takes 2 seconds. Doesn't cost anything. You're not paying for it. It's completely free to use. And you can connect as many pages as you want to it, which is cool. So even if you have 10, 15 clients, just go in here, boom, add another account, and then you're good to go. All right, so we'll go back to Joe's Pizza, and I'll walk you through how to do all this. All right, if you guys need more time, just let me know. If we're good, we will continue on. Okie dokie. No one's speaking up, so I guess we're good. All right, so first thing we're going to do when we get into ManyChat. Well, someone just spoke up. How do you add a new page? So, okay, so you're in a page like this. It's not going to say growth tools because you're probably... Yeah, you could sign in with either. It doesn't matter. You sign in with your regular Facebook account. You just connect it to Facebook, and then you connect the page. So to connect the page, just go in here and click on Create New Account. See that? And then enter the name of it. And you could, or if you want to create a new one, or you could join an existing account. And that's going to give you the page, right? So you create a page or whatever. So that is how you do it. And you can put as many pages on as you'd like. Okay, still not clear. All right, so let's walk through this, I guess, from the beginning. I'm not going to be able to walk through it from the beginning, though, unless I open up a incognito window, I guess. Maybe. I already have an account, so. All right. So let's do this. Let's start here. Get started for free. Boom. They're not going to let me do this, though, because I already have it. Let's see. Maybe they will. They just sent me a notification. They did not send me a notification. Okay. Text me one. There we go. All right. 581798. Continue. I have no idea if they're going to let me do this because I already have an account, but maybe they will. Who knows? Yeah, they basically just signed me into my account. So, okay. I guess when you sign in, it's going to look something like this. You may have to connect a page right away. I mean, I don't know. But again, if it looks like this, you could go to here with your Facebook profile. Like this is my main thing, right? So I could go here and I could click on create a new account like that, right? And then I could do, what do we do? Tampa Pizza client. Spelled that wrong. Client, create. And then, will this account be used for an actual business? Well, no, this is going to be a technical demo, so we're going to put that. What type of Facebook message? And I am not setting this up for a client. I'm setting it up for myself. Okay, so there we go. Now we have this. We're good to go. See how we did that? Okay, now that we're here, right, we set that up. Now that we're here, we're going to go to Facebook and click connect. Then we're going to have our Tampa pizza right here. I'm going to click connect. Now we have the Tampa pizza. Okay. And we can accept this little stupid blue thing. No, I'm not muted. I'm not muted. I just walked through the whole thing. All right. So the only reason why I didn't do that in the beginning, Keith, and I apologize, I probably should have tried that. The only reason why I didn't do that in the beginning for Keith and everybody else is because I honestly didn't think they were going to let me like go through it that way by setting up an account because I already had one. But I mean, it is what it is. That's how you do it. And it's pretty simple. So now that it's connected, I guess what we'll do is we'll just stay here and we'll just hop back and forth. Is it in here? Yeah, we're just going to hop back and forth because I'm going to give you guys all these messages and everything. So, all right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go to growth tools. Okay. That's the first thing. Growth tools and widgets. So let's go to this page. Growth tools, widgets, and we could delete all of these. Delete, delete, and delete. All right. So we're going to create a new growth tool here up top in the blue button. And we are going to use Messenger URL. You can also do a QR code, but I hate them because if they don't have a QR code reader on their phone, which I don't think most people do, it doesn't really work. So I use Messenger URL right here, like that. All right. Now we can edit this. Just click on edit and get there. All right. When everybody's there, we'll continue on. I'm just going to go grab my message from this one. Edit that. I promise you guys, this is not as crazy and technical as it looks. It's really, really not. It's really simple to do. So don't freak out about it. All right. I'm going to actually paste this into, come on, work. I'm going to paste this into a notepad and I'm going to give you guys all these messages that you can use. There's one. Good. All right. So this is going to be our growth tool right there. Okay. So we have that message. We're going to delete this. So we're all here, right? We're going to delete this like that. Okay. That's going to be red. Everything's fine. It's all good. We're going to go here. We're going to copy this and we're going to paste it in just like that. All right. I'm going to check the questions because I know this stuff can be a little tricky. So Don, what kind of messages are you going to be sending? Facebook messages. You're not going to do SMS. You're not going to do any of that. So Facebook messages is what you want to answer. Okay. All right. So now we're here. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to add a button. Okay. Now make sure you follow along with me here because this is the part that could get a little messy. So make sure you follow along. It's not hard. Just make sure you follow along. All right. So to add our button, what we're going to do is we're going to go into our autoresponder right here, and we're going to go into our landing pages. All right. We're going to get our Tampa pizza client, which is right here. This is the one that we're using. And I clicked on the wrong button like an idiot. Hang on a second. We're going to go to our Tampa pizza client, and we're going to copy this link. See this link right here? We're going to copy that link address. Okay. Then I'm going to go back into my chatbot, and I am going to say, get your coupon now. Or whatever, save 25% or whatever you want to put. Then we're going to put open message. And we're going to paste our URL to our opt-in form. Good. We're going to paste our URL to our opt-in form, just like that. Okay. And then we're going to click done. And that's it. All right. So let's get there. Let's all together get there. And then once we're there, we'll move forward. Okay, you get the link when you go into your landing pages. So you go back into your autoresponder and you go into your landing pages. Okay, the landing pages are going to be right here. You copy the link from the landing page. Copy link address. So I'm going to right click on the link. I'm going to click copy link address. Okay, then I'm going to go back into my autoresponder, my chatbot, sorry, and I'm going to paste it right here where it says web address. Just like that. All right. We can leave this as native. We don't have to worry about any of that. And then just click done. All right. And then once you guys are done with that, just click on publish. And then we're good to go. Okay. That's all we need to do for the widget, the growth tool. Okay. That's it. That's all we need to do. We're done. All right. Now what's going to happen is watch when I preview it. I don't know if this is going to work, but let's see. Oh yeah, it will work. Cool. Yep. I want to continue as me. You're going to see a whole bunch of messages in here in a second when it actually comes up. Is it going to come up? Maybe not. Open Messenger. Let's see. Yes, I want to continue. It's me. We're good to go. Okay. Actually, you're not going to see a whole bunch of messages. I don't know why. There's like a million of these that I test all the time that are like usually listed up here. But now watch. I'm going to get this message when I go to the place, and I'm going to click get coupon now and watch what happens. It leads me right to my autoresponder. Okay. Now I am on a desktop of a laptop, so it looks a little stupid, but if I was on a phone, it would look better like we went through before. All right. So that's what we want it to look like, just like that. All right. You need to opt in to be able to preview content. Where are you seeing that? Let's get out of that. Is your content published? Did you click on publish? Oh, it was due to an ad blocker. Okay. That definitely could be it. I had that problem with the Pixel, with the Pixel Helper one time. It was driving me nuts for hours. It was giving me all kinds of error messages. Yeah, it's not going to say that, Mark. We're going to fix that in a second. We're going to fix that before we go. I just want to get everyone up to the same point, and then we'll figure it out. We'll make sure that's right. All right, so we are here. This is all we need to do for the growth tool. The growth tool is done. Okay, that's all we got to do. Like Mark said, though, the only other thing is we got to fix the first name. Now, we're not going to do a fallback, and sometimes I get a little pissed off about that, but it is what it is. So what we want to do is we want to just delete where it says first name. Click on these little, I don't know what they're called, to be honest with you. It looks like legs or whatever. Stupid. But that's what it looks like. Click on those little things and then just select first name. They're going to ask for a fallback. I never put one in though. And then just click enter or hit enter. All right. And then it'll be green. Okay. And then that's it. That's all you got to do. And click publish again. If you really want to make sure, you can click preview and you can look at it again. But it will work. It always does. So it is what it is. And see where it says welcome Kenny with my little wave. And then we have our things, get coupon, and it's going to lead me to my opt-in form. All right. So that is how that works. This is the only thing we use the growth tool for. Okay. That's it. This is the only thing we use the growth tool for. All right. We just use the growth tool to get them into our email list. Okay. So they see the flyer. The link is on the flyer. They type the link in their phone. It goes to the messenger and they hit the coupon. That's it. They hit this. It looks just like this. Okay. Simple as that. All right. Now we're going to go into automation and we're going to go into sequences. And I'm going to look at these questions first before I do, because I know this stuff is. Hang on a second. I just want to answer Don real quick. Okay. Wait a second. Let me just go to everybody. All right. The growth tool is the widget only. Yes, Joe. The growth tool is the only thing we use that for is to get people to opt in. That's it. Okay. Everything else is done through sequences. Okay. And the sequences are not even, we're just going to delete that one there. So if you guys have that example, just get rid of that. We have 2 of them. And I'll show you what they are in a second. The sequences are what we get our reviews from. Okay. So remember, if we go back, I'm not going to go all the way back to it, but if you remember, the only thing we use the chatbot for is to get people into the email autoresponder and to get reviews from them. That's it. After that, it's over. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to create 2 sequences. We're going to create one that goes out. What did I name these? Let's just make sure here. I like to keep things like the same so we all remember them. Sequences. Okay, so we have review sequence, review sequence. Okay, and then click create. All right, now delete everything in here. Okay, now we can create new messages by using this button. So we can click on that button, just like that. We're going to create a new reply. Okay, now I am going to copy what is in my reply. Let's edit this. You don't have to pay attention to this part. This part is just me doing crazy crap. Don't worry about it. All right, so we got that. Review sequence 1. Automation. I hate when this thing doesn't copy. Again, you don't have to pay attention to any of what I'm doing right now. This is just for me so that I can give you the responses to do. Yep, I want to copy it. Tried 4 times. Maybe it can work on the first time. That would help. There we go. Good job. Okay, so now we can get out of here for now. All right. Okay, so what we're going to do is we are going to take these responses and we're just going to paste them in here. All right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to enter our text. Just click paste. Now, remember from before, remember the name? The name gets screwed up because I put it into Notepad. So I'm going to go in here, first name, just like that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here where it says delay. See that? I'm just going to, well, I don't even have to drag it. Just click it. And I like to up my seconds to like 5 or 6. Okay. And it's going to give you an error message. But the reason why it's there is because delay can't be the last thing they see. So we have to, it's telling us to add something underneath it. So I'm going to add text again. All right. And we're going to add that. Whoops. Okay, and then what we're going to do, why is that giving me, oh, the button. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to add 3 buttons. All right. Button number 1 is going to be review us on Facebook. Don't worry about the URLs right now. I'll show you how to get them. Review us on Google. Okay. And then I'm not going to, I guess I could show you this if you want me to. If there's another one, I mean, sometimes they'll have Yelp. Sometimes they'll have like table, whatever it is, the tabling thing. I don't know what it's called for restaurants or whatever. They'll have that in there too. These are the 2 big ones though. If you can get Google and Facebook, that is really what you want to do. So I'll show you how to get these 2 links so that you can go to the review thing. All right. So, hey, first name, just wanted to shoot you a quick message to make sure you were taken care of during your meal with us. If there was any problems, please feel free to give me a call at phone number. We look forward to seeing you again. And then there's a delay showing that I'm typing again. If you loved your meal with us, would you mind leaving us a review? It only takes 30 seconds and we'd really appreciate it. Just tap one or all of the buttons below and let us know what you think. Thanks and see you soon. So we have these 2 buttons here, and there could be as many as you want. It doesn't really matter. And that's pretty much it. Okay. So we are going to save this for now. And then we're going to go back and get rid of this stupid tip thing. I don't want tips from you. Just leave me alone. Okay, so click publish. And then we're good. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to add, we're going to click on go to flow builder. See this right here? Click on that. All right, and then what we're going to, all right, I think we're good. Yeah, let's get out of that. All right, so now we're going to click on this button right here. See this? Click on that. Click on actions. Click on add an action, then action again. I don't know why they make you do this 18 times. Click on add a tag. And then I'm going to type in FB review. And then I'm going to click on new tag, just like that. Okay. And then we are going to go up to here, actions, click on action, action, add tag, Google review, new tag, done. Okay. Now I'm going to move this box here, move this box here. See this yellow bubble? I'm going to take that bubble. I'm going to drag it right to this box, just like that. I'll drag this one right to that box. Okay. Now what's going to happen here is this is not perfect, and it actually really doesn't even work, to be honest with you. It does to a point, but what this is going to tell us is how many people clicked on this button. It's not going to tell us if they actually left a review or not, but it is going to tell us how many people are clicking on the button. So we're going to know. The reason why we do that is because, like, look, if they're going to click on the button, they're probably going to leave a review. If they're not clicking on the button, though, it kind of is telling me that this copy isn't working, right? There's something wrong with what I'm writing, so I'm going to change it up a little bit. So again, it's just for us to keep track on how many people are actually clicking on the button. There's other ways to do that in here as well, but this is, for me, this is the best way to go about doing it. And then you can also circle back around later on and, you know, thank people for leaving a review or something like that if you wanted to. All right, so we'll click publish again. Good. All right, now we're going to go back into our sequences again. Review sequence. We're going to turn this one on. Okay. And then we're going to go here where it says schedule. All right. And we're going to click on that. And we're going to go to minutes. And we're going to, now this here is something that you have to use a little common sense with, because it depends on the type of business that you're working with. So we're using a pizza place as an example. How long do people usually stay in a pizza place? If they sit down to eat, 30 minutes, right? 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So think about it. They place their order. They sit down, they place their order. 15 minutes goes by, their food comes out, they're in the middle of eating. Maybe it takes them 20 minutes to eat. So I'm going to do like 35 minutes, right? A 35-minute delay. Anytime, any day, save and update. Now, I want you guys to understand what's happening here, right? They're coming in to the growth tool. They're seeing this. They're getting their coupon, okay? They're opting into our email list. They go and they sit down and they order their food. Like, that's it. That's all that happens, right? They go here, they put their name and email address in, they get their coupon, and they're good to go. They save it. When they're done eating, they'll go and check out, and they'll show the coupon to the register, and they'll get a discount. That's it. They're eating. Now they're sitting down at their table, and then all of a sudden they're sitting there, and their phone goes off 35 minutes after they entered the store. What do they see? They see, hey, Joanne, just wanted to shoot you a quick message to make sure you were taken care of during your meal with us. They're still in the store sitting there. And the store is reaching out to them saying, hey, I just want to make sure that everything's cool. If it's not, let us know. Okay? Now, again, think about it. They have the 25% off coupon sitting on their phone. We're asking them if everything is okay. We're asking them to leave a review. We're not saying leave a review for the discount. That's against the terms of service. We're giving them the discount whether they leave the review or not. Okay? But we're using the power of reciprocity, and we're getting them to leave reviews by reaching out to them while they're still in the store, using a method that has 100% open rate, 100% deliverability rate, and a super high click-through rate, 40, 50, 60%. Okay? That's why we use the chatbot. It's the only reason why we use it. That's it. Emails would never work that way. Neither would text messages. All right, let's go into this. Well, thank you, Mark. That means a lot coming from you because you're a really smart dude. Where do we place the link on the growth tool? Oh, well, we're going to go over that. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me just make sure I know what you're talking about. I hope I just saved what I just did. Okay, I think you're talking about this, but you might not be. So if I'm wrong, just tell me and I'll help you. But the link for your opt-in form is going to go here, right? So we're going to go into the growth tool, going to go into widgets. It's going to look like this. Click into this button, and then just this will open up, and just post your paste your opt-in form right there. And that's it. Now, the reason why I got a little confused is because there actually is going to be a URL right here that we have to post, because this is what's going to get people to opt in. Okay, so that's what I thought you meant, but we're going to get into that in a second. What do you do if the customer is not on Facebook? Then how do you get a review? It's a good question. That's why we have reviews on Google and reviews on Facebook Messenger, a Facebook review and Google. Now, the other thing to remember too is they will not get the Facebook Messenger if they're not on Facebook, right? If they don't have a Facebook account, they're not going to get this. So the question then is, well, and this is, again, I hear this sometimes. What if some of my customers aren't on Facebook Messenger? Or they don't have Facebook accounts. And then I will say to the client, yeah, that's a valid point. Very valid point. What we could do in that instance is we can use email. Now, just before we do that, though, I want to let you know, with email, you're going to get about a 20% open rate as opposed to 100% open rate with Facebook Messenger. So before we go any further, let me ask you this question. Do you believe that 80% of your customers are not on Facebook? And it's usually like a blank, stupid stare, like silence like that on the microphone. Because the bottom line is, okay, fine, 15, 20% of your people might not be on Facebook. Fair enough. But we're going to trade 100% open rate on Facebook for a 20% open rate on email. We're going to do that all day long. We're going to screw the 15% that aren't on it. We don't care about them. We're going to get 85% of people to 100% see our message as opposed to 20 or 30% of 100%. The numbers don't make any sense, right? So we're going with Facebook whether they like it or not. How does the customer, the restaurant know your name? Robert, I never, ever, ever dodge questions. I just don't understand what you're asking. So, actually, I actually think I do know what you're asking. You're asking about this here. Hey, first name. They don't need to know it, and they're not going to know it. It's pulled off of Facebook. So this is saying when we go to test this and it says, hey, Kenny, I'm not typing that in there. It's pulling it off of my messenger because that's my name, right? So on my Facebook, it's Kenny Cannon. That's my name. So it's going to say my first name there, if that's what you're asking, which I think it is. Okay. Next. We haven't even gotten into selling this stuff yet. So, and we're already at 4 hours and 17 minutes. And I have to give you guys a lunch break. All right, so let's run through this quickly. And then if you guys need help with this, you can let me know in the group and I will help you. All right, let's just finish this off and get all these tools built out so we're good to go. All right, we have one more thing to do and then we're done. So here, this is the second message that we're going to send. Remember, with Facebook Messenger, with the Messenger bots, 24 hours, the +1 is gone. So it's 24 hours you have to promote to these people and that's it. Engage, that clock resets if engagement happens, but we're not going to focus on engagement. We're going to focus on getting as many messages in front of them as possible that are going to serve us in that 24-hour period. So what we do is we have a 30-minute thing while they're still in the store, and then 12 hours later, we're going to send them our second message, which is going to be a David Hasselhoff GIF. Yes. You can make fun of me if you want, but it works. Like, seriously. I was as surprised as you guys probably are. But the David Hasselhoff GIF really works well for some reason. 12-hour review message. You could really use whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. But I like to put like some kind of funny, weird image or GIF in there just to kind of get them. I don't know. It works. Okay, so we have our second one here. Why is that not letting me do that? Oh, because I have to create a thing first. That's why. Whoops. All right, so we have our second one. We're just going to click create, and then we're going to add text. Paste it in there. Remember, fix the first name. So that works. Boom. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to add an image. Pop that. Whoa, don't want to do that. Pop that puppy up top. Now we want to do that, and we're going to go in here, and we're going to do our thing, and then we're going to add our buttons. All right. Review us on Facebook. Open website. The only other thing that I got to show you guys after this is how to get the links for your reviews. Review us on Google. And that'll take me 2 seconds. And then we're going to take a little break, and then I'm going to teach you how to sell this stuff or give it away for nothing. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. That sucked. All right, now we're going to do our actions again. Remember, action, add a tag, Facebook review, connect it, and then we'll do another one, add an action. I don't know why they make you do that 12 times, but it is what it is. And then we're good to go, and then we'll connect that one. Drag it down. All right. That is pretty much all we got to do. Now we're going to go in here, publish it. We always preview it before we do anything. So we'll publish it, and then we'll preview it. There you go. Beautiful. We got a little Dave saving people from the depths of the ocean. And I think that's Geraldo Rivera. If it ain't, it's someone who looks exactly like him. I don't know. It's a tough one. But it's like a goofy, stupid, funny thing with a thumbs up. So it's like I'm like playing off the review thing with the thumbs up, right? That's the way we do it here. So Gotta have fun while you're working, or else it gets pretty miserable. All right, so now let's get these links squared away, so we know what we're doing here. All right, so we have our pizza guy, which is right here. Is this the place that we chose? I don't even remember. This wasn't the place that we chose. It was on the stupid island. This guy right here. All right. Yeah, pizza tavern, whatever. Okay, so we're going to go to Google reviews like that. And you see this URL right here? See how I did that? I did that quickly. So we're on the pizza tavern, this crappy place with this shitty logo. We're going to go here, right? So I'm going to click on the 195 Google reviews. I'm going to click on that. Bang, just like that. Okay. I'm not going to write a review because it's probably going to be terrible if I do because the logo sucks. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to copy this link. I'm going to go back in here and I'm going to hope it works. Most of the time it does. Sometimes you got to do a little more, a few more tricks, but most of the time it's pretty good. All right, so we'll do that. Done. Did that save? Yeah, done. Okay, now for Facebook, this is going to be stupid because this place doesn't even have a Facebook page that I know of. So I'll just use another example because they don't have a Facebook page, so it is what it is. We'll go in here, and then all I'm going to do is I'm just going to find their Facebook account. It's usually up top or on the bottom, so you could like look either spot. Actually, this one was right there. It was also up here. And sometimes, this is a great example of this. Sometimes you can get like other hints of where they want to be reviewed. So there's Yelp. That's TripAdvisor, I believe. They're not linked there, though. They have an Instagram account. So we're going to go to their Facebook page like this. And this is basically all that you can do with this. That's why Facebook reviews are kind of tough. Because again, it's a thumbs up, thumbs down, like recommendation, right? So do you recommend this? Yes or no? That's kind of it. So what we do is we just take this link, and again, this sometimes works. Sometimes you got to do a little bit more trickery, but we're going to try it. Facebook, paste, done, publish, and then we'll preview it. Okay. And that's how you get, hopefully, if this is done right. Sometimes it doesn't work. And we got to take a couple more steps, but most of the time it does. So now we'll preview it in my messenger again, and it should come up again. We have Dave and Geraldo. Remember when he did the, who was the guy with the tomb? He spent like weeks. I found Al Capone's tomb or something. And he opened it up and there was nothing in it. That was crazy. All right. So we click on this. And then it leads us right to write a review. Now tell me that shit ain't beautiful. Like seriously. I mean, that's pretty amazing, right? Right here. Boom. Just opens it right up. And you think you're going to stop here. And he's like, oh, Kenny's an idiot. He doesn't know what he's doing. And then bang, it opens up perfectly. Click write a review. And we're in business. Okay. So let's get out of that. We'll go to Facebook. And do you recommend? Yes or no? Done. Beautiful. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Yes, Al Capone's tomb with Geraldo. Take me a little more time. It was a vault, not a tomb. Yeah, Keith. I don't remember it, but I watched it on YouTube, I think, one time for like 5 minutes, and I got bored. But I just remember like everyone making fun of him. Okay, so that's the way you get the links. All right, so you put that on there, and then you're good to go. All right, that is like literally everything you need to know. Now, let me ask you guys a question. I know right now that this is like new to you. You guys are just learning this. And that's why we have 6 weeks of coaching calls coming up. That's why we have 6 weeks of coaching calls. We have the group. I'm going to help you through all this stuff. But here's the question that I want to ask you, and I want you to really think about this. If you can elegantly and strategically explain this to a pizza place, a hair salon, a tanning salon, a nail salon, a gym, a jump, a trampoline place, a fishing boat, whatever, if you can elegantly and effectively explain this, do you think they'd take it for nothing and let you set it up for them? Okay, so literally everyone is saying yes. Yeah. All right, so this is the easiest thing you're ever going to be able to do in your life when it comes to like getting leads in the door and stuff. It literally, like, some people in the group were saying like most would, like literally every person says yes to you. Again, if you do it elegantly and effectively, and I'm going to teach you that. We didn't even do sales yet, so we're going to talk about that, you know, in a couple seconds here. But or after we're going to take a little bit of a break so you guys can have dinner and pee or whatever you got to do. But after we do that, we're going to talk about getting clients here. But the bottom line is, like, literally everyone says yes when you do this effectively and elegantly. And I actually have a presentation that you just look at and kind of just read on a video and then send an email to people, and you literally have unlimited amount of leads that you can use. You have the owner's name, number of different niches. You can go anywhere in the country, anywhere in the, like, it's the greatest thing in the world. All right, so let me just make sure that I didn't miss anything on my slides here. We went through the tool, we went through that, and that is the end of the module. So now we're going to talk about quick and easy client generation. I'm going to give you guys, it's 4:30. We will meet back here at 5:15, 45 minutes to eat lunch, dinner actually now. We will meet back here at 5:15, and we will finish out the evening with client generation, and then we will do any kind of Q&A that you guys have or want. Okay, so 5:15, be back here, and see you guys soon. All right, guys, I'm back. We still have about 20 minutes, but I just wanted to go through some of these questions. And if you guys have any other questions, you can just type them in the box there. David, I just taught you how to do the delivery. So you're doing delivery on this. Amy, yes, I could share the mini chat messages in the, what I'll do is I'll put them in the workbook at the end of it so that you guys will have it in there. Just the one thing to remember is, well, I'll type it in the workbook for you. The first name has to be changed so that it comes up as the first name. All right, it's in there now. So if you guys go and grab it, it should work. List the tools needed. Just autoresponder, anyone will do. It doesn't matter what it is. And chatbot, that's it. And you need the flyer too. But I mean, that's just printing a piece of paper out. It's not a big deal. But yeah, it's just an autoresponder. And if you don't have one, use GetResponse because you can have a 30-day free trial of it. You don't have to put any information in. You just put your email and a password. And and chatbot, that's it. The only thing puzzling me, and I'm not sure if we covered it, is how to get visitors to Facebook. We're not worried about that, Kevin. The only reason why we created a Facebook page is so that we can have a bot connected to it. We can't create a Facebook chat bot if we don't have a Facebook page. So we're not worried about getting traffic to a Facebook page at all. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. Karsten, yeah, I put that in the notebook. No, the workbook, sorry. Mark, I am going to go over a whole bunch of other niches when we get back. So when we go through the sales stuff, I'm going to give you guys a whole bunch. Kevin, to the messenger. Yeah, so you have the flyer, right? And you see where it says url.com at the bottom? Well, I think you guys can see my, oh, no, wait, hold on. You can't see my screen right now. Now you can. All right, so if you see where it says url.com at the bottom, right here in widgets, growth tools, setup, this is your URL right here. That's it. Now, then this is up to you, right? Again, we're doing the free thing. So this is up to you. If you want to go out and get, TampaPizzaPlace.com or something like that, you can, and you could forward that to this URL or whatever. You can use Bitly if you want, whatever it is, it doesn't really matter, but that's the URL. So if you wanted to use Bitly, what you would do is you would do, I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to log into this. I haven't used it in a while. Let me see. Yo, this is going to be a nightmare. Let's see if it's Facebook. I do this all the time and I never remember. Oh, I guess that worked. All right. So we could go here, create. Let me get rid of this for a second. And then we can copy the link address. We could do that. All right. And then we can, I think we could customize this, can't we? Tampa pizza. Like that. Why is that not working? Save. Okay, so let's see if that works. See that's going to be the URL now, right? Just like that. So you can use that as well if you want to. Like I said, or if you really wanted to, you you could buy a domain name, but you don't have to do that. You could just use Bitly or Pretty Links or something like that. Okay, let's look at some of the other questions that are coming in. We're gonna do all the sales stuff when we get back. So at 5:15, we'll do. We're gonna run through this. I don't know if you guys can see. There we go. We're gonna run through all of this stuff. So we have a little bit of online work to do, which is setting up your entire business in 20 minutes, which is basically just a PayPal button, or a PayPal like a URL. But then after that, we're going to go through straight sales stuff. We're going to go through qualified leads. We're going to go through the business builder post, the presentation, the which would you choose pitch, which is basically just for reviews, but you can add on the other stuff too. Walk in on purpose, personalized emails and videos, which I think you guys are going to love. And then the one client a day process that I put all my new salespeople on. And that the one client a day thing is, it's great for this. I mean, we primarily use it for our Facebook agency, but it's what our new salespeople use to get started, basically. So that's what we're going to go over when everyone gets back at 5:15. By the way, guys, excellent job on the flyers that you guys did. And I love the fact that, you know, like I've been saying, I'm not going to keep saying this, but it's the truth. So it is what it is. I have taught a lot of people over my time, and I will teach a lot more as time goes on. But usually what happens is, and I hate this, but it happens all the time, is I will go out there and I'll say, okay, let's do, massage parlors, and let's build out a campaign for massage parlors, and I'll show you how to do that. And then I'll ask someone to do some sort of something like that, where we'll post something in a group or we'll post a video or whatever. And then every single person does massage parlors. Like every person does the example that I did in the training. I don't see one pizza place in this entire thing, which is freaking awesome. I mean, if you guys did that, that would have been fine, because the goal here is to figure out, like, to get good at creating the flyer, right? That's the main thing. Because when you go out and you get your first client, which is hopefully going to happen for most of you when we get back at 5:15, well, as we go through that. But when you get your first client, then you're going to discuss what that discount is and what the niche, you'll know there'd be a different niche and all that kind of stuff. So it would have been fine, but it just shows that this group is a little bit different, because you're not just taking what I'm doing and kind of repeating it. You're going out there and really trying to think about it and doing it on your own, which is really good. And you guys did a perfect job on these coupon flyers. They're really, really, really good, all of them. And as many of you know who have been in my training before, I don't just say that. If your flyer sucked, I would say your flyer sucked. And they don't. They're really good. The only one that I would say, and the flyer is perfect. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it at all. But the only one that I would point to is Mark's. And the only reason why I would point to it is because his page is blue. So when you print that out, it's going to be an absolute nightmare printing it out. That's why I like using the border with the white background, because it's easier to print and it just comes out better. So that's just one thing you can think of. But again, minor deal. The flyer that he created is still perfect. So I just want to say that, because it's rare that we see that. I mean, most of the time, it comes back and it's the exact same thing that we were demoing, and that drives me nuts when that happens. All right, so we can get out of all of this. I'm going to go into you guys are all going to get scared. I'm going to go into my ClickFunnels account. Oh no, he's going to talk about ClickFunnels. I'm just going to show you a page, though, that I have for one thing that you guys can use. And if you want to, you don't have to, but you can create this on any platform. You can create it on even like Wix if you wanted to for free. You could do that, or you can use WordPress or whatever. And it just really helps with disputes and chargebacks and things like that. And it's a little Dan Henry hack that I learned from him, and it works really, really, really well, because a lot of times people don't know what their charge is on their card, or maybe like husband buys something and wife gets the bill, and wife doesn't know what the charge means, or vice versa, right? Wife buys something, husband doesn't know what the charge is, and they just instantly knee-jerk reaction dispute it. And then they find out it's you, and they're like, oops, sorry. But then they don't realize that when you get disputes like that, especially in newer accounts and smaller businesses, it's a problem. So what I'm going to show you here in a little bit when we get back is something that really, really limits that. And it's going to help you guys a lot if you decide to do it. But you don't have to do it if you don't want to. And again, it's something that you could build out in any platform that you want. Kevin says, in my opinion, Trello is much better than Canva, and it's free. You could be right, Kevin. I don't know. To be honest with you, the best option in the world is paint.net. But I am not going to sit here and teach a paint.net class. I've been using paint.net for 12 years, and I am like really good at it. It's like Photoshop, but like a lot lighter and a lot easier to use. That's the best way to do it. But I'm not going to like do that. I mean, the online ones, whatever they are, there's Canva, there's like the one you mentioned. There's Crello. There's other ones too. I think Snap is one of them or something like that. Snappa or something like that. There's plenty of them that you can use. It doesn't matter. I mean, the bottom line is just create the flyer however it comes out. You can even use, honestly, you can even use like Word to do it. I mean, you could use Word or PowerPoint and it's going to come out the same way, really. As long as you get the dimensions right. Word is actually a great option if you really want to get super low tech because you're going to automatically print in the right dimensions, which is cool. Kevin, are you talking about Loom or Zoom? Because you said recently my Zoom videos are getting problems with opening. Yeah, Loom. I don't know why. I mean, Loom is pretty much the most amazing thing ever. It used to be back in the day, and it's still out there, but we used to use Jing a lot for like outsourcers and stuff. Like we would shoot a quick Jing video. They limited you to 5 minutes. The audio sucked, and it was just like a nightmare. Loom is basically the same thing, but it's awesome. I mean, it like we have no problems with it whatsoever. And we're consistently like recording quick Loom videos and sending them to each other through Slack and, you know, uploading them on Trello boards and everything. And I mean, it's like a game changer for us. It really, really helps. Yeah, I don't know why, man. I mean, I would just maybe contact their support or something, but we have not had a problem with it. And we don't pay for it either. We have like, I don't even know if there's a paid version, but we don't pay for it. So we just use it and it works really well for us. And you know, listen, we're not shooting 5-hour-long training videos with it or anything like that. It's quick 2-minute videos that we're just trying to do, like teach someone, you know, something or whatever. It's not like huge videos, but for quick little stuff like that, it works really, really well. The quality's good. It's easy to use. Your favorite tool is StreamYard. I don't even know what that is. John, the replay will be in the Facebook group. Yep. So it's being automatically recorded. It's being automatically recorded to my desktop. And then once that's over, I will upload it to Facebook. What I'll do is I'll probably upload it to YouTube and then put the YouTube video into Facebook because I don't even know if I can upload like a 7-hour video into Facebook. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, it'll be uploaded in there for you guys to see. And then also we have our 6 weeks of training of coaching too. And that's going to continue on. I don't know if I mentioned this to you guys, but I have to promise a time period just in case I ever decide to not do it. Then I have a benchmark that I can fulfill, right? So if I say unlimited lifetime videos, I can't do that because then if I don't want to do it 5 years from now or 2 years from now, then I'm kind of screwed. So I have to have a limit, but that's going to continue on for quite some time. So you're guaranteed 6 weeks. And we're going to start that next Tuesday, like I said earlier today. And then we'll go on from there. Those will start off in the Facebook group. The replays for the coaching calls will start off in the Facebook group, and then they will transition into the either ClickFunnels or Kajabi membership area, whichever we decide to go with. And that's going to be after we refine the program, which is going to happen over the next. I work pretty quickly, so it's going to happen within the next probably 3 weeks or so. How does your concept of making the most out of your time fit with only needing 1 to 2 hours a day for this to work? The only thing I could tell you, Keith, is that that's going to be the 1 client per day system. I'll break it out for you, the entire thing, so that you understand where my time is being spent during those that 1 or 2 hour block. Right. And when I think that's gonna help you. So like once you understand where my time is being spent, then you'll get it. So brief overview. I mean, that's like all the way. I'm not gonna go to it now, but the brief overview is we spend those 1 or 2 hours getting trials, right? And then what we do is we take one block of time, whether it's 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours on a Saturday or a Sunday or whatever, or it could be like 2 hours, 2 days straight, and then we fulfill all of them. So let's say we get 3 or 4 trials in a week, right? What I'll do is we'll take Friday, 2 hours, and we'll fulfill all of those 3 trials or all those 4 trials. What we don't want to do is we don't want to close a deal, fulfill it, close a deal, fulfill it, close a deal. We don't want to do that, especially in the beginning. There are ways where you can outsource. You get like an assistant, like a VA or something, to help you with fulfillment. But in the beginning, I mean, it's going to be you, and it should be you. I mean, there's no reason why you should be spending money on anything until you make money, and spend your client's money, not yours. So in the beginning, it's going to be you. So it's just a matter of fitting it in. But we'll go into that when we go through it. We only need a couple hours a day. Why do we need to be so strict on measuring every minute and trying to save minutes every day so we can be more productive? Well, because do you not want to be productive? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just asking you an honest question. Like if you can save minutes and not waste time and use every minute of every day in the best possible way, why wouldn't you want to? Right? Like whether that's not wasting time and spending time with the kids or spending time with the wife or spending time fishing or whatever, like whatever you'd like to do, like it's just a better life that way. Right? Like I feel disgusting. And sometimes I get into this trap. I do, like every once in a while. Like I'll go on like a news site or something and I'll read an article for like 20 minutes and then I'll research it on YouTube and then I'll get some other guy's opinion. And then like an hour later, it's like, I feel like I need like a shower because it's like disgusting. Like I feel gross. I feel horrible about myself. That's a waste of time. So I don't want to waste my time no matter what. Whether I only need an hour or 2 a day to work something, that doesn't mean the other 22 hours are sleeping, eating, and just not being productive. Like I want to spend my time in the best possible way. So, and the other thing too is, again, it's your income freedom number and your level of action have to be in alignment, right? So if you have 4 hours a day that you open up, I mean, do you have to stop at 2? Because on my webinar slide, I said 2 hours is what you need. Work it for 4 hours a day. I mean, like it's just going to grow quicker that way. Not knowing the first thing about how to use Facebook Messenger or any stuff you've covered so far. I am the ultimate techno retard. Light switches are challenging me, but I'm trying to absorb as much as I can. Mark, yeah. So just remember too, we also have the coaching calls. We have the group. So if you have a specific problem that you need help with, just let us know in the group. Just make sure you tag me in the post or else I'll never see it. So tag me in the post and ask a question. And we can walk you through it on the coaching calls. I'll bring you on live on the call. We'll take a whole entire, there's a lot of people in here that are, maybe are missing one piece of it or whatever. That's what the 6 weeks are for. That's what the Facebook group is for. So, I could take you on for a half hour and I can have this whole entire thing set up with you. I'll walk you right through it on one of those coaching calls, right? The same thing. I know Don said the same thing before. Like some of the stuff, he was a little bit behind. Okay, so let's get into client generation. All right, let's do it. Module milestone. You will understand how to quickly and easily land as many clients as you'd like and how to ensure that they get results quickly so that you can use those results in your business. So get them results as quickly as possible so that you can leverage that into more clients. You'll also learn my 1 client a day strategy that I put all of my new salespeople on all the time. And you'll also have your entire payment processor set up to take trials and recurring payments through PayPal by the end of this chapter or module, whatever you want to call it. Things we want to cover. This is going to be things we're going to cover. This is a lengthy, so pay attention. Setting up your entire business in under 20 minutes. That's what we're going to do first. The perfect client second. Ultimate free, unlimited free qualified leads forever. The business builder post. Our presentation. Which would you choose? That pitch that we use to get review clients. The walk-in on purpose process. The walk-in by accident process. How to get clients with personalized videos and emails. And the 1 client a day system. It's not as long of a training as it looks, but there's a lot of things in here. And I got to be honest with you, if you can't figure out how to connect ManyChat with GetResponse, I really don't care. To me, that doesn't mean much. If you can get people to say yes to you, everything else will fall into place. I sold Hyundais for 1.5 years, and I still to this day have no idea the difference between an Elantra and an Accent. Not a clue. And I didn't then either. So it doesn't matter, right? I sold stock for 7 years, 8 years, I think. An analyst would walk out onto my desk and throw a symbol, 4 letters or 3 letters at me. I had no clue, like nothing. All right. So again, it's not about the thing in the middle. It's about the sales process you use to get people to say yes. And that's what we're going to be talking about now. And as many of you know who have taken any kind of training with me before, this is where I'm really good. This is my thing. My thing is not ManyChat and GetResponse. My thing is getting people to say yes. Okay, so that's what we're going to be talking about here. So let's set up our recurring payments in PayPal and also the dispute funnel. Okay, the dispute funnel is actually just a web page that I'm going to show you. And you can set this up. I'm going to do this first. I actually have disputes in my PayPal account right now. You're going to get them no matter what you do. You are going to get disputes no matter what. I don't care how good your product is. I don't care how good your support is. I do not care what you do. You're going to get disputes. And PayPal, Stripe, they know that, right? So it's not about like, oh my God, I got 1 dispute. That's not a big deal. What happens is when the percentages get off, that's when you have an issue. So the goal is not to eliminate disputes. The goal is to limit them as best as you possibly can. So what we do to limit them is we use what we call the dispute funnel. So basically what happens is, if you see here, this is actually not the URL. So I'll give you the URL in a second. But this is what is the description on the charge. So when they get their bank statement or their charge card statement or their PayPal statement or whatever, the description is going to be SH Revolution. I can't spell today. shrevolution.com/bank. shrevolution.com/bank, which is going to be this. This is what they're going to see on their receipt, on their charge card, on their bank statement. It's going to say shrevolution.com/bank. When people don't know a charge, they go to Google, they go to the internet, they try to search it. They're going to search it and they're going to see this. Why is there a charge on my card? It's a charge from one of our online courses / coaching programs. 6-figure side hustle, time freedom agency. And then we talk a little bit about who we are, why we're charging them. Doesn't ring a bell. If the product names don't ring a bell, it's possibly a business partner or whatever. Can we get an invoice for the charge? Can we give our support email? Can I get a refund? It depends on the program. Depends on what like that. We have to contact support for that because it depends on a lot of different things. Further questions, picture of me. That's from like 10 years ago. That's stupid. I got to change that. And then we have just a little, goodbye from me and then some information. So this is what we use. And this works really well. Our disputes went down by a lot after putting this into play. The other thing as well, when we start doing this is you are going to have people who before I go into that, let's just set this up first. Let's go into PayPal, right? Tools, all tools. And I'll show you how to do this. It's pretty easy, but whatever. Show you real quick. All right. So what we're going to do here is we're going to do recurring payments. I always screw this up, by the way. So this may take me a couple minutes. Recurring payments. And then we are going to do add a subscription button, or oh no, sorry, create a subscription button. See that? We use Stripe for like 99% of what we do, so that's why it's a little weird. Okay, so subscription. All right, so if you're going to use something like this, what we would do is we would put that as the item name. Okay, and that's basically how we would do it. And then we wouldn't leave all that the way it is. We would leave all that. Billing cycle, $197 is what, or whatever you want to charge, right? Whatever it is. Once a month. How many cycles should stop? Never. Offer a trial period? Yes. Leave that blank because it's 0. 14 days, or however you want to do it. 30 days, 14 days, whatever. What I suggest you do is I suggest you set up a couple of these, because sometimes you can use it as like a closing thing, right? You could start off at 7 days and they're like, no, I'm not doing it for 7 days. It's not going to work in 7 days. Okay, what if I did it for 14 days? You do it now. You could do that type of deal if you wanted to. So you could set up a 7-day trial, 14-day trial, 30-day trial if you wanted to. Offer a 2nd-day trial? No. Second trial period? No. Use merchant ID? That's fine. All right, so that's basically how we set the whole entire thing up. If you don't have this, just put anything, like the name of your company or whatever, marketing services or something like that. But I absolutely love that. It's really good. And we usually take that out, by the way. And you can create this anywhere you want. It doesn't have to be in ClickFunnels. You can create it in Wix. You can create it in any kind of free web design thing or whatever. Save PayPal button. Yeah, good, whatever. All that is good. And then that's fine. Need a customer shipping address? Yes, we do. And then we don't have to take them anywhere. We can just leave them exactly where they are and then click create a button. Lower trial rate is required. Oh, is that what they're asking me to do? There we go. Got to put something in there. All right. So what we do now is we go to email, and this is going to be our button link. So when we're talking to someone, we could just send them that button, and then it's going to do the checkout for them. Okay. It's that simple. Very, very easy. Once you go to the email, just grab the link and then you're good to go. And one thing you could do if you use Trello or something like that, or you could just do it in Notepad if you want to, it doesn't really matter. You could take this and you can like watch, you can do, I could delete this because I put it in the thing. You could do 14-day link and then 30-day link and then 7-day link, like that, right? I mean, obviously these are all the same link, but you can create 3 of them and you can do that. And then if a person says, oh, I only want to do 7 days, or I only want to try it for 14 days, or screw 7 days, I want it for a whole month, and then I'll do the deal. Okay, fine. There's the link. Just take the order, right? Not that hard. All right, so you could do that if you want to, but that's how you create it. The only other thing that we'll go over when it comes to disputes, let me just look at these questions really quick. Yeah, the coach call is going to be next week. So I just want to be clear, Celeste. Dan Henry taught me that. So that's not coming from me. Thank you for saying it's a brilliant tip, but it's not my brilliant tip. And I always give credit where credit's due. Dan is a mentor of mine, a coach of mine. He's been for a while. He's a friend of mine as well. And he's a brilliant, brilliant guy. I am in PayPal. Where did you start? I started at all tools. So if you go into your PayPal account and you just hit all tools, this is giving me all sorts of error messages now. Let me just go back to this here like that. All right, so tools, tools, all tools. And then there's one more thing when it comes to billing and stuff that we got to talk about. So tools, all tools is where you want to go. And then you want to go down here to recurring payments. All right, recurring payments. And then you open that up, and that's where we basically left off. Okay, create a new subscription button, right there, and then you walk through it that way. Now, the only other thing I want to talk about when it comes to this type of thing with the billing and stuff is that you will have people that sign up for a trial, 14-day trial, knowing that it's $197 after 14 days, and their credit card gets declined. They don't have money in their PayPal account. Like, that will happen, okay? Don't freak out about it. They're the worst people in the world, in my opinion, but don't freak out about it. It is what it is. There's two ways that you could solve the problem. You can hunt them down yourself, or you can hire someone to hunt them down for you. Now, let me just be very clear about this, okay? When somebody goes into your program and you tell them it's a 14-day free trial, if you love it, you keep it, and it's $197 a month. If you hate it, just let us know before the trial's up, and we won't charge you a dime. If that's what you say, and they keep your thing, and they don't let you know before 14 days, listen to me. You deserve to get paid. Don't let anybody tell you all this bullshit about, oh, well, you make so much money, so what is another $100 for you? No. Would you ever go to Walmart, buy a TV, knowing it's a 15-day refund period, keep it for 6 months, and then complain when they don't take it back, and then dispute the charge? You'd be in jail. That's a crime. Well, in New York, you'd not be in jail because they just release everybody out on the streets anyway. But in a normal state, you'd be in jail, right? So, no. If you're upfront about it and you tell people clearly it's a 14-day trial and it's $197 after if you love it. If you hate it, just let us know and we'll never charge you anything. If you love it, you keep it. It's $197 a month. If you are clear and it's a decline and or they don't have money in their PayPal account, whatever it is, you must make sure that you A, hunt them down, or you hire someone to hunt them down. Simple as that. Okay? You hunt them down yourself, or you hire someone to do it. I have a team of angry animals. They're actually not. They're actually really nice people. But I have a company that I hired called Gravy, who hunts down all of the degenerates that don't pay me my money. And they work really, really well. And they retain about 70% of my lost payments. And it works very, very, very well. And then if Gravy doesn't collect for me, then we send people to collections. And it goes on their credit report, and they can't buy houses, and they can't get loans. And I mean, because again, it's a pride thing, right? It's, you give me your word, you do what you got to do. I'm going to do what I have to do. When we make that agreement, you have to do what you have to do as well. It's rarely going to happen, but it will happen. So just keep that in mind. And a lot of times it'll be just reaching out to the person and saying, hey, we tried to bill your card for the $200 that we agreed on, and it didn't go through. And they'll be like, oh, I forgot about it. Here's the other card that I use. And it's like, most of the time, that's the way it's going to be resolved, right? Or, they'll say something like, oh, the card just expired like a month ago and I never got the new card, or whatever. Like, they'll give you an excuse and they'll give you another card, and it's fine. It's an accident. A lot of times that's how it's going to be. But there are going to be people out there who they know. Like, yeah, I'll do a free trial with you, whatever, because you know what? The bottom line is my card's not going to get approved anyway, so F you. They'll do that. Well, then you got to go hard. This is business, man. This isn't games. You go hard. You made an agreement with somebody. You do what you got to do to get it back. I never even thought about outsourcing the follow-up. I hate following up on late payments. Yeah, Gravy right here. Bang. Gravy is awesome. They're expensive. Actually, that's a stupid thing to say. They're not expensive because the payments that I'm losing, I wouldn't get back anyway. So yeah, they're $397 a month, and then they charge me 35% on all the payments that they collect. But I would never get the payments back anyway, because I ain't hunting them down myself. I don't have time to waste on losers that don't pay their bills. So, it is what it is. But I hired these people, and life's been beautiful ever since, because I never have to deal with people when it comes to payments. It's awesome. I love it. All right. So that is a dispute funnel, or that one page where you guys can use it, and you can use it on any platform. It doesn't matter what it is. And that's it. You're good to go there. All right. That's the end of that lesson. Now we're going to go on to the perfect client. This is really important. Okay. You have to understand the people that we're looking for, the type of people that we're looking for when we're doing this. Number one, 3 years in business or more. We don't like working with startups. And the reason why is because they can go out at any moment. It's not proven yet. We want people that are proven to be good at what they're doing. And when I'm talking about proven good at what they're doing, I don't really care if the painter is a good painter. I care that the painter can get houses to paint, right? And I'm not talking about, we're not going to work with painters here, but here's another better example. I don't care if the tanning salon makes your skin tan or not. What I care is that when you walk into the tanning salon, they know how to put you in a bed and charge you the most amount of money possible and still have you leaving happy, right? I want these people to know how to sell and know how to close deals because, listen, I'm going to be sending people to them. And we said before, the only thing they care about is money, right? Well, guess what? If I send them people and they don't know how to sell the deal, guess who gets blamed for that? Me. So I have to make sure that these people know how to sell the deal. If they've been in business for 3 or more years, they probably know how to sell the deal pretty well. Good sales process, which is kind of what I just said. A lot of foot traffic. All right. That's what's going to grow the list. So we have to make sure that they have a lot of foot traffic coming in. I just said a painter. That would be a terrible example for this business because a painter is not going to see a lot of people in a day. But a car dealership would be great, right? Or a yoga studio or a gym or an MMA place or a bagel store, a deli, bakery, something like that, right? All those places that have a lot of foot traffic, really, really good. Something that people do regularly. This is a big one because people take things like this and they look at chat bots and everything else. And, most of these people, they've never done it in their life. They're just trying to release a course, right? And they'd never do a beta program like this. They just create their videos and they put up some ads and they try to sell it for $1,000 or whatever without knowing anything about it. And they'll say, oh yeah, let's do the dentist chat bot thing. Well, it never works because they don't see enough people. The list is never being built. And again, with the 24-hour rule, not even 24 plus 1 anymore, the 24-hour rule, we need to make sure that those people are being replenished daily. So if you have a place that's, seeing 10, 15, 20 people a day, that's really not enough. We need businesses that are seeing 50, 60, 70, 100. But think about your average pizza place, right? Now, again, I don't know where you are, like in the country or whatever, but where I am, like, you go to the pizza place down the road from my house, 6 o'clock at night, like blinds out the door. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like that all the time. So they're seeing 100 plus people, 200 plus people every single day. So that's kind of what we're looking for. Something that people do regularly. It's a little tip here. If you can have somebody that has some sort of recurring payment built in, that's even better. So like an MMA studio, a gym, believe it or not, look up Urban Air. They're a really good one. I'm not going to confirm or deny that I helped them set up their recurring payment model, but I'll just say Urban Air is a really good example. There are other places that could model the Urban Air model because it works so amazingly well. So if it's something that people do regularly over and over and over again, that is something that we want to look for as well. They're willing and able to pay us, which is kind of a no-brainer here, I guess, because it's a $200 a month thing. If they can't pay $200 a month, they're not going to be in business much longer. So you might as well just leave. And they'll leave you alone. That's a big one as well. They're not going to be someone who is going to be harping down your throat all day long. Like, how's the emails going? How many people do you have on our list? Like, dude, stop. I'll cancel the trial. You don't even have to. If you're going to call me and email me and text me about all that stuff, just leave me alone. Let me do my thing. I'll get people in your place. I will. But you got to leave me alone. And they pay every month. All right. So that's really what we're looking for when we're looking for a perfect client. Those are the things that we're looking for. Some of these things we're not going to know until they're actually clients of ours. But remember, they can fire you just as easily as you could fire them. So if you want to get rid of them, you can, right? If they're not willing and able to pay you, get rid of them. If they're, not willing to leave you alone, get rid of them. If they're not willing to pay every month on time, get rid of them. You wouldn't let somebody, if you owned a house and you had a tenant in the house, you wouldn't let them live there if they were 20 days late every single month on the rent, right? You'd kick them out, or at least start the process of kicking them out, right? So if your client is not paying you, kick them out. Get them out of there. It's very easy to find new ones. And you're going to see that as we go through this. It's very, very simple to give this away for free. Like, everyone you talk to is going to take it and they're going to try it. So why have somebody that you hate in your business? There's no reason for it. Okay. All right. So phone is going nuts here. All right. I don't need to answer that message. Actually, I'm going to follow my own advice. And I forgot to do this because we were on dinner before. I am going to go back on the old airplane. Hang on a second. Okay. Who are they? Pizza, obviously. Bakery, sushi, Mexican and Spanish restaurant, Chinese restaurant, diners, fish and seafood, butcher, bagels, breakfast, deli, restaurant, gym, yoga, tanning, hair, massage, mini golf, bowling, laser tag, airsoft, escape room, fishing boats, ice skating rinks, bounce places, trampoline parks. Those are different. Bounce places are the ones with the air things in them. Trampoline parks are the ones with trampolines in them. Tours, rock climbing, paintball, car dealer, oil changes, car wash, pet grooming, pet store, martial arts, barber, ice cream, frozen yogurt, stupid fruit bowls. I'm such an idiot. Golf course. I really don't know what they're called, but you guys probably know what I'm talking about. The bowls with the fruit in them that are ridiculously dumb and everyone loves them. I don't know what they're called, but it makes a great client. So if you can find the stupid fruit bowls, go get them. Golf course, driving range, cafe, coffee shop, float places, float in salt water. A little bit of a weird thing to do, but people love it. Arcades, museum, comedy club. Okay. So I'm serious. If anyone knows what I'm talking about here, let me know, because I don't know the name of it, but like like everybody loves them around where I am anyway. And it's like these bowls with fruit in them and everyone eats them and they go crazy about them. So this is kind of like what you're looking for right here. Okay. These are the businesses that you're really trying to hone in on. And again, if it's something that people do over and over and over again, and they pay a monthly fee for it, it's kind of even better, right? You can bringing them back in, you can make more money that way. And the other thing too is we also offer, I'm not going to go into it in this training. Maybe I'll do a bonus video on it or something, but one of our upsells is how to put subscription into your business. So if you're a pet groomer, right, we may start you off on, this, and then we'll move you to Facebook ads, and then we'll say, hey, let's make it a subscription. So instead of charging $40 to groom a pet one time, let's charge them $40 per month and let them get groomed unlimited amounts of times. And it always, every single time, makes more money than charging them per grooming or anything, right? It could be rock climbing or whatever. So it doesn't matter what it is. The subscription model always, always, always works better. Right. Yeah, I think David actually said what it is. I'm not going to know what it's called, but it's like Acai bowl or something. I know that's not what it is, but like whatever. You can laugh at me. It's fine. I don't really care. All right, so that's the niche list, okay? Unlimited free qualified leads forever. Here we go. What is a qualified lead? They have a general want, need, and desire for what it is you are offering. A general, everyone say it with me, a general want, need, and desire for what it is you are offering. I got into a screaming match with an idiot who's never sold anything in his life, but he sells sales training for whatever reason, because he told me, and he was being a dick about it. That's why I yelled at him a little bit, but whatever, it is what it is. He was like, it's the stupidest thing in the world that you actually think someone wants what you have before you even talk to them. And I said, no, you fucking idiot. That's not what I said. What I said is that it is a general want, need, and desire for what it is you are offering. Meaning, nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I have to get a haircut today or I'm going to die. Like that rarely happens. But they will wake up in the morning and they'll say, my hair's a little long. Haven't gotten it cut in a while. They won't wake up in the morning and say, I need to go to Joe's Diner now or I'm going to die. But they will wake up in the morning and they'll say, I'm a little hungry, right? That is a general want, need, and desire. The businesses that we're working with, they have a general want, need, and desire for what? Growing their revenue, more money. Every business in the world has it. Are they waking up in the morning saying, today's the day, man, I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to get a chat bot that's linked up to an autoresponder on an email. I'm going to get people to leave reviews for me. They're not saying that, and that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that they wake up in the morning and they say, how can I grow my business today? What can I do to get more money in the door? What can I do to go from $25,000 in revenue a month to $30,000 in revenue a month. That's what they're thinking about. That's what entrepreneurs think about, right? That's what we think about. How do we grow our company? So every business we work with has a general want, need, and desire for what it is that we are offering. Number two, they have the ability to pay you. Not really a big deal here because it's a $200 thing. If they can't pay $200, then they're going to be out of business anyway. But again, this is a general rule. You should think about this no matter what business you're in. Don't sell to broke people. It took me a long time to learn that lesson. Don't sell to broke people, period. If they're not willing to pay $200, get rid of them. That's why I am completely out of the low ticket business, $17 with a funnel attached. I am completely out of that business, completely left Warrior Plus behind, and I am in the high ticket. This right here is the low ticket side. We're going to have a $5,000 program and a $30,000 program by the end of the year. And this is going to be the lower ticket side. But again, you need to focus on people that have the ability to pay you and easily pay you, right? Because if it's a problem, it's just going to be an issue, all the way throughout. So they have the ability to pay you and they have the authority to say yes or no right now. And that's probably, in what we're doing here, the most important. What do I mean by that? Make sure you're speaking to a business owner and make sure it's the person that's responsible for making the decision. So by themselves, they can make it. They're the sole decision maker, right? So if you have a company that's Joe and John's tanning salon, and it rhymes like that, which is stupid, but if that's the name of the company and you talk to Joe and John is not there, you have a problem. Authority isn't established. Okay, that's why real estate agents will say, when's a good time to meet with you and your wife? Because they know that they need both parties here to make a decision. So that is a qualified prospect. That is a qualified lead. And that is what we're going to be focusing on here. So the way that we do this is we go to LinkedIn. And I know everyone's like, oh, LinkedIn. Oh my God. Everyone talks about LinkedIn, whatever. I don't think you've ever seen it this way. Unless maybe you have. I don't know. But if you do this, you see right down here, I do it all the time. If you do this and you type in owner pizza, you have names of owners at pizza places. And there's 69,000 of them. Okay. Now watch. Bad Horse Pizza. I go here to Google. Boom. Where were they located? I think they said they were in New York City. This place is permanently closed. Bad example. All right, let's go to Albertini's. Current owner at Albertini's, Dominic Albertinos, or whatever. All right, so here we go, right? There's one. There's another one. We have all the information right here. Go to the website. Watch how quickly I can do this. Go to the website. Here's their pizza place. Here is all their social media. It's going to be Instagram. It's going to be Facebook. Boom. We have, where's the contact us button? It's got to be around here somewhere. Contacts. We have a contact form, Facebook page, and we have the owner's name, Dominic, right there. And you could go on and on and on with this for as long as you want. 6 pages deep, 7 pages deep, 10 pages deep. Look at this. G Famous Pizza, but that has the name of the pizza place. Joe Guevara, Cloverleaf Pizza in Detroit, right? Look, Cloverleaf Pizza, Detroit. There we go. Right here. Go to the website. We don't even need to go to the website really because we have address, phone number, and whatever. So now we'll go to the website to look at like social media and stuff. Facebook, Twitter, contact, done. Easiest thing in the world. Okay. Easiest thing in the world. Now, when we get into cold email and we get into videos, I'm going to teach you guys how multiple touch points is really what we're looking for. So the social media aspect of it is going to be important. We want to make sure that we have social media in there. We have all that stuff because we're going to want to email them. We're going to want to hit them on Facebook Messenger. We're going to DM them on Instagram, DM them on Twitter, send them a text message or something like that. So you guys know if you've taken training with me before, I really like to get as many touch points as I possibly can when it comes to prospecting. All right. And this works in like literally any niche in the world. Doesn't really matter. Gym, 68,000. Gym with Jerry. Gym Tech Services, like the little gym, Swift Training Academy. The name is right here. All you have to do is reach out to them. It's very simple. It takes 2 seconds. Let's look here. Gold's Gym. Body Mass in Washington. Body Mass in Washington. So this dude's name is Chris Peterson. Got all the information right there if you just want to look at it quick. But usually, just so you guys know, because I do this all day long and I look at websites forever, usually your social media is going to be either right here or it's going to be all the way at the bottom. There you go. There it is. All right, so we have Facebook here. We'll open that up. We have Instagram here. We'll open that up. And we know that this guy is the owner of the company. So I could go into contacts. It's got to be in here somewhere. I don't really like filling out those forms. That's kind of dumb. So what I would probably do is I'd probably just go in here and send him a message like that. He has a chat bot running, actually. I would probably just send him a message, and then I would probably just send him a DM on here. And, you know, I mean, we could fill this out if we really wanted to, but it's up to you. And then I would call them or text them or leave them a message or whatever. Fuel House in Seattle. Fuel House. Unlimited leads, as many as you want. They're all qualified and they all own businesses. You got the business owner's name right here. Can they afford a free thing? Yeah, probably. Can Molly make a decision on Fuel House? Yep. She's a qualified prospect. Simple as that. Go to the website. Remember, top or bottom, right? So we're going to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Social media. There it is. Facebook. Instagram. Get rid of Body Mass. We don't need him anymore. Here's Molly. All right, so we can send Molly a message. We can add her as a friend if we want to. She has a personal Facebook page on our gym. That's kind of weird. But whatever, it is what it is. Now let's see if we have a contact. We got the contact email, contact phone number, address. She has a podcast, which is kind of interesting, right? Didn't I see that up here? Yeah, podcast, which is kind of interesting. A whole bunch of programs. She has online coaching. I mean, that could really help this lady a lot of different things. I love her logo. It's kind of cool, even though I'm not much of a logo guy. But there you go. That's how you get as many leads as you want. And there's like literally hundreds of thousands of them, millions of them, if you go all the way across all the niches that you. How many of these do your salespeople do daily? How many of what? How many contacts do we do? My average caller on the phone is going to do 250 to 300 calls a day. My average caller. If somebody gets below 200, they're not here anymore. So, I mean, if that's what you're looking for, Joe, I'm not really sure if that's what you're asking, but if that's what you're asking, that's the answer. If not, clarify and I'll answer it for you. Once you find the leads, do you search out? Oh, reaching out on LinkedIn. We're going to go, it's usually about 5 to 10, I would say. And this is how people start off, right? So if I'm starting somebody off in this business model, and again, our main focus is Facebook, right? So this is a door opener for us and we transition them into Facebook later on. It's a trust builder, just like the review tool used to be and all that kind of stuff. So we build trust here and then we move them into Facebook later on. If they're starting off here, they're going to do 5 to 10 every single day. And it's going to be personalized video with email. And we're going to follow up. Obviously, when I say email, I mean a text-based communication. So it could be email. It could be Facebook Messenger. It could be a DM on LinkedIn. I'm sorry, a DM on Instagram. It could be an actual email. It could be any combination of that. Or it could be all of that. And also follow up with a phone call or follow up with a text message or whatever. But yeah, the average for that would be between 5 and 10 personalized videos every single day. Once you find the leads, do you reach out to them by email, phone, or I kind of just answered that, John. And that's okay. You actually asked that before Joe did, and I skipped your question by accident. We reach out to them in as many ways as possible. Not in person, though, because why limit yourself? There's no reason to. Okay. Now that we did all of that junk, let's go into get ready to start working again, ladies and gentlemen. The Business Builder post. Okay, we got David Hasselhoff again. The Business Builder post. What you're going to do is you are going to go on your personal Facebook profile, and you are going to do this right now. You're going to go on your personal Facebook profile, and you are going to write, who would want to learn how to increase reviews, increase retention, and increase revenue all in one shot, completely for free? Only thing I'll ask is for you to try it, and then when it works, not if, when it works, shoot me a quick testimonial. If so, oh, cool. If so, message me and I'll set you up today. And then we have Dave with the thumbs up. Okay. Now, my buddy David Kavanaugh, I don't really know Dave all that well, but he always tries to message me and get me to speak all across the world. It's kind of, I like the guy. It's a little weird. I'm not traveling to Thailand to do a 15-minute speech, though. Sorry. He's a good dude, though. So he did this with our Facebook ads program. And I recently learned a pretty crazy twist running Facebook ads, and it looks like it's going to work pretty well. Blah, 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 whatever. He tagged some of his business owner friends, and if you look, 63 engagements, 40 comments. Who's going to comment on that if they don't want to give it a try? The answer to that question is nobody. And that doesn't count the messages that he got as well. So you are going to make this post right now on your personal Facebook profile, and then you're going to tag your business owner friends inside of the post. Then you're going to take a screenshot of your business builder post and upload it to the group. You don't have to use Dave's thumbs up picture. You can use whatever stupid little GIF or image that you want. Just make sure it's something that grabs attention. It doesn't really matter what it is. Just make sure it's something that grabs attention. That's all. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys 5 minutes. It is 5:58. So we'll come in a couple minutes, like 6:05. We'll come back and we will continue from here. That's the post. Make it inside of your personal Facebook page. I'll leave this up. Make it inside your personal Facebook page and tag as many business owner friends as you know. All right. Tag them in the post. And then take a screenshot of it and put it in the group. I already know this question is what happens if I don't know any business owner friends? I'm not even looking at it yet, but I already know it's coming. Oh, maybe not. I'm surprised. 10:58 here, getting tired. Yep. I hear you, man. I was up till 5 in the morning last night finishing these slides. Up at 8. No, Keith, I was expecting it. I mean, like I said, everybody asks that question. So the answer to the question, if you don't have business owner friends, honestly, is get them. If you're going to be an entrepreneur, then, I mean, look, I give example after example after example, right? So would you ever see someone who is, let's say it's a 35-year-old guy, right? They're 6 feet, 175 pounds, ripped to shreds. Would you expect to see a bunch of 400-pound animals in their Facebook friends? No. Everyone in their Facebook friends are they go to the gym. They're like football players. They're like shooting steroids and everything else. That's who they're friends with. You have to surround yourself with the people that you're trying to become and like be like and all that stuff. If you're a business owner, you got to be friends with other business owners. I mean, that's just the life we live. So the bottom line is if you don't have business owner friends, you get them. How do you do it? You go into places like Tony Robbins groups and Grant Cardone, as much as I hate the guy, Grant Cardone groups and places like that, or his pages. And you find people that are making comments, you find people that are making posts, and you start friend requesting them. You make posts of your own that cause engagement inside the groups and inside the pages. And then people will naturally start to friend request you. That's the way it works. All right. If you don't have Facebook friends that are business owners and you're trying to be a business owner, then, look, I don't know what to tell you. Back in the 1700s, if you wanted to be a business owner, if you weren't a Freemason, you were an idiot. Join. If you're going to be a business owner, join the Masons. Like, that's the way it works. If you're not going to have business owner friends on Facebook, you're not going to be much of a business owner. because this right now is the town square that we live in. So if you're not going to advertise yourself as an entrepreneur in the town square that we live in 2020, you're not going to have a shot. So friend up with some of those people. And that's a common question, Keith. It's not you. I mean, everybody asked that question. I'm surprised nobody else did, but that's the answer to it. All right, make that post it in the group, and we'll be back in 2 minutes to continue on. Should we make the post even if we don't have people to tag it? Yes, you should. And then you should instantly start working on getting people, surrounding yourself with people like that. I mean, it's really not that difficult. It's just a matter of making it a priority. So how do I get out of here? Why is this not working? Oh, I forgot we were doing this. I got on my Facebook. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah. I got on my Facebook page and I'm like, who the hell is Molly Scott? Like, why is this woman here? It's very weird. But then I remember we were doing the other thing. All right. So we're going to go in here and we're going to do, let's just use Grant Cardone since I just mentioned him, even though I can't stand the guy. All right. So here we go. Right. You find like right here, comment. Now I'm going to have to be friends with all these idiots. And I don't really want to be, but. Well, that guy won't even let me, or unless we're friends already. I don't even know. But all we're going to do is just going to go in here and we're going to friend these people. Everyone who's in here, like making posts and stuff. Like, look at this. 9 comments, every single one of them. Just friend requests, all of them. That's it. I mean, if you really want to go into it and like look and be like, oh, okay, this guy's not a business owner or this guy is. I wouldn't do that though. There's also like small business groups that you can go into if you want. The 10X Growth Conference page. If you wasted your money and went there, then I guess you can join this. But like all these people right here, add friend. Add friend, just like that. That's it. Yeah, that's funny. If you want to see a good interview with Grant Cardone, you should watch that one. Ruined his entire shtick is out the window after that one. That was I don't know. Fire the PR guy. I got fish, boy. Ruined it, if that one. All right. So we're good there. Now, the presentation. Here we go. This should be fun. I actually think I had this on another. I do. I thought it was built into here, but it's not. All right, let me pause this for a second, and then I will get it up for you guys. The presentation. This is another, a different slide thing. Open with Google Slides. There we go. All right. Now let's share. Okay, so here's the presentation. It's very simple. So I'm making a video, right? And we're going to go through the video in a second. I'm making the video. This is on another monitor. It's on my phone. It's on whatever. If you don't have another monitor, use your phone. It's fine. You can have Google Docs or Drive on your phone, and you can just open it up on here and read it on here. So I'm doing the video, and I'm talking through. This is what I'm talking through. This is what I'm telling them, right, while I'm doing the video. And I'm going to give you a demonstration of the video in a second here. We're going to watch it together. But this is basically what I run them through. So the first thing is we only focus on 2 things, reviews and revenue. I go through some key statistics. And the other thing too is in here, I'm going to actually leave this open like this. I give you guys notes to focus on. So like when I'm pitching this, I'm focused on bullet point 1, 2, 4, and 7. Okay. And then on 7, I explain this violates the terms of service of Yelp, Google, and Facebook. and get their account shut down for good. We never ask for a review in exchange for a discount. We use reciprocity instead. So here it says 67% of customers have now been asked to leave a review for local business, with 24% being offered a discount. That's against the terms of service. You're not allowed to pay for reviews. So we don't do that, right? So I focus on that and I say that we're different. Instant results with chatbots, 98% open rate, always get notifications, hit them at the right time. So they're in the restaurant when we're asking them for a review. They're in the yoga studio. They're in the gym. They're in the tanning salon. They're in the hair salon, the barbershop, the nail place. They're there when we're asking them, and they just got a discount. So we use reciprocity to make that happen. And we can also have them review on multiple platforms. All right. Next, transition to email. We do 4 things with email, and really it's only 3, but whatever. Goodwill, retention, reviews, and boost. The boosting is, we do it, but it's a broadcast. So it's a little bit different. We do it as many times as they want. I mean, we could do a boost every day if they want to. It doesn't really matter. But this is the automated stuff. So goodwill, retention, and reviews are really what we focus on when it comes to email. And that's what we go into if they say, hey, I'm having a slow day or I'm having a special, whatever. I go over the flyer with them. And if this is something where you're on like a Zoom screen share or Skype or something like that, or even Facebook, you could show them this if you want to. Then I just go through the whole process with them. It's actually very simple. This is actually really good for you guys to see, because this is a good way to illustrate all that's happening. So they walk right into the store and they see this, right? And this is kind of how I would explain it to them when I'm on a video with them. It's a little bit different, and you'll hear it in the video, but they walk into the store and they see this. Now, obviously, 25%, that could change. The image is going to change, color scheme, whatever. We can create all of that based on your color scheme and what you want to do. But they're going to see something that's going to entice them to go to this URL. With the URL, what's going to happen then is it's going to give them a little welcome message, and it's going to give them a coupon in order to put their name and email into an opt-in form. And that's going to allow us to email market to them over and over and over again as much as we want. Now, they just sat down to eat their dinner. Their dinner was just served to them or whatever. They just got in their tanning bed or just got out of their tanning bed, whatever it is. And then they get these messages that tell them to leave a review on Facebook, leave a review on Google, leave a review on Yelp. Okay, we're not exchanging the coupon for the review. We're giving them the coupon, letting them enjoy themselves, letting them have a positive experience, and then we're asking them for a review after the fact. Okay, if they don't leave a review, the next day, 12 hours later, they're going to get this message here on Facebook Messenger that's going to tell them to leave a review again. Now, and I explained the 24 rule. So after 24 hours is up, if they don't engage in any of our content with them, we can really never contact them again unless it's for a very special circumstance. Okay. After that, we have goodwill and retention, and it's a continuous thing. So if you see here, it's kind of blurry where we're looking here, but if I do the present, you'll see the whole thing. So we have a welcome email, we have goodwill, we have a comeback email, we have another comeback email, we have more goodwill. So basically what we're doing is we're building up your brand. We're making them an ambassador for your brand. So if they're telling friends and family to go to your place, and we're also asking them for more reviews. We're also asking them to come back for more food or another tanning session or whatever. Okay. So that's that. Next thing we do is we talk about broadcasts, unlimited broadcasts for revenue boosts. You call me up on a Tuesday afternoon. You say, hey, Kenny, it's really slow here. I don't have anyone in my place. What do? I say, leave it to me. Let me send one email out and I will get 20 people in there, 30 people in there, 40 people in there, whatever. What discount can I offer them? Give them 20% off. Done. Write it out, send it out. An hour later, the place is filled up. Very simple. Okay. And then all I do is I say, our goal is to get you results before we ask you for anything at all. Sound familiar, everyone who's on this call? Our goal is to get you results before we ask you for anything at all. We can do this because we believe in our products or services, and we know that they work. So we'll install our entire system today completely for free, get you results for the next 30 days. And if you love it, you keep it for $200 a month. And then usually what I'll add in there at the end is, and if you hate it, just let us know before the 30 days is up, and we'll never bill you anything. Now, notice the notes that are down here. I kind of use them, like, just because I've done this pitch like 1,000 times, but I kind of use them here. But the one that I want to point out is this one. Do the math. You guys have heard me say this plenty of times before, and it's nothing new to a lot of people that have taken my training before. If it's your first time here with me, then this is going to be new for you. Pay attention to this because this is going to help you close a lot more deals no matter what it is that you sell, especially if it's a revenue-based thing. So I'll ask somebody. A lot of people will just be like, sure, awesome. And then it's like, okay, whatever. Okay, fine. But they may say something like, oh, well, I got to think about it or whatever, right? So what I'll say to them is, let me ask you this. What is your average ticket? And I know it's kind of tough, but like if you had to guess, what would it be? And they'll say something like $20, right? $20. And I'll say to them, okay, fair enough. I know that this is really difficult as well, but let me ask you this. On average, probably gonna have to guess, but on average, what do you think, like how many people come into your place in a month? You think it's 1,000? You think it's 100? You think it's 1,000,000? Like, what do you think on average, if you had to guess, what do you think it would be? And they'll say something like 1,000 people in a month will come to our business, right? So then I'll say to them, let me ask you this then. This is going to be a little bit easier for you to answer, I think. If I was able to take those 1,000 people and hypothetically speaking, every other day, I went up to them and I knocked on their door, and I'll do that sound in the Skype chat or the Zoom chat or whatever, or I'll do it in person. I knocked on their door and I said, hey, my name is Kenny. I'm reaching out to you representing Joe's Pizza. I just wanted to let you know, since you're such a valued customer of theirs, they're going to run a special for you and your family. And it's going to be, if you buy one pie, they're going to give you 2 bottles of Pepsi for free. But you got to do it tonight. You going to come down? Now, if I knocked on every one of those 1,000 doors and I said those exact words, do you think I could get 10 of them to come to your store? What did I just do? Can somebody answer me in the chat box? What did I just do with what I just said? I'm going to give you guys a second because I know there's a little delay. What did I just do when I did that math? Karsten, close. Joe, close. Mark, close. Kevin nailed it. Kevin was close. I like your last part there, Kevin, but not the first part. Showed ROI. Okay. What I did, I'm gonna just run through it really quickly one more time. So, what's your average ticket? $20. How many people come through your store every single month? 1,000. If I went to all 1,000 of those doors, hey, my name is Kenny. I represent Joe's Pizza. Today we're running a special for you and your family, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna give you a pie. You buy a pie, we're gonna give you 2 bottles of soda for free. Right? Can you come in tonight? Yes. Okay. Do you think I can get 10 of those people to say yes? All right. What I did, the guy's gonna say yes. Everyone's gonna say yes to that question. Right? He's gonna say, well, of course you can. What I just did was I made him admit to me that delaying on my offer is stupid. Now, for those of you who've taken sales training from me before, what is the number one goal when we're trying to overcome an objection? It's to make, not the person, but it's to make the objection sound insane, ridiculously insane. And that's what I just did. Now, some people were saying fear of loss and all that, and that's true. But really what I did was I completely destroyed the objection. More importantly, by using whose words? Not mine. Because I asked him, what's your average ticket? $20. How many people come through your store in a month? 1,000. Let me ask you this. This one's going to be easier. If I went to all 1,000 of those doors and I knocked on the door with an offer and I said, hey, I'm representing Joe's Pizza. My name is Kenny. I'm going to give you, if you buy a pie tonight, I'm going to give you 2 free bottles of Coke for your entire family. Can you come in tonight? The offer's only good tonight. Can you come in tonight? Yes or no? Can I get 10 people to say yes? What I did was I used his words and his numbers to make his objection sound stupid. Once we go through that, he can never say no to that deal. He just overcame his own objection without me being even involved in it. See that? That's how it works. Okay? So again, what I do after that is I say, just so you know, I don't know if we're following each other along here, but just so you know, if I could get the 10, like you said, minimum, everything above that is profit. And on top of that, I'm not even asking you for the 200 now. What I'm asking you to do is give me one shot, try it for 30 days. If you love it, keep it. If you hate it, never talk to me again. Does that sound fair? That deal's done every single time. Every time. Just so you know, you can sell anything that way. It's connected to revenue. You can sell anything that way. But it works. So again, I used his words or her words to make the objection sound ridiculous, completely bust it out of the water and overcome it forever. They can never come back to it. It's the only objection that you're ever going to, in that instance, if that comes up, that's the only thing you're ever going to have to overcome. Once that's overcome, I mean, it's game on from that point. Okay. All right. Presentation done. Which would you choose? Pitch. All right. So this is a pitch that we use specifically for reviews. And then what we do is we throw in the other stuff. Yeah. So all of you guys that are typing those answers, you all had decent answers. They're better than what most people say. Covered the cost, made it free. What I'm doing is the answer to the question is I'm making his objection sound ridiculous by using his own words, quote unquote, against him. Right? Now, listen to it a little bit differently. If he says, well, 200 is, I got to think about it. And I say to him, well, you're a pizza place. So probably I would think that your average ticket's like $20. And I've been watching your door. You probably have 1,000 people that come in. So if I can get 10 out of those 1,000, we're breaking even. That doesn't work. What is your average ticket? Just guess. I don't know. It's a hard question. I get it. You tell me what it is. And then I'll let your own numbers prove you wrong. I'll let your own numbers show you how ridiculous what you just said actually is. Okay? It's kind of like, for those of you who have been through my phone training, it's kind of like, based on what you just told me, what we do here is a perfect fit for you. And here's basically how it works. Based on what you said, this is what we got. Not based on what I said. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Based on what you said, it's a perfect thing, right? So we're using their own words to overcome the objection. Which would you choose? Pitch. The process. Find people who need what you have. Show them a comparison between them and a competitor. Show them prior results, unless it's your first client. You don't have to show them your prior results because you don't have any. Ask them to try it. All right. If I visited 20 people a day that look like that, I would make sales every single day. Probably 8 to 12 every single day. So the question is not, does this work? It works. Guaranteed every single time. It works. Doesn't mean you're gonna close every person. If you work the process, though, you'll build a business with it. I mean, there's no doubt about that. You may close 1 out of 3. You may close 1 out of 5 in the beginning. You may close 1 out of 2 in the beginning. I don't know. It's a very easy thing to give away. It's really not that difficult. With that said, though, it doesn't mean you're gonna close every person, but it does mean that it works every single time. 100% success rate. Okay. If I visited 20 people that look like the person in front of you right now, not a roofing contractor, because this is a bad example, but if it was a pizza place, like we said, perfect client, foot traffic, stuff like that. If I visited 20 people that look like that, I would close 8 to 12 of them every single day of my life. No question about it. Maybe you close 3, maybe you close 4. So the bottom line is, are you willing to make the visit? Are you willing to make the email? Are you willing to make the video? That's the only question. It's not, will it work? Will they do the trial? None of that matters. Are you willing to make the video? Are you willing to make the visit? Are you willing to knock on the door, make the phone call, send the email, send the Skype message, send the Facebook message, whatever? The pitch is very simple. Here's how it works. Walk into a place. This is a walk-in pitch, by the way, for the most part, right? Walk into a place, and I am going on purpose. I'm going there to get a trial from them. Okay, that's what I'm doing. I'm going there to get a trial from them. I have 2 pieces of paper in my hand. One of them is a terrible, it's their business, and it looks terrible, like this guy, right? Terrible. The other one is same industry, same basic location, but really good reviews. I walk in and I say, hey, I was looking for a roofer in the area or a pizza place in the area, and I found you online, and I just had a quick question. If you were looking for a pizza place in this area, and granted, you own the place, so you're going to have a little bit of a a bias here, but if you were brand new to the area and you saw these two choices, based on what you see in front of you, which one would you choose? Would you choose the one with 400 5-star reviews, or would you choose the one with 2 1-star reviews? Obviously, their company being the one with the shitty reviews, right? That's the point. And then they would obviously say, if they're being honest, they would say, I'm going to choose the one with the better reviews. I'm just going to say, I could fix that for you for free right now. All you got to do is say yes, we'll take care of everything else. And then we get into, look, then, yeah, let's do it. Let's, what does it all entail? What is it about? We go right here. We just start working right down the line, just with our presentation right here. And we just go take them through the whole entire process. Okay. Everything that we do is going to be based on this presentation. No matter what I'm talking about here, whether it's this or whether it's something else, it's all going to go back to this presentation every single time, whether it's on the telephone, whether it's in person, whether it's over the internet, it doesn't really matter, email, whatever. It's all going to go back to this presentation. So just know that as we go forward. All right, let's get back to this. That is the pitch. So here's basically what it would look like, right? I'm going to walk into Team Mikara Martial Arts, and I'm going to say, hey, I was looking online, looking for a place where I can learn how to kill people with my bare hands, and I came across your place. But then I also did a little bit more research, and I found this other place that's kind of close to you. And I'm just curious, like, if you didn't know the area, you didn't know much about martial arts, out of these two, which one would you go to? Which one would you choose? Now, they're going to say the top one every single time. If they're being honest, they're going to say the top one. And sometimes I'll throw in there, like, I know you're going to be biased because you own the place, right? But if you didn't own the place and you didn't know the area, you didn't know anything about it, which one would you choose based on what you see here? And they're going to say the top one, Comac MMA. So after they say that, I'm going to say, okay, well, I could fix that for free and I could start right now. All you got to do is say yes, we'll take care of everything else. And they're going to say, okay, let's hear more about it. Or what does it entail? What do we got to do? Or something like that. And then I transition right into my presentation that you saw before. Okay, very simple. So the math. If we remember back on, it feels like 4 days ago, probably for you guys. Actually, I'm doing fine right now. I'm kind of used to this stuff. But back when we first started at 12:30, 1 o'clock, when we were going through module 1, the mindset stuff, we did an income freedom number, right? We wrote that down. You had it in your notebook and all that kind of stuff. So you should kind of look back at that and see what that number was if you don't remember it, because that's where this is all going to come back to us now. This is all going to come full circle. So if our closing rate is 20%, and like I said, our average in our company is about 40%. That's why I said before, like, if I visit 20 people, I'm going to close between 8 and 12 of them. Average is about 40, and I'm going to be a little bit above that because I've been selling my whole entire life. So average is about 40%. So let's say you're just getting started. So your closing rate is 20%. The stick rate with the trial is going to be 50%, and our average is 70%. But again, you're brand new. You don't know what the hell you're doing. So let's say you have a little bit more of a drop-off rate than we do. If you could visit 100 people a week, and I'm not saying you have to do that. I'm just using easy numbers so you can understand. Okay. If you can visit or touch 100 people a week, whether it's through an email with a video or knocking on a door or whatever, or you're going in for dinner with your husband or your wife and you just happen to lay it down right as you're walking out or whatever, if you could touch 100 people a week, which is 20 a day times 5 days, trials 20, paid accounts 10, it's $2,000 a month in 1 week. Now, this works every time. The bottom line is, if it's not about does it work, the bottom line is, are you willing to do it? Right? Are you willing to do 100 touches a week? You can't make the $2,000 a month in 1 week's period of time if you're not willing to do the 100 touches. Now, some of you will say, I work a 9 to 5. You said it's only 2 hours a month, whatever. And that's all true. That is all true. Listen, you could do 10 touches a week. That's fine. But remember that your number has to be in alignment with your level of action. You're not going to get $2,000 a month in 1 week's worth of work if you're touching 10 people. You will get $2,000 a month, give or take maybe 2 or 3 accounts either way. Maybe you get 7 accounts instead of 10. Maybe you get 13 accounts instead of 10. The numbers are going to kind of move around a little bit, but you'll be right in that area at 100. No doubt about it. If you touch 10, maybe you get 2 trials a week. Maybe you get 1 paid account every other week. Okay, so again, your level of action has to be in alignment with whatever that number is. And here's how the math would look over a month. If you could touch 100 people, 20 a day, and I'm going to give you, when we talk about our 1 client a day process, I'm going to give you a way to touch 20 people in a day in under 2 hours. we talk about our client in a day process at the end, I am going to give you a way to touch these 20 people and hit these numbers. Okay. So if you look at it over a month, 1 week, $2,000, week 2, 4,000, week 3, 6,000, week 4, 8,000. That frees most people in the United States from the 9 to 5 in 4 weeks. $8,000 a month replaces most people's income. Average everyday middle class America, that replaces most people's income in a 4-week period of time. And I'm going to show you exactly how to hit these numbers every single day. Okay, very simple, actually. It's really not that difficult. So what I want you to do is I want you to refer back to your target in module 1, the income freedom number, and I want you to figure out how many prospects, how many touches do you need per day in order to reach your income freedom number in 4 weeks. It's just simple math. Do the closing ratio like we have here, 20% closing ratio, 50% stick rate. Figure out how many people you have to hit every day to reach the number that you want to reach. And then figure out, is it possible? Am I willing to take that level of action in order to hit what I want to hit? Am I willing to sacrifice what I need to sacrifice in order to make that happen? All right, so these two are going to be really, really quick, walking in on purpose and walking in by accident. These actually work really well, though. And you should think about doing them. I know a lot of people are shy about this stuff, but you should really think about doing it, especially the one by accident, because that really, really works. I'm just going to look at these questions really quick. Tell us more about the personal video to person on. I'm going to get to that, Joe. It's all part of the process, my man. Do you do this pitch to the gatekeeper, or how do you get past the gatekeeper so you can pitch the owner? I just showed you how to get owners' names. There's no reason to get a gatekeeper if you know the owners. You know the owner's names. Just ask for the person. And people ask me all the time, what's the best way to get past the gatekeeper? Your name is Karsten, right? What's the best way to get past the gatekeeper? Hi, is Karsten there? Like, that's it. Now, look, the worst way to get past the gatekeeper, I'll tell you while we're on the subject, the worst way to get past the gatekeeper, and this is how most people do it, is watch. Someone answers the phone and they'll say, hi, this is Jen speaking. How can I help you? And the person says, hello, Jen. My name is Kenny Cannon. I'm calling from ABC Marketing Company in New York. Is Mrs. Watkins in this afternoon? You get screened all day long. Just hang up the phone and quit. Seriously, quit. I don't like telling people to quit, but quit. Jen answers the phone. Hi, this is Jen speaking. How can I help you? Hey, Jen, what's going on? Is Karsten there? That's how you get through a gatekeeper. Okay. Now, again, like everything I teach you, it's not going to get through every single gatekeeper, but it's going to get through a lot more than the other way. Do you still begin every call with, hey, this is Kenny Cannon out here in New York. Can you hear me okay? Yes, I do. That's when the owner is on the phone, though. That's when the target is on the phone. That's when the prospect is on the phone. And it's actually, you got it a little bit wrong, but it's close enough. And I'm actually happy that you remember that. It's kind of cool. It's, hey, this is Kenny from company name out in area. Can you hear me okay? So it'll be like, hey, this is Kenny from XYZ Marketing Company out in New York. Can you hear me okay? I don't say last names ever. And you just forgot the company, but close enough. Close enough. And yes, can you hear me okay? Never say how are you doing? Don't ever say that. If you want to know why, ask. But if you don't care, that's fine. Just don't say it. All right, walking in on purpose. Here's how it works. Very simple process. You target businesses in the area. Your purpose is to go in and get a trial. Use the presentation that I gave you. Ask them to try it. That's it. That's what you do. You go into your local shopping district, or you go a town over into your shopping district over there or whatever, and you just say, I'm going to hit these 5 businesses this afternoon, and I'm just going to go in there and I'm going to use the trial. I'm going to put the presentation. I'm going to put the presentation on my phone, and I'm going to say it to them. And I'm going to show them some of it. I'm going to show them the flyer. Maybe I'll bring a flyer with me, a demo. I'm going to show them the flyer. I'm going to show them the chatbot. I'm going to show them the email autoresponder. And then I'm going to ask them to try it for 30 days. And I'm going to say, if you like it, you can keep it. If you hate it, just let us know before the 30 days are over. And we'll never bill you a dime. And then I'll ask them things like, what's your average ticket? How many people you come in? How many people come in through the door? Like, if you give me the problem, I'll use that sequence to get over it. That's it. Very simple. All right, now, next, walking in by accident. You're already there for whatever reason. This is something I think everyone should do, to be honest with you. I don't think anyone should ever let this go. This is something that every single person really should try to focus on. All right. If you're an entrepreneur, people around you should know what it is that you're doing. So you're in there for whatever reason. Your purpose is not to go in and get a trial. Your purpose is to go in and buy something or use the service. You use reciprocity to get them to listen, use the presentation, and ask them to try it. So here's an example, right? I walk into a place to get my hair cut. Like, my barber knows what I do for a living. Like, he does, right? It's just, it is what it is. I don't eat out a lot at all because I'm on a very restricted diet. But if I ever do go out anywhere to like eat or get a cup of coffee or something, like, they know what I do, right? Everyone in my firehouse knows what I do. Oh, the coffee place down the road from my house, they know what I do. The marinas around me know what I do. Like, everyone knows what I do for a living. And some of them work with me. Some of them are clients of mine. So that's really what this comes down to. It's like, you're going in there and you're giving someone $50. You're bringing your kids in for frozen yogurt. You're giving them $50 because your stupid kid put 85 pounds of strawberry in the thing and like a little pinch of ice cream. And you put it on the thing and it's like $1,000. They're weighing it. And you say to the lady, look, I'm spending $1,000 at this place right now. I got this thing that I can get people to come over and over and over again. It's going to get you reviews, it's going to bring you revenue in, and it doesn't cost you anything. You have 5 minutes, I can explain it to you. Show them the presentation, ask them to try it. Right? It's all about when you exchange that money, when you give someone $50 or $25 or $20 or whatever it is, when you give them that money and you ask them right in that moment, the chances of them saying yes to you are pretty high. All right. So that's how you walk in by accident. Now, here is the personalized email / video method. We're going to use LinkedIn again, like last time. I actually, in the video example that I'm going to show you here in a second, I actually go through the LinkedIn thing again. It's only about 5 minutes long, but I'm going to use here's the email template. It's very, very simple. We don't use anything crazy. The shorter it is, the better. We're just trying to get them to click the link. That's it. So the subject line, about, company name, and then, hey, quick question about niche, quick question, So there's 4 of them there. So you could put like about Joe's Pizza. You can just put, hey. You can put question about pizza. It would be stupid for a pizza place. And just quick question, something like that. If you really want to get creative, like, you can get really, you can get creative with this kind of stuff. So like, you can go into the pizza place. Like, let's say it's Joe's Pizza is what you're going after, right? That's the name of the company. You can walk in to the pizza place and then just walk out of the pizza place. Like, don't say a word to anybody. Just go there, walk in, walk out. And your subject line could be, I just got home from your pizza place, and you're never going to guess what happened. The owner's going to open the email, right? So again, are you lying to them? No. You went in, you just got home, and they're never going to guess what happened. What happened was you shot them a video, which is amazing. So they should click it and watch it. So again, you can get creative with this stuff. But again, these emails and the subject lines, everything, they work fine. So I would just use them. But if you want to get a little crazy with it, you can. All right. So now we are going to take a 2-second break, and I'm going to get this video all queued up. I'm not going anywhere. I'm just getting the video set up for you so you can watch it. And the video is going to be about, let's see. What's up, guys? It's Kenny here. I just wanted to shoot you this quick video. The video is 9 minutes long. So we will share the screen here. And then you guys can check it out. I'm kind of showing you how I do the personalized What's up, guys? It's Kenny here. I just wanted to shoot you this quick video kind of showing you how I do the personalized video with the personalized email. So basically what I'm going to do first, I'm going to show you how I found this individual here with this yoga studio, and show you that there's literally hundreds of thousands of leads just like this with the owner's name, the company name, the contact information. You can get them completely for free, and I'm going to show you how to do that first. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually do a demonstration of the video. Okay, the video is going to be short and to the point. It's not going to be anything long at all, and it's basically just going to get them to the next step. So when it comes to cold emailing, even if it's personalized, and when it comes to using video, even if it's personalized, it's not meant to close a deal. It's meant to take the next step, or to get them to take the next step, right? So I'm going to transition into a phone call very, very, very quickly. Now, that could also be like a Zoom meeting, or it could be a Skype call or whatever, but I'm going to transition into more of a personalized approach where I'm talking to that person one-on-one. Now, if it's in your local area, it could even be a meeting where you sit with them and you go over everything with them in person. But, you know, to not limit your scale, just use the phone, just use Zoom, just use Skype, just use something like that. You can even use like Facebook, the chat thing in Facebook if you want. But I found that it's best if you have a screen sharing ability. All right, so basically what I did, and this is how we get a lot of our leads here. If we're not using Groupon, we're using LinkedIn. And a lot of times we're combining the two. So we'll go on Groupon, we'll find a lead, and then we'll go into LinkedIn and we'll find out all the information about that company, the owner, all the people that work there, and all that kind of stuff. But to get as many leads as possible, the easiest thing to do in the world is just type in owner and then the niche. And it works for like pretty much anything, right? So owner, martial arts, 38,000. Right? This guy is the owner of a martial arts studio. This guy is the owner of like, it's ridiculous. And they're like literally all over the place. So there's, like I said, hundreds of thousands of them. It doesn't really matter what niche you put. They're all there, and you can easily just contact all of these people. It's very simple. And you could do it with this video that I'm going to show you here in a second. So we're going to go back to yoga. And the reason why is because I have all this person's information already set up for you. So as you can see here, there's 106,000 of them. So I could go like all the way out as much as I want to page 5. We have another owner right here. We have another one right here, and on and on and on. It's like ridiculous. They're all over the place, and there's no reason for you to have to worry about who the owner is or what the name is or any of those things. Even if you're using the telephone or an email or whatever, you should always be using the owner's name because it's all here for you. Okay, so all I did here was I highlighted the name of the yoga studio that I chose, which was this one for this example, copied it, pasted it into Google, found the web page, found the Instagram, found the Facebook, and that's pretty much all I need. So on every one of these websites, you're going to have some sort of social media. It's going to be listed here for the most part on pretty much everyone's site. So you're going to have to find it sometimes. A lot of times it'll be right up top. Sometimes it'll be in the about section. Sometimes it'll be in the contact section. In this particular instance, it's all the way buried at the bottom right here next to the phone number, the address, and the email address. Okay, so this is really important that we find these. And the reason why it's really important is because we want multiple touch points. And if you've taken any training with me before, you know that I like preach that like it's the gospel, right? I mean, to me, that's the most important thing in the world. We don't want to just email. We don't want to just use the phone. We don't want to just message on Facebook. We don't want to just use video. We want to do all of those things. We want to send text messages. We want to hit a voicemail. We want to hit a phone call. We want to, send a message on Facebook. We want to DM on Twitter. We want to DM on Instagram. As many different contact points as we can get, we're going to take them. Okay. So it's important that we have all of these because we're going to take the same message as you guys saw in the personalized email. We're going to take that same email and basically just put it into Facebook Messenger, put it into DM on Instagram, put it into the messaging in Twitter, and on and on and on. Okay, that's simple. So we open both of these up. This is her Facebook page right here, and this is her Instagram account right here. Another important thing too, as I'm making this video, is I'm pretty much going to stay on her page, but you're going to see me move around a lot. Okay, so the reason why I'm doing that is because it's only going to be like a minute or two long. It's not going to be a long video at all. But the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to keep her attention on me at all times. I don't want to keep her attention on, I don't want her looking at, at something else going on across the office, or her kids, or her husband, or the phone ringing, or her Facebook account, or any of that stuff. I want her attention to be on me. Now, I'll give you a little hint if you're comfortable with this. And we do this sometimes. We don't do it a lot because it takes a little bit more time than what we're doing here. But a lot of times we like to do this with a direct-to-camera shot. So I will be on, or it's usually not me, but one of my salespeople will be on video, and they will be, sitting down, and they'll basically do this with the camera in front of their face, as opposed to doing it with a screen share. To get started, I know a lot of people they're not comfortable being on video, whatever. To get started, just do a screen share. You can use Loom. I'm not using that right now. I'm using Camtasia, but you can use Loom, which is right up here, and just record these videos. It pops out a link, and you can share it with somebody. It's very, very simple to do. And if you need help with setting up Loom or anything like that, you can let us know, and we'll help you with that. But again, that's probably the best way to go. Just download the Loom extension. It's free to use. And you literally just click the button, click record, and then a link comes out. And then you can actually track when they watch it and, how often they watch it and stuff like that. Also, if you use the app or the extension Mail Tracker, which is part of this program, I talked about that earlier. If you use the program Mail Tracker, you'll be able to tell when these people open the email, so that if they open it and they don't respond to you within an hour or so, well, then maybe you hit them on Facebook, or maybe you hit them on Instagram, or maybe you call them and say, hey, I saw that you opened up my email, or whatever, like you watched my video and let's talk about it, or whatever, right? So it's important to use all of those different things because they're all there for a reason, okay? So the video is basically going to sound like this. Hey, Liz, my name is Kenny. I happened to come across your website. Just full disclosure, I do own a marketing company out in New York. I believe that we can help you. I have absolutely nothing to sell you whatsoever. Basically, what we do here is we focus on two things. We focus on reviews, getting your reviews up, and we focus on revenue. Okay, and we do that by making sure that your retention is really high, and also giving you the ability to contact every single one of your previous customers like that, the drop of a hat, and fill up your yoga studio over and over and over again. Again, I have nothing to sell you. I don't even know if it's going to work for your company, but I'd love to talk to you about it. It's something that I think you'll find a lot of value in, and it's something that you might even be able to do on your own without our help. Okay, so again, I have nothing to sell you. I have nothing to pitch you or present you or anything like that. So put your credit card away. It's nothing like that at all. I just want to give you these tips. If you love them, you can use them. If you hate them, you could just ignore our conversation and pretend we never talked again. So my number is 555-5555. You can give me a call, and we can schedule a time to talk, or you could just click the reply button and reply to this email, and let me know when is a good time for you. All right, hope to hear from you soon. Take care. Thanks. That's it. Done. Okay, very, very simple. A lot of intrigue, a lot of blindness. I'm like the master of blindness. So we do a lot of because listen, you're never going to close a deal through a video. That's actually kind of dumb to say, because I close deals through videos all the time with sales videos and stuff like that. But something like this person's not going to buy from you because you made an amazing video. It's just not going to happen, okay? They're not going to buy from you because you had a great email. They're not. So the goal here is to send them a video to get them interested and give them a little taste of what you have, and then intrigue them enough to call you so that you can close them over the phone using or Skype or Zoom or whatever, using the presentation that I gave you earlier. Okay, so that's the demo video. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and if you have any questions, let me know. All right, guys, so there we go. Let me just pause this for a second, get back into here, and we have, oh, this is like my favorite part of the whole, my favorite part of the whole day. Okay, so I'm going to unpause this in a second. I just got to put my phone back on airplane mode because I was talking to the significant other. We have a child diagnosed with influenza that's showing no symptoms whatsoever, which is weird. No fever, no nothing. She's just diagnosed with the flu. So that kind of sucks, but hopefully it's like not a real diagnosis. Hopefully it's one of those false negatives or whatever they're called. Okay, so in the workbook, you're going to see the Your Demo section. Resume. The goal here is to practice. You guys should see this. I'm going to close all these because they're annoying me. The goal here is to practice. You're not going to be perfect on the first shot. You'll actually be pretty bad. The good news is that it doesn't take much to give away your tools. It really doesn't. Like you'll be shocked once you get out there. It's really, really easy to give these away. The better news is that, like we've been saying all day today, done is better than perfect. I could not wait to show you guys this. This is awesome. When Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan's podcast, Joe asked him how he started his tunnel. Musk's answer was simple yet brilliant. He said, I started digging a pit in my parking lot. The point is that you start where you are and you move from there. That's what successful people do. All right, so we are going to together watch this video quickly. It's like 2 minutes long. And we're going to listen because this is important.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, when you're implementing it, so you're digging holes in the ground. Like you have to bring it to someone that lets you do it.
Yeah. So, there were some engineers from SpaceX who thought it would be cool to do this, and the guy who runs it like day to day, Steve Davis. He's a longtime SpaceX engineer. He's great. So Steve was like, I'd like to help make this happen. I was like, cool. So we started off with digging a hole in the ground. It's got like a permit for a pit, big pit, and just dug a big pit.
And you have to tell them what the pit's for, or you just say, hey, we just want to dig a hole?
Nice, fill out this form.
That's it?
Yeah, it was a pit in our parking lot.
But do you have to give them some sort of a blueprint for your ultimate idea? And do they have to approve it? Like, how does that work?
No, we just started off with a pit.
Okay.
Big pit. And
okay, so we'll stop it there. As you guys probably know, that guy's a billionaire, one of the richest people in the world. He was trying to build, and he is still trying to do it, and he's on his way to doing it, actually. He's trying to build a tunnel through Los Angeles and I think Vegas as well, where he like eliminates traffic or whatever. And he was like, screw it. We're going to start off. What do we got to do to build a tunnel? We got to get underground. We're going to dig a pit in the parking lot of my office. We're going to just dig a pit. And he says pit like 900 times in a 3-minute video, which is hysterical. But the point is, he started where he was with what he had. If Elon Musk were to say, I'm going to try to build a tunnel, and I'm going to wait until I get 45,000 tunnel experts in here to tell me what I need to do, and I'm going to get blueprints, and I'm going to spend eight years building it out on, the internet and the computer. I'm going to build a website and logos. Everything. He would have never built a tunnel. He said, I want to build a tunnel. Let's dig a pit. We got to get underground. Let's dig a pit. Go in the parking lot. Dig a pit. Right? That's what he did. So we're going to start where we are. We're going to, quote unquote, dig our own pit. And all of you right now are going to use the Loom extension because it's very important that we learn how to use that. So this is kind of like a test on two things, a practice on two things. We're going to use the Loom extension, and we're going to create a video using the demonstration that I just showed you. So you're going to take the prospecting presentation, which I have to share with you guys, which I'm going to do right now. Get a shareable link. There we go. Yes, Don. Joe is totally lost, but Rogan's podcast is pretty good. I don't listen to it that often, only when I like the guest that's on there, but it's pretty good. You guys are going to create a video just like I demonstrated. So you're going to find an owner on LinkedIn. Okay, you're going to do this as real as possible. You're going to locate their website and social media. You're going to shoot a personalized video using them. You don't have to worry about the email. Don't do that. You're not going to send it to anybody. You're just going to do it as practice. Okay. And then you're going to paste your Loom link right here in the thing. And then you're also going to put it into the group. Okay. So you're going to find an owner on LinkedIn. You're going to locate their website and social media. You're going to shoot a personalized video as if you were selling this to them or trying to get them to take it and give it away to them. Just like you were doing it for real, you're going to take it and you're going to create a video using Loom and you're going to post the link here in your notebook or your workbook, and you're going to post it in the Facebook group. The reason why I'm having you do this is two things. Number one, you have to practice using Loom so you know how to use it. If you don't, you can let me know and I'll help you do it. But you have to learn how to use Loom. It's really important to learn how to use that. Number two, if you use another video extension, that's fine. As long as it does the same thing as Loom does, which is basically you click one button, you start recording, and then a link comes out and you can send it to anybody you want. And you also have to learn how to get comfortable doing these types of things. If you're not willing to create this video and post it in a group of people who are trying to get the same place you're trying to get, like these are your peers. These are not people, they're not going to make fun of you. They're not going to give you a hard time. I will personally tell you if your video sucks and I'll tell you how to fix it. But I'm not going to tell you everything's okay if it's terrible. I'm going to help you as much as I possibly can. But no one's going to give you a hard time about it. No one's going to make fun of you, anything like that. We're going to give you honest feedback, or I'm going to give you honest feedback, and I'm going to help you get better. And the bottom line is you have to get comfortable doing it. And this is where you start. You start where you are. Okay. A billionaire, one of the richest people in the world. I didn't tell you that. I'm just repeating what the billionaire said. Start where you are with what you got. Don't wait for the perfect microphone. Don't wait for the new haircut. Don't wait for any of that crap. Just go on to LinkedIn, find an owner, locate their website and social media, and shoot the video. I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes to do that. We're going to come back, or 8 minutes. We're going to come back at 7 and just post it in the group when you guys are done. And just so you guys know, too, we have about probably 20 minutes or 30 minutes left to go. And then and then that'll be it. After that, we'll go to Q&A. And then as long as Q&A takes, it will take. All right, guys, I don't want to disturb you, but I just want to show Keith's having a little problem with the document, and you guys might be as well. So when you come in here, this is the link that I just clicked. that I sent you guys. So, well, it's exactly what I showed. And I'm going to literally right here. It's the same thing I just showed. So when you come in here, open with, let me move that, open with Google Slides. And then there you go. They're literally the same exact thing. And you could see there's other people in here. So you're right that this looks a little different. I mean, it's still the same content. It's just the bullet points are a little screwed up because it's coming from PowerPoint into Google Sheets or Google Slides, sorry. But once it comes into Google Slides, it looks, that's exactly what we just went through on this one. Same thing. Thank you, Kevin. Awesome. I'm going to mute myself out so you guys can finish up. Yeah, Keith, that was just me talking on the video. There's no, I mean, you can add that stuff in if you want. I mean, I've been selling since I was 15 years old. So I have some things that I say off the cuff sometimes that are not always written down exactly as I would say them. But I mean, the basics, like, you know, if you want to add a couple of things in or whatever, you can. But what you showed didn't include the stats on how we do it. You might be thinking of something else. Your video was blind. Huh. Not really sure what you're talking about there. Oh, are you saying, wait, hold on. I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about that I wasn't, like, this wasn't on my screen when I was doing the video? I'm just trying to understand what you're asking, man. I'm not trying to avoid it. I promise. I never avoid questions. Yes, you can. Just unmute yourself. That's fine.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep. What's up, Keith? What's going on, man?
Okay, so in the video that you shared, it was your pre-recorded video. You first kind of were talking to other people like us about what the video was about, and then you showed a demo of it.
Right.
And your demo went something like, "Hey, this is Kenny Cannon. I just, in full disclosure, I'm a marketer, but I got nothing to sell today. Just wanted to show you some things that that we can, where I think we can help you." And you didn't cover anything about all the stuff that's in this presentation. You just said, "I'd love to kind of explain what, you know, how we can do this, and go ahead and click the or reply on the email or give me a call. We'll set something up." It was all very generic to get the appointment where we would go over this presentation. At least that's what it looked like to me.
Right.
This
well,
presentation isn't the
right.
cold
What I went over with these two things right here. Right. Reviews and revenue. And I think I also talked a little bit about some of this. Touched on reviews a little bit. Right. And then I just said, give me a call or whatever. And we focus on revenues and reviews and whatever. It doesn't cost anything. I had this open on another monitor as I was going through her website. So on my TV to my left, this slide presentation was open and her website was on my main screen here.
Right. But you didn't go over like the coupon and.
No, because I'm not going to, because you know why I'm not going to do that? Because like I said in the video, I'm not trying to sell her on the idea. in the video. It's not
Yeah,
a sales video.
So that's why I'm confused as to why you're giving us this presentation to model the script on, when none of this is really what we include in our script. It would be easier if you gave us your script.
It is, but it is though. It's this right here. So you're going to model what I just did, which is this. We only focus on these two things. You're going to model what I did in the video. You're not going to go through the whole thing.
Right. So the challenge is I can only vaguely remember what you modeled, and it's hard for me to try to recreate the essence of what you showed us based on what I'm seeing in the presentation.
Okay. So basically what I said was, just off the top of my head, what I said was, first of all, I introduced myself and I said, full disclosure, I do own a marketing company and I don't have anything to sell you. We focus on two things, reviews and revenue, which is this slide right here, right? So what I'll do, here's what I'll do to make this easier. I'm going to write it in the notes, right? Because here's where this gets confusing. It's not a different script. It's just I'm focused on this thing and this thing only.
Right. And so my challenge is you had a lot of great wording. And for me just to look at something that says we focus on reviews and revenue, I don't know how to expand that into a compelling script.
Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, in this section right here in the notes on the bottom, I'm going to put in the script in here.
Cool. That's
like
perfect.
what I'll do is I'll just put in what you should hit on in the video, and then you can go from there. And if you need more than that, I mean, if you want me to write out a word for word thing, I will. I just don't want to sound like you're reading.
Yeah.
But,
well, first of all, I'm pretty good at, like you, looking at something and then making it sound like I'm not reading, but I'm not so good at off the top of my head. I mean, if it would be easier for you rather than you typing it out, maybe, post a link to the video that you shared with us, and then I can kind of extrapolate the text from there.
what I could do, if you'd like, is I could put the video in the Facebook group. The video is just on my desktop, so it's not uploaded anywhere.
Yeah.
But if you want me to put the video in the Facebook group, I will. Let me just, or I can write you out a script.
Yeah, if you're willing to write out the script, that's easiest for me. But if that's not worth your time, then
what I'm going to do is just to make sure that everybody, because I just want everybody to understand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do both. I'm going to put the video in here so that you guys have it. I just got to find it.
That's excellent. Thank you.
And then I will also write out a script in the notes section of the slide as well. I just have to find this video. There it is. All right. So the video is being uploaded in there now. This is going to be the demo video for email, for personalized email / video. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is in the presentation itself, I'm going to, I guess that worked. We'll give it a second because it's 9 minutes long. So it might take a couple seconds to get up there. All right. And in the presentation, in the first slide. So this is why this gets confusing. And that's why I'm glad Keith came on, because I was confused with the question. So maybe I just didn't explain it right. In the video itself, when I'm reaching out to them, right? I'm only focused here. I'm not going through this or any of that. I may touch a little bit on this, but I'm not going to go to this slide. I'm not going to whatever. I'm just going to focus here. And I'm just basically going to say and I'll write this out for you, so don't worry. But I'm basically going to say, my name is Kenny. I represent a marketing company. Full disclosure, I have nothing to tell you whatsoever. We focus on two things, reviews and revenue. And I feel like we can help you. I'm not going to charge you anything. I got nothing to sell you. I don't even know if it's going to work for your company or not. If you want more reviews and you want to grow your revenue, either call me at whatever the number is or respond to the email. That's it. So I'm focused on this here, these two things, reviews and revenue. That's it. Now, again, I've been selling for a really long time. So sometimes, yeah, you may hear me say, we do that by 3 ways. We do it by retention, but I'll say that, but that's just me going off the cuff, right? And I can't really script that out. What I can do is I can give you a basic script on, what I said in that video, and you guys can go from there. And that, while you guys are finishing up, that's what I'll do. And then we'll get back to the 1 client a day process. And then we'll end it off with Q&A.
Perfect. Thank you. I was actually chatting with you every so often, but I didn't realize that I'd gone off mute again, gone back to mute. But anyway, thank you. That's perfect.
Yeah, it's all good. I just want everyone to understand. I want everyone to get results and everyone to and guys, listen, if anything is unclear, like that's what this is for. This is a beta coaching group. If anything is unclear, if anything is incomplete, if you don't get anything, jump out and let me know. Like, I love that. Like, that's why we're here. Because I don't want to put a whole program together and then find out that there's something missing or there's something broken or something should be better or whatever. So believe me, like anything, I don't take offense to it at all. Actually, that's why we're here.
So I'll just tell you, if I can give you a little kudos or pat on the back. And I've been in a couple of your other trainings, and one of the things that I've always appreciated and admired about you, among many, but is that you don't make people feel bad for asking questions. 2 or 3 other very prominent people who do a lot of training webinars, man, you ask a question and he bites your head off. Like, just listen to me. I'm smarter than you are. Don't ask questions. Or he tells you that you weren't paying attention, or all kinds of things. Just kind of berates you. And so I've always appreciated that you support people in their questioning. So thank you for that.
I think thank you for the positive feedback. I think that's what makes a training program the best it possibly could be. With that said, there are some things that I understand some people get annoyed about, which is, I guess, reasonable at some point. But, I think that when an audience is questioning something, first of all, I believe that if you have a question about something, Keith or Don or whoever, I think other people have it too. I think you're just the one that brought it up. And for whatever reason that was, it was. I'm sure a lot of people were asking the same question. That's what makes a program good, in my opinion. So that's why I always like to do it that way. And there's no such thing as a stupid question. So, people are on different levels. I mean, that's just the way it works. So if you don't understand something, we are here to help. All right, so just give me like 2 seconds. I am going to mute myself, and I'm going to write the script out for you guys, and then we will finish up with this module with the 1 client a day process. All right, so basically, this is how it should go. And it's in the notes in the, oh, I put it in the wrong damn spot. Hang on a second. Let's put it in here. Okay, so basically, this is how it should go. So Hey, this is Kenny. I'm just shooting you a quick video because I think I might be able to help you. Full disclosure, I do own a marketing company here in New York, but I'm not selling anything. And I'm not even sure if this is going to work for your business or not. But I came across your website and wanted to reach out. Basically, what we do here is we help businesses like yours grow their revenue and get more reviews on Google and Facebook, and we can do it completely for free. So feel free to give me a call at number or just reply back to this email when you have a few minutes. That's all it'll take, and I'll give you the basics. Look forward to talking to you. Done. That's it. Right now, again, feel free to, this is not, it's weird because I know a lot of you took training with me before. Usually I'm like, read the words exactly the way I write them. This is, you can kind of go with it a little bit if you have to, pick something out on the website or do like whatever. Just go with it a little bit, but stay within those boundaries. Okay. You just tell them who you are, tell them what you do. Full disclosure, I own a marketing company. Don't surprise them. Just be upfront about it. Tell them I own a marketing company, but I'm not selling you anything. I'm not here to sell you anything. I don't even know if it's going to work for you or not. I have no idea. But I came across your website. I thought I'd reach out because I think I might be able to help you. Basically, what we do is whatever we do, and then it doesn't cost anything. Give me a call back when you have a couple minutes or reply back to the email, and I'll give you the basics. Important parts there is few minutes. Not going to take a lot of time. And then we're reiterating that by saying the basics, which is I'm just going to give you what you need to know, and then that's it. Yeah, I know my screen is black. Don, I paused the sharing there for a second. Okay, now let's get to the 1 client a day system, which is going to be so much. I hope this is not a letdown for you guys. This is like a big deal. And it is amazing if you actually do it, but it's not that complicated and it's not that like major. Okay. The 1 client a day system. Here's how it works. The process. How do you touch 10, 15, 20 people in a day if you have 2 hours? A lot of people were asking this question before. I kept saying, I'll get to it. We went over the numbers. I said, maybe you won't be able to touch 20 people if you work full time or whatever. What do you focus on during those 2 hours of time? We've been talking about that all day, right? Here's how it works. This is what I have my new salespeople do. Now, they do it at a different level because they have 8 hours to do it, not 2. But this is basically the process that I take them through. Okay. So number 1, we do 5 personalized emails / videos every day. The beauty of the personalized, now my salespeople, they'll do maybe, like I said before, maybe 10, 12, something like that. Because I want them on the phone. I value them more on the phone doing other stuff. But here, that's basically how it would work. So 5 personalized emails and videos. The beauty of this is that you can get up. If you work a 9 to 5, get up an hour earlier. Get up at 6 o'clock instead of 7 o'clock and do this. You can do this at any time. It doesn't have to be between 9 to 5. It doesn't have to be business hours. You can do this at 3 in the morning if you want to. It doesn't matter. So do 5 personalized videos and emails, and that will take you 1 hour. Here's a little tip. Take 15 or 20 minutes the night before and get your leads before you do the video. Like, don't find a lead, shoot the video. Find a lead, shoot the video. Just get all your leads on a notepad and then go at it and just record. That's it. Okay? This is where people freak out. But listen, it is what it is. Do 5 on-purpose walk-ins every day. I'll tell you right now, the videos and the emails, it works really well. Okay? It does. I mean, if you do 5 of these a day, you're going to get 3 or 4 deals a week. It's just, that's the way it's going to work. There's nothing better than walking in with this flyer. Nothing. It works so amazingly well, especially if you have on your phone, I gave you the presentation, on your phone, get Google Drive on your phone and keep the presentation on your phone and show it to them, right? Look, let me get out of this for a second. Show it to them. Go here. You have the flyer in your hand, right? Look, they're going to see this flyer. When they see the flyer, they're going to go to the URL. When they go to the URL, this is what they're going to see. They're going to click this button. They're going to get their name and their email put into an email list. Then, as they're eating their pizza, working out of the gym, getting their tan, getting their nails cut, getting their haircut, whatever, they're going to get this message that says, if you're having any problems, let me know. I'm the owner of the place. 6 seconds later, they're going to get another message. Hey, if you're loving everything here, leave us a review. Then we transition into email. This is what your email campaign is going to look like. Over a 30-day period of time, we're going to hit people 17, 18, 19 times. And we get to boost your revenue anytime you want. Meaning, you call me up at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday saying, hey, look, listen, this place is empty. Send out an email to the entire list and get people in my location. Get people in my store because I want to make more money. And we will do it completely for free. And then you just go right here. That's it, right? You have the thing on the phone. Just read it to them. Show it to them. Walk in there and say, this is what we got. And read it to them and show it to them. That's all you got to do, okay? So, where the hell is my thing? There it is. Okay, and the next thing you're going to do is, this is not going to take as much time, 15 minutes, 5 accidental walk-ins. Now, why does this take a lot less time than the 5 on-purpose walk-ins? Because you're going there anyway. You're going to whatever, the nail salon or the barbershop, or you're going there anyway. Like, that's part of your day. You're going to the bagel store in the morning. You're going to the deli for lunch. You're going to the diner for dinner. You're going to wherever you're going. And when you go there, talk about what you do. Very basic. Just tell them what you do on your phone. Show them, look at the beauty of this. Ready? If you're doing an accidental walk-in and you don't have the flyer with you, show it to them on your phone. Just show them this and go right down from here. This stuff here is more for you to have notes for yourself when you're making a video, when you're talking to someone on the phone or whatever. This right here is to actually show them what it is that you're doing, right? So if you do an accidental walk-in, pop your phone open and say, look at this. I got to show you this. Just say that to them. Just be like, look, your pizza is amazing. I got to show you this, though. You got like 2 seconds? Just look at this. And don't even let them answer. Just say, I got to show you this. Look at this. I could put one of these flyers at your cash register, and then all of a sudden, check out what's going to happen, right? They're going to click that URL to get 25% discount. They're going to get a text message on their phone or a Facebook message on their phone. We're going to put it on an email list. We're going to increase your Facebook, Google, and Yelp reviews instantly while they're still in the store. Within 30 seconds of them getting it, they're going to get a message saying to leave a review on Facebook, Google, or Yelp while they're eating your pizza. Now, let me ask you this question. I think I wrote this in one of the notes. Let me ask you this question. You just gave them a 25% coupon. Hopefully your food is good. You're not killing people. You think they'd leave you a 5-star review? Of course they would. It's reciprocity. That's the way it works. But just in case they didn't, 12 hours later, we have another one with Dave on the front there. Giving a thumbs up to Geraldo Rivera when his tomb with Al Capone. We give him this 12 hours later just in case they didn't. And then guess what? Over the next 30 days, we knock on their virtual door every other day. On and on and on, saying, come back to the pizza place. Come back to the pizza place. Here's a special. Here's a special. Leave us a review. And on and on and on. And we will do it completely for free. All you got to do is say yes. My favorite line in the world. All you got to do is say yes. We'll take care of everything else. That is an accidental walk-in. Use the tools that I am giving you. Just use them. You can ask me questions, like Keith said before. I'm not saying I'm always right, but use the tools that I'm giving you. This presentation is amazing. If you just start here and you work down to here, it closes itself. Obviously, you got to ask, right? But it does. The presentation is there to do the job for you. That's why it's there, all right? So the client everyday process, 5 personalized emails and videos done in 1 hour. You could do it at 6 in the morning. You could do it at midnight. Doesn't matter. 5 on-purpose walk-ins takes 30 minutes. Okay, because you're going to plan it out. You're going to say, I'm going to go to this place, that place, whatever. You can do it whenever you want. It takes a half hour. 5 accidental walk-ins. That could be done throughout the day. So in the morning, you stop for coffee. Bang, there's one. Lunch, you go to lunch. There's another one. You stop for coffee on the way home. You stop for gas on the way home. There's another one. You go to get groceries. There's another one. You go to the pet store. There's another one. Right? Whatever it is, 5 accidental walk-ins in 15 minutes. Now, what's going to happen is your accidental walk-ins are going to slow down because eventually it's like you went to all the places. Like you don't go to different places all the time, right? So you went to the 30 places that you visit the most and you got 10 of them as clients or whatever. But here's the thing. You went to those places, you got 10 of them as clients, you're making $2,000 a month from places that you would never have thought to talk to them about this. You were going there anyway to buy their stuff. And you just happened to talk to them about it, and they bought it. And now you're getting a $2,000 a month check from people that you would have never expected to get anything from. On-purpose walk-ins, they can happen anywhere. And I think most of you are going to really capitalize on the personalized email and video. Even though on-purpose walk-ins close the best, sort of accident. Walk-ins close the best because when you could show the flyer, which I have to drop off later to somebody, when you could show the flyer, that's really when people can grasp it. Okay, that's really when they can grasp it. So that is how you get a client every single day, at least one every single day. So all of you who are asking, what do I do with the 2 hours? The 2 hours doesn't seem like enough. 2 hours seems like it's too much. Whatever. This is what you fill your 2 hours up with. And I even gave you a 15-minute cushion. You could do 10 accidental walk-ins if you really wanted to. Or you could do 7 on-purpose walk-ins. Or maybe you could do 7 personalized videos and emails. So there you go. All right, where are we with, time blocking. Huge. Time blocking is massive. Okay, so what you want to do with this is not David Hasselhoff. What you want to do with this is you want to time block it. So you're going to say in your Google Calendar, you're going to say from 6 to 7. I got to close some of these because it's driving me nuts. From 6 to 7, I am doing my 5 personalized emails. That's it. From 6 to 7, I'm doing that. Or from 5:30 to 6:30, I'm doing that. Or at night, from 8 to 9, I'm doing that. Whatever it is, you're going to time block it. Okay? Your on-purpose walk-ins, you're going to time block it. So you do the personalized emails in the morning for an hour. At night, when you get home from work, you have dinner with the kids and everything else. And you go out and you say, listen, I'm going to hit these 5 businesses tonight. I'm going to go to this one shopping center and I'm going to go door to door. Bang, 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 bang. 5 of them. And I'm done in a half hour. That's probably a lot of time. Half hour, right? So you go out at 6 o'clock and you hit the pizza place, the coffee shop, the card store, whatever. Right in a row. Boom. Done. Okay? Then your accidental walk-ins happen as you go throughout the day. You stop for, like I said, you stop for breakfast in the morning. You stop for coffee in the morning. You get gas. You get a car wash. Like whatever. You stop wherever you stop and you accidentally are walking in there and you're going to pitch them because you were there for a different reason. All right. But you time block these top 2. And your time block is like, it's like your life. Like your time block is everything. So someone, my fiance will say to me all the time, like, oh, well, what if it's an emergency? Well, it'll still be an emergency when it's over. I was telling you guys about that before, right? Like someone dies, like they're going to be dead. It sounds harsh. It does. But my business is like the most important thing in the world because that's how I support my family. So my time block is going to be my time block and nobody's going to come into it. Now, with that said, I usually don't have 8-hour time blocks where no one can get a hold of me. I do an hour, 2 hours max. I take a 15-minute break, make sure everything's cool, turn my phone back on, whatever. But that's what you got to do. Because if you just kind of go about your day saying I'll get to it, you're not going to get to it. Put it on the calendar and block it out. Don't just put it on the calendar. Put it on the calendar and block it out. That's all you're doing for that hour. Nothing else. Create the videos, send the email. Create the videos, send the email. Or even better, create all the videos, then send all the emails out. That's probably the best way to do it. Then your on-purpose walk-ins, that's all you're doing for that 30 minutes. That's it. Your kids aren't coming. Your wife ain't coming. Your husband ain't coming. The dog ain't coming. Nothing. You're going in there and you're doing it to close deals. You're not going to go into a coffee shop and get coffee and then try to go. No, that's an accidental walk-in. That doesn't count. On purpose, you're time blocking it, and all you are doing is going in and pitching people. That's it. Okay? All right, good. Let's see what the questions look like. Most of those places. Oh, wait. Actually, let me go up here. Thank you, Kevin. Can you please explain? I have nothing to sell you. I can, Joe, if you expand on that a little bit. I have nothing to sell that woman in the video. So I'm telling her, I don't really know. Your question is, can you please explain? I have nothing to sell you 3 times. If you expand on that a little bit, I'll be glad to do that for you, but I don't really know what you're asking. You ask for the manager or owner or tell them food was good. Look at this real quick. You talking about like when you're doing an accidental walk-in? Yeah, you would ask for the manager or the owner. And again, it's like getting through a gatekeeper. Like everybody freaks out about this. And like really, if you just try it, you'll be shocked. The easiest way to get the owner or the manager of a place is to say, can I speak to your manager, please? Listen, I know you want some crazy trickery, but there isn't any. Like, there's really not. Like, if you walk into a restaurant and there's like a dead mouse on your plate and you won't look at your waitress and say, can I speak to the manager? What is she going to say? Who are you? What company are you from? No, that's what you think, but that's not what she's going to say. She's going to, hang on, I'll get him. So that's all you got to do. Just like, can I talk to your manager? And they're going to get the manager or the owner or whatever. All right, let's see. Yeah. All right. So I got to do some more sales training. All right. Okay. Hang on a second. How do you get the bill to them after the trial period? David, we set up our PayPal buttons a dog's age ago. I was thinking of some ridiculous thing I could say. Yeah, we set up our PayPal buttons a while ago, but you set it up on an auto pay on billing. He means that you're actually okay, but should we bring a supply of dead mice? Yeah, that would be a great idea. Bugs work too. So does hair. If you're ever in a pinch, pull a piece of your hair out, throw it in your plate. Get me your manager now. Okay. All right. So we got to do some sales training here just a little bit real quick. Okay. I'm answering your question, Joe. I got it. You just got to give me a second. All right. So you guys can see my screen, right? Okay, cool. All right. So I got this person off LinkedIn and I'm following the process that we talked about, right? I found her on LinkedIn. I'm shooting her a video. Do I know anything about this person's company besides they have a yoga studio? No. Do I know how long they've been in business? No. Do I know what type of person they are? No. Do I know if we're going to be a good fit? No. Do I know if she's going to pay me? No. Do I know if she's going to even like what I have? Not a clue. What is the perfect client process that we talked about before? Go back to that and understand that, okay? Listen to what I'm saying to this person. I'm shooting you a video because I might be able to help you. Full disclosure, I own a marketing company here in New York, but I am not selling anything. And listen, and I'm not even sure if what we do would work with your business or not. I came upon your website and wanted to reach out, basically what we do, and on and on and on. I'm not selling her anything now because I don't know anything about her. I don't know anything about her business. I don't know anything about her personally. I don't know how long she's been in business. I don't know how much money she makes or doesn't make. I don't know what she's a yoga studio, but does she have any special programs that she offers? Does she does goat yoga, like whatever? I don't know. I don't know anything about them. So I understand the question completely, and I get it a lot. But the bottom line is I'm not selling her anything yet. And that's why I say, but I'm not selling anything, and I'm not even sure if this would work with your business or not. That's the truth. I'm not trying to sell her anything in the video. And at the bottom line is I don't even know if it's going to work. We may not be a good fit. I may not want to work with her business, right? So I understand the question, and I understand why people think that. But the bottom line is you're not selling them anything. You're not. And there's a good chance that you may call that person back or she may call you back or whatever. She may be the worst person in the world. Who knows? If she is, you're not going to sell her anything. So we can't make that determination until we know more about them. Okay, cool. It's a good question, though. I understand it because I get it. I get asked it a lot, but it's just you got to look at it a little bit of a different way. But that's okay. All right, Q&A time. What do you guys got? Q&A and role play. If anybody wants to do any kind of sales role play, we can. I'm also going to leave it up to you guys if you want to do the upsell training on Facebook ads or not. If you do, tell me, because we've been going for 7.5 hours already. If you want to do it, I'm more than happy to do it. I have it in the slides already. So if you want to do it, we can. If not, I could shoot a video on it and I could post it in the group. That's fine too. Do you send messages to email? Okay, I'll do the video then. Yeah, because that's basically what everyone's saying. Yep, cool. Yeah, because I know, because it's like a long day. I get it. But it's a lot to cover, and I want to make sure that everybody gets everything and they understand everything. So basically, just so you guys know, like the upsell, basically this is not an upsell like for you guys to buy. I'm not selling you anything else. It's an upsell like after they've trusted you already and after you've gotten into the game of giving them the marketing system, we start pumping them full of traffic. And it's very, very simple to do. It's not that difficult at all. But for me to do this, it'd probably take about an hour. I have to go through the entire Facebook ads platform and show you guys exactly how we build it out. Facebook ads for local businesses is the stupidest, simplest thing in the world. And I tell you, to this day, we have I don't even know how many clients we have exactly, over 100 clients that pay us every single month. I have absolutely no freaking idea why. And I tell them that, like, some of them are friends of mine. And I'm like, dude, what? I don't understand why. Like, you could do this yourself in like 30 minutes. I could teach you everything you need to know, but I don't know. They like it. So what do you think about using a generic presentation similar to what you did for Giveaway Masters? I don't really remember, Mark, to be honest with you. I'm just saying I don't really remember what that was. I could probably try to find it if you really want me to. Yeah, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to write that down. Do you remember if it was a PowerPoint or was it a, if it was a PowerPoint slide, I probably have it in one of my, yeah, send it to me. That's perfect. Because I honestly don't have no idea what you're talking about. I did a lot of training for that. So I don't really, I can't pinpoint the one, but I probably have it on my external hard drives somewhere. They don't think they have the time, so they pay someone like you to do it for them. Yep, that's usually why. Or they don't believe they could do it themselves, which they can. Keith, yeah, that's why we have the 6 weeks of video, of not video, of calls, because there is going to be some questions. I mean, look, the best thing now is to get out there and do it. The best thing now is to really focus on this right here. And that's why I wanted to end off with this. The best thing to do right now is just focus on this and go out there and do 30 before the next training, which is going to be next Tuesday. Right. Amy just said it first. Go out there and fail fast. Exactly. Date before you marry. Go out there and fail quickly. Go out there and do 20 or 30 emails and videos before the next coaching call. Go out there and walk in on, 30 or 40 different businesses before the next call next Tuesday. And then come to me and say, look, I walked into 40 people and this is what they said. And this is what they did. And this is the responses I was getting from my email. Or no one was responding to my email or whatever. Like, come back with actual problems and we'll work through it. We'll work through it then. I'm watching this right now, Mark. Not watching the whole thing, but kind of scrolling through it. I mean, you guys can actually use this same exact thing, really. I mean, the only difference is that we're not using a software. I mean, I guess we kind of are, but we're using the chatbots to do it, and we're using email marketing to do it. And but yeah, it's basically the same thing. All right, does anybody want to do any kind of sales stuff? Thank you for sending that to me, Mark, by the way. I will take a look at this and see if I can kind of tailor it to what we do here, change it around a little bit. If anybody wants to do any sales stuff, let me know. That is the end of the training. So now it's all Q&A. you guys take up the rest of my time, and I will be here as long as it takes to get all of your questions answered, whatever they may be. All right. Do you think you can get similar results without walk-ins? I'm not in the US. Yeah, if you spend all of your time doing the other stuff, sure. I don't think that not being in the US is a good excuse, though, because as I always tell people, what I teach, no matter what it is, what I teach works anywhere in the world. As long as there is somebody exchanging goods for currency, what I teach you will work. Because whether you know it or not, you're not learning an internet marketing thing. What you're learning here is psychology. That's what you're learning. Human psychology is the same no matter where you are in the world. And I can get people to buy stuff, whether they're in South Africa or whether they're in the Antarctic or whether they're in New York City. It doesn't make a difference. Doesn't matter who they are, where they are. As long as they're a qualified prospect for what I have in front of me, it doesn't matter. And the thing doesn't matter either. Right now we're talking about marketing process where we can give away a chat bot and we can give away an autoresponder, stuff like that. Listen, Facebook ads are sold the same exact way. Websites are sold the same way. SEO is sold. I used to teach people how to sell SEO. It was ridiculous. Every day. And guess what? It was the same process. So yeah, you're right that, it'll get similar results, but you can still do the walk-ins if you're in another country. Doesn't really matter where you are. You said that you message a prospect using email, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, etc. Do you send those messages all at once, or do you drip them out over the course of a week or so? You drip them out, not over a week, though. You drip them out maybe over 2 days, right? And it's like, look, this is completely random. So I send an email out, and then maybe I'll give them a call and say, "Hey, this is Kenny from XYZ Marketing Company out in New York. I just want to let you know I sent you an email out. Not sure if you got it yet or not, but when you do get it, give me a call back. Thanks." Done. Right. And then the next day, if I don't hear back from them, maybe I'll send them a Facebook message or maybe I'll send them a text. So it could also be I send an email out and then 2 hours later, I send a message on Facebook and say, "Hey, I just want to let you know I sent an email out to you. I didn't hear anything back yet. So, if you get it and read it, just let me know that you got it." And that's it. Right. Facebook could be the next morning. It could be. So it's random, but it's not all at one time. Yeah, Amy, this is a good question. So you said that you do not fulfill one at a time. You block it out and say, do it on a Friday. So do you start their free trial after you get it set up on that Friday? That's a really good question. Okay, so I did not say what I did. I said what you guys should do. I have VAs that do all the fulfillment for me, so I don't have to do any of that stuff. So I get them fulfilled right away. But in the beginning, you don't do that. You fulfill it all yourself, because what is our number one principle? We don't spend money until we make money. We don't invest our own money. We invest our clients' money. So in the beginning, you're going to have to hustle through it, and you're going to have to get it done yourself. Do you start the trial on Friday if you close the deal on a Wednesday or something like that? Nah, you start it on the Wednesday. And then if they have to do 27 days instead of 30, they do 27 days instead of 30. Bottom line, they should know by the 10th day if they're going to keep it or not. So I'm not too concerned about that. The 2 or 3 days are not going to make that big of a difference when it comes to it. So yeah, that's the way. If you're starting out, that's the way you do it. The last thing you want to do is close a deal and then fulfill the deal right after that. The thing you want to do after you close the deal is go get another one. You want to once you get in that rhythm, you want to go out and just keep getting them. You don't want to stop. So motion keeps going. Once the ball's in motion, it keeps going. So you want to get out there, you want to get the deals done, and you want to just keep getting them done. And then once you're in fulfillment mode, phones are off, messages are off, like all that stuff. You just want to go out there and you want to fulfill as much as you possibly can. When will the replay be up? Ooh, that's a good question. Probably tomorrow night sometime. And the reason why I don't really know is because it takes me about 7 or 8 hours, believe it or not, just to get it out of the process that it's currently in. It's a big video. And then I'm probably going to have to upload it to YouTube or Vimeo. And then I'm going to have to upload it to Facebook, because I don't think Facebook is going to take a 7.5 or 8 hour video. So. Michael, where are you located? Jamaica. Okay, I'll get to that in 1 second, Michael. Just hang on. I want to answer Don's question real quick. Yeah, I'm going to show it to you right now. So we got LinkedIn. Don, this is for the question that you just posted. All right, so we're going to do owner pizza. There you go. What were you having problems with? Do you have like a specific term that you were using or something that wasn't working? Martial arts. There you go. Now they're not all going to be hundreds of thousands of people, but like it's 39,000, 37,000 is pretty ridiculous. MMA got another 11,000. Oh, it could be. Let's try it. Owner pizza. I'm still getting it. I don't know why you broke it, Don, but it's working. Don't put the comment in though, because that might be that could be causing you a problem. If you just put the regular, now I'm on Domino's. If you just put like owner pizza, owner whatever, then it should be fine. All right, so Michael, you are from Jamaica. Can you open up your microphone?
Hey, Kenny.
Hey, Michael. What's going on, man?
Hey, I'm here. I'm good.
Okay. So tell me what the problem is, and I'm gonna fix it for you.
Okay. Well, the main thing is that we don't have a lot of qualified prospects here. The landscape is a little, it's kind of small. And so to have that kind of volume of qualified prospects, the restaurants, there are some good restaurants here that we could target, but there aren't a lot of them.
Okay.
And there are a couple other places that would be a good fit, like some of the entertainment places, like sports bars and a couple of cafes. But since Starbucks came, then a lot of the other ones are actually struggling. So
well, I'll tell you this: I'm not going to tell you that you have to do it, but I am going to tell you that I'll teach you how to do it if you want to. Is that fair?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm still going out to whomever I can qualify. You know? It's just that I tried that before, and based on the numbers, it was a little weak. You know, in terms of those who are willing to pay that kind of money. Our price points are usually lower.
How much were you charging for whatever you were selling?
At the time, we were doing 147. We were doing which one of your programs was it? The review platform. So we did that one with where we had the one, let me see if I can remember the name of the program.
How did you pitch it? Just give it to me like I'm that person, however you said it.
We pitched it exactly like you had it scripted. Hey, this is something. Would you? Let me see if I can remember real quickly. We pretty much said, hey, we have something that could help you to get more 4 or 5 star reviews, and we only need you to try it. So if you're interested, then this is what it is. The problem wasn't so much the if they're interested. The problem is the price point for them. And so that's the challenge that we have here normally. The price points, the disposable income here, like in the US, the average business, I heard earns probably about $160,000 per year.
Well, I think I'm just going to jump in there 1 second. I think the average entrepreneur earns about 0.
Okay.
But here's the thing though. You are, I don't know the numbers. I think it's probably a little bit less than that. The average probably brick and mortar place that you'll find in a town, yeah, probably does maybe 40, 50 grand in profit, 60 grand. And that's average, like a bagel store or whatever, card shop, whatever it is. But the problem is that you're pitching it wrong. Whatever it was that you were, the review thing, you were just pitching it wrong. You were presenting it with the wrong angle. Right. So how about you be the person? Give it to me one more time. Just tell me I'm the person. So you just tell me what you said and how you pitched it. Briefly, just go over it as best as you can.
All right. Let me get it up here real quickly. Okay, so pretty much.
Just give it to me straight. You just walked into my store and I own a bar or like whatever it is, whatever store you had in mind. I own a deli, whatever it is. What's up, Michael? Nice to see you again. What's going on?
Oh, hey, I'm good, man. I noticed your Google reviews. It seems like you're having a little problem with your reviews. I was checking online and your reviews seem to be down. I got some connections with all that, and if you want, I can see what I can do about it. We can usually get you back to 4 or 5 star reviews in about 30 days, and I can probably have someone do it on a trial, so you won't even have to pay for it. So if you like, we could try that out, and I can have you set up in a couple of days.
Okay. Now what kind of store is this?
This was a restaurant.
Okay. So you're the restaurant owner, and I'm you.
Right.
Okay. Don't be rude, Michael. Welcome me into your store.
Hey, what's happening, Kenny? Nice to see you, man.
What's up, man? How's everything going? All right.
It's rough, but we're hanging tough.
Hey, let me ask you a question. I was just searching online at some different restaurants in the area, and I noticed something I wanted to run by you real quick. I have this piece of paper here with your listing on it on Google, and I have this other one. So if I'm brand new to the area, now you might be biased to this because you obviously own this place. So obviously you're going to pick your own thing. But if you don't know anything about the location at all, which one of these restaurants, based on what you see on these two pieces of paper, would you choose to go to?
That one.
The one with the better reviews.
Yeah.
You would think that would get more customers, right?
Yeah, it should. This one has like about 40 reviews here, and that one has 2.
Mm-hmm.
So
you think that you would choose, if you didn't know anything about the area, but what you see on these two pieces of paper, you would go to the one with the 40 reviews?
Yeah, I'll definitely choose that one.
Okay, let me ask you this then. If I was able to get you from the 2 that you're at now to the 40 that your competitor is at, you think that would increase your business a little bit?
Hell yeah.
What if I could do it for free? Would you do it right now?
Sure.
Okay, that's how you close the deal.
And I get that. My only problem is the paying for it.
So hit me with it then. You don't be shy.
So
listen, you could tell me, yeah, I love the review thing, but there's a guy with an AK-47 out my window right now shooting bullets at me. What do I do? Like, whatever you want to throw at me, just throw it. It's all good, man. Just whatever they say to you, just say it to me. Exactly like they would say it to you, say it to me.
Yeah, I can't afford 197 right now for that, man.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you this. If the 147, and I understand that, money's tight everywhere. I get it. I completely get it. And if there's anything I could do for the price for you to help you out, I definitely will. But let me ask you this. If the 147 brought you in an extra 1,000, would you be able to afford it then?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, good. So what I'd like you to do is give it a shot for 30 days. If it works for you, great. If it doesn't, we'll never charge you a dime. Does that sound fair?
I'm okay.
You can still keep going if you want. Give me as many problems as you have.
Okay. Usually for them, it comes down to that. Most times, especially the ones who I talk to, they're willing to try.
Right. But you're having a problem with the payment, right?
Yeah,
so here's what you do with the payment.
Problem with the payment.
Listen, Michael, let me ask you a question. I know this is really tough for you to answer. I get it, but give me your best guess. When somebody comes into your restaurant, what is the average ticket? How much do they spend?
Usually about $30.
$30. Okay. And you do agree, like you said before, that if I could bring you from the 2 that you're at now to the 40 that your competitor's at, that you'd see an increase in customers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to ask you to try the service for 30 days. If it doesn't make you more than the 147 and substantially more, $300, $400 more, we'll never charge you a dime. Simple as that, right? So what I'm doing is I'm saying, look, I got to get you 10 customers, and you already agreed that it was going to bring you in more business.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you to do. I'm not talking to the restaurant owner anymore.
Okay.
That's okay. All right. So what other objections did they give you that you had trouble overcoming?
I usually don't have much other objections. Most of the other objections, you covered them in the other stuff, and I pretty know how to have a chat with them about those.
Okay. So how many people did you approach?
We approached probably about a dozen of the restaurants that were around. Here in Kingston, we probably have about maybe about 20 something restaurants that would make sense for doing that with. So the market's a little small.
Mm-hmm. And can you go anywhere else?
Yeah, there are a little scattered once you get out of Kingston, though. So you'd have like a few in Montego Bay, and then 1 and 2 within the few other cities. Like there's Rick's Cafe. You probably heard of. and Margaritaville in Ocho Rios. So we have a couple of those that we could also.
Any place with foot traffic, not just restaurants. Any place with foot traffic.
I know.
Yeah. So there's other places that you can go where there's like a cluster of 10, 15, 20 businesses together that you can go to in a different area.
Yeah, there are a few others, but most of those would be like clothing stores, shoe stores, somewhere that does good traffic here is like cell phone accessories, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. So if you can go to one of those clusters of businesses that have 20 or 25 businesses in a row or whatever, if you can go to that, maybe it took you an hour to drive there and an hour to drive home, but you can hit all 20 of those in one shot, and that would bring you in 4 or 5 deals at $200 a month and make you $800 a month US. Would that be worth 2 hours of driving?
Probably would be worth 4.
I mean, you might have to go out a little bit, right? I mean, look, man, I book appointments all over the country, and I go to places all the time to close, a little bit bigger deals, $1,500, $2,000. Sometimes I got to go to places to do that. But the bottom line is I'm willing to get on a flight and fly to California or Colorado or whatever to close that deal because I know that my product works. I know that what I do is going to get them a result, and then I'm going to keep that client for a very long time. So I look at the long-term effect of it, right? If I can get one client at $1,500 a month for 5 years, that's going to make me a crap ton of money. It's worth one flight to Colorado and one flight home.
Okay.
And I'm going to that's an example, right? It could be anywhere. But the bottom line is
well, I'm here planning to fly to Florida to do it.
Well, I'm going to be down there in the end of April doing the same thing. I mean, I'm going there to do some other business, but I'm having appointments booked for me right now. Actually, we're starting tomorrow, or not tomorrow. We're starting on Monday, I think. Booking appointments in the whole entire Tampa Bay area.
Okay.
I'm going down there 2 days early and I'm staying 2 days late, and I'm meeting with somebody for 2 days at a conference. Okay. So the 2 days before and the 2 days after, I'm going to be back to back pitching Facebook ads all day long. Right. Okay. So I'm going to go down there and I'm going to close a whole bunch of deals. So it's worth it for me to do that. Right.
Well,
I'm not saying that. Go ahead.
I'll be hitting all that I can hit here. I'm just telling you what my concerns are. So if I hit a hurdle, then I know the way forward instead of sitting there wondering how to move it.
Yeah, listen, definitely work on the email, definitely work on the video, do those things, but I don't give up on your local community when it comes to this. Because here's the thing, if you come to me in 3 or 4 weeks and you're like, listen, I talked to 200 businesses and none of them are willing to pay, either your pitch sucks or you're in a worse area than we thought.
Yeah.
Because for $200 a month, if you're connecting it to revenue like we do, every business in the world should be able to do that. Because here's the bottom line, you're bringing in more than 200. And that's what you got to get across to them. Yes, it's $200 a month, but is that $200 a month worth it to you if I can bring you back 2,000? Because if it's not, then you can't fucking add.
Okay.
Now you don't have to be that forceful with it. You could be a little lighthearted with it if you want, but that's just the bottom line, right? Yes, it's $200 a month. I get it. Money's tight. I understand. It's a poor area of town. Whatever the excuse is, I understand all those things. But if the 197 turns into 2,000, the 197 is irrelevant. The only question, you might want to write this down or record this part. The only question you should be asking me, if I could take 200 and turn it into 2,000, the only question you should be asking me is, Kenny, how many times can I give you $200? Because every time I give you 200, it's going to turn into 2,000. So the only question you should be asking me is not how much is it? Can you give me a discount? Can you do that? No, those are all excuses. The only question you should be asking me is how many $200 investments can I make? That's it.
Yeah, that's right.
Right? So again, if you angle it as, or you present it as not necessarily spending the 200, but investing the 200 and connecting it to revenue that you're going to bring back in, it's much easier to justify the price. And to be honest with you, that's what you should be doing. If you're charging someone $200 a month and they're not bringing in more than 200 in return, then you don't deserve their business. right? I mean, we don't teach that at all. We teach charge 200 and make 500 back, or 1,000 back, or 2,000 back. So if you're doing it that way, the price should never be the issue because they're always making more than.
Yeah. All right. Well, all I'm going to do is I'm going to just give it a good run, and I'll get back to you on it.
All right. Cool. Sounds good. Thank you, Michael, for doing that little demonstration. I think that Michael's going to do great in his town if he actually goes out there and does it, which I think he will. And also, again, if you're in an area like that where you know it's going to be a little bit of an issue with the cost, yes, focus on the email. I mean, listen, low-hanging fruit is where it's at, right? Focus on the email. Don't give up on your local town. All right. Anyone else? Funny, I did the LinkedIn and found a place in Kermit, Texas. I went to find him, and he's no website. I guess move on, right? Yeah. Someone has their hand up, but I can't see who. Mark's got his hand up. I'm going to lower it, and then I'm going to unmute Mark. Or Mark, did you want to be on mute? Is that why you had your hand up?
I was. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Cool. Actually, I was pointing you back to what I gave you in chat about that generic audio. I think it's something that I could explain to everybody if you have a minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So I think, as you and I talked about, one of the biggest things is people not taking action. And of course, one of the reasons for that is because sometimes they're, just getting into this, they're scared, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, everybody's hit that roadblock once or twice. But if you were to have like a generic, about 1 minute audio that could be used for just about any presentation, and just have that like be an audio, there is a way to pipe that into a person's computer to be able to make like a Zoom, a Loom video of the person just like scrolling up and down on the person's website, kind of acting like a presentation, but it would be live, and doing that for like 1 minute. That right there would eliminate the person trying to do the prospect, like if they're scared about contacting a person, scared of doing like a over the shoulder type of thing, because you would be the one that's doing the actual audio, and all they're doing is just going to the person's website, hitting record on Loom, and doing an audio, and then sending them the link. What do you think about something like that?
I like it. The only question I have is, what do we do about like contacting them back? Do we just leave that up? Maybe I could just say something like, I can go real old school, and I could be like, just reply back to the person that sent you this email or something like that. Or like call back the number that's at the bottom of the email or something.
Well, instead of even that, I mean, as far as the prospect is concerned, this is the first presentation that they've seen. So they don't know your voice. They don't know the person's calling back. The person that would be calling them back could act like, they were just somebody in not a call center, but I mean, by the time they call them back, they're not going to be trying to match the voice up or something like that.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm not worried about that, because you're right. They're going to forget who I am in 5 seconds. I'm not worried about that. What I'm saying is in the audio, when I do the video, usually what I'll say is like, if you have any questions or whatever, give me a call back at this number. So I give a number out in the video. So I'm going to have to cut that part out, and I'll just say something like, instead of saying that, I'll say something like, I left my number in the email. If you have any questions, just give me a call back or something. Or hit reply and just send me the thing back.
That's exactly it. Because I think a lot of people that don't want to do the effort, and I mean, I'm one of those guys. I mean, I like to scale stuff up wherever I can or automate it. So if you were to do something like that, keep it super generic, then somebody could start broadcasting with email in one of your appointment setter type appointment machine type styles, something like that. And with that Loom video link in there, I think that would be amazing.
I like it.
And that would probably help at least half of the people on this call.
And
who
all
might
you
be-
need is an audio to do that?
Yeah.
Do you know how to do it?
That's exactly what I was going to try to do as soon as I got home today. So yeah, I mean, if you can come up with the audio, I will find a way to get this done.
Well, I could get the audio if you're willing to create a video teaching everybody how to do it.
I would be more than happy to.
Cool. I'll have the audio tonight.
Thanks, brother.
See, that's why I like having Mark on, because he comes up with ideas that I can't think of myself. All right. Anybody else? You had mentioned that you would get Appointment Machine as a bonus. Yes, you will. It will be released in the Facebook group on Saturday morning. Probably. It might be Friday night, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be Saturday morning. Found out how to set up PayPal button. What title do you use on the button? Auto pay or subscription? Subscription with a trial. My microphone is in a really weird spot right now. What is Appointment Machine? Appointment Machine is the greatest prospecting training program ever created in the history of the world. That should be the tagline of Appointment Machine. I'm kind of kidding, but I'm really not, because Appointment Machine is something that I am extremely proud of. Corporations all across the world use it. Small business owners use it, and it's really freaking good. So basically, Appointment Machine teaches you how to book appointments in a very strategic way that when you show up to the appointment, the customer is basically sold already. We do 4 things. We book the appointment, obviously, on a telephone call. Then we follow up 3 ways. So we have testimonials, case studies, and then we threaten them into making sure that they're going to be there when we show up. And it's probably the most successful prospecting thing ever, because there's companies out there that I trained Geico on it. I trained car dealerships on it. I trained a lot of people on it and a lot of companies on it. And it works really, really, really well. It's something that I really tried for a long time, and I'm still thinking about doing this, even though I'm focused 100% of my time on this right now, and I'm going to be for a long time. But at some point in my life, I would love to release that to in like a general public type thing if I could. But it's not really it's for corporations and business owners, so it's hard to do that. Appointments on the phone, yeah. But again, if you remember the original whiteboard webinar that I did for this call, I said, I'm giving you Appointment Machine because it's the greatest thing ever, but you don't need it for this. I'm just giving it to you because it's awesome. And that's true. You don't need it for what we're doing here at all. You do not need to book appointments for this at all. It's actually better, in my opinion, if you just walk in cold, because you'll lose too many people with my process. See, the Appointment Machine process, you're going to lose a lot of people because you just literally harass them until you show up. Like, if I book an appointment on a Tuesday for Friday, they're going to get touched probably 17 times between Tuesday and Friday. It's going to be email, it's going to be voicemail, packages, text messages, videos, a whole bunch of different stuff. The thing is to weed out all the bad people before I actually show up. When I sit down with them, all I got to do is be like, look, did you get what I sent you? Yes. Let's do it. That's it. It's very simple to close the deal. So you don't need it for this. You shouldn't use it for this, but it's great training on the psychology of how to get someone from, I don't know who you are, to I'll at least listen to you, to I'll try it. And that's kind of our battle as business owners. It's getting out of obscurity. An Appointment Machine gets you out of obscurity really quickly. Amy, I cannot, I'm not talking bad about you in any way at all, but that would be extremely unethical for me to use my testimonials for you guys. You can't do that. It would be one thing if I was providing the service for you, but I am not. So I can't. The best way for you to get results is to go out there and get someone to get results for. That's how everybody starts, basically. So, if I was doing the service for you, which I'm not, then you would be able to use some of my testimonials and feedback, but find a friend, find someone. Again, you guys should be surrounding yourself with business owners. You shouldn't be, hanging out with your high school friends that are doing whatever the hell they're doing. You should hang out with people that are owning businesses like you are. And those people should be more than happy to test out something for you, right? They should be more than happy to do that. So, I mean, to get results for someone, you don't even have to do the trial thing. Just be like, look, take this for free, use it, and tell me what you think of it. Get someone to give you a testimonial by showing them, this is the plan. I'm going to put this flyer in front of somebody's cash register. I'm going to get them on a chat bot. I'm going to put them in an email autoresponder, and I'm going to hammer them away until they come back into the business. Tell them the plan and be like, what do you think of that? Get your phone out and record them. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? It doesn't have to be a paid client. It doesn't have to be someone who's been with you for 6 months. It could be anybody. Show someone what you're planning on doing and get their feedback. That's all you need. Joe, why not use appointment machine for this as one of several approaches? You could, but it's overkill. You certainly could. But here's the thing, Joe, and I don't really remember. I obviously I know who you are, and you've been in my training quite often, but I don't remember if you are a phone person or not. If you are a phone person, though, just go right to a close. Don't even bother. Why would you even bother booking an appointment? Like, this is the easiest thing in the world to sell. So there's no reason to even book the appointment. Just go for the throat, so to speak, right? Just go right for it. Let them have it. But you could, though. You could use appointment machine if you really wanted to. Joe, yeah. See, here's the thing. I am a phone person, as you know. Obviously, I'm preaching to the choir with you. Obviously, I'm a phone person, 100% phone person. This is something that really, unless you're going to hard charge it, which I'm not against, obviously, if you're really going to beat it up, you could definitely do that. But this sells really well visually. If I walk in and I say, here's the flyer, right? That really works really, really well. Having them see it works really, really well. So it's not something that I would just put anybody on a one-call close script with and be like, have at it, The results just aren't going to be there. It's going to be a waste of time. They're going to be better off just going in and walking into a place cold. With that said, if you are going to do the phone, booking appointments, I mean, you could do it, but you're going to get the same percentage if you just walk in cold. So the appointment is kind of irrelevant because you could just go into the place that you were going to book the appointment with cold and you're going to get the same result. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? So if you're going to hit the phones and just close them right on the telephone. Don, a QR code is fine. The problem is that a lot of people don't have a QR code scanner on their phone. Now, the newer, crazy iPhones or whatever, they may have it built in. I have no idea. Mine is an 8 Plus. My last iPhone ever is an 8 Plus, and then we go Android. But it's an 8 Plus. So, the new ones may have it. I don't know. But I'm not going to expect someone to download a QR scanner to do it. You could do both, though. So you can have on the flyer, you can have the URL and a QR code. Just create another growth tool with the same message. And that's all you really got to do. Yeah, Joe, I wish I was in an area with 4,000 people and 2 restaurants and 5 Burger Kings. I wish that was where I lived. I'm not. I'm in an area where people are all over me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's horrible. But yeah, I mean, that's fine. Look, dude, you can reach out. You can use the LinkedIn way. You can, with LinkedIn, if you want to do the phone stuff with LinkedIn, now you have the owner's name. So it's no more if I don't know the owner's name, what do I do? That's not an excuse anymore. And I'm not saying you made that excuse, but a lot of people did, and you heard them, right? So not in here, in other programs in the past that Joe was involved in with me. Other people would make that excuse all the time. What do I do if I don't know the owner's name? Well, that's gone. So you don't have to worry about that anymore. Yeah, you could definitely put both on the flyer, Don. There's nothing wrong with that. Ooh, Karsten, I missed your question. I use the terminology this system has generated. Do you feel that is unethical? It depends really on how you're using it. I probably, that's a tough question because the way that I would use it is probably wildly different than the way that you use it. So why don't you type in like the whole thing that you would say, and then I'll tell you while you're typing that in, I'll tell you how I would say it. And I'm going to turn it around a little bit. So type in what you would say, the whole thing, when you're saying this system has generated, and then continue on with how you would do that. The way that I would say it is, I would only say this if there was a problem, by the way. I would never bring this up just in a normal pitch unless they're giving me an issue and I have to overcome something. But I would say something like, look, I could be like everybody else and I could show you results from other people. I could show you testimonials from other people. I could tell you how much money this has generated. I could tell you how much, success this has generated. But the bottom line is everyone else is showing you that stuff and you're still in the same spot you were 3 years ago. The SEO people that come in, the Facebook ad people that come in, they're showing you images and pictures and Ferraris and hot tubs and half-naked women, and they're all failing you, every single one of them. So I don't want to show you any of that stuff. What I want to do is I want to show you the best result in the world, which is the result I can provide your company. And that's why I'm willing to do it for free, because I know that what I do works, and I know that the only result that you're really going to trust is the one that you see yourself inside of your company. Take it for 30 days. If you love it, keep it. If you hate it, we'll never talk again. Does that sound fair? There you go. That's how I use the results generated or whatever you said, right? We can use testimonials either way. We can go and say, here's what we've done for everybody else. It's amazing. Look at it. Buy it, right? Or we can use it the other way. We could say, look, everyone else tells you all this great stuff they've done for everybody else. Everyone else shows you all the prior results they've done for everybody else. And on and on and on and on and on. And then they come to you, and for some reason, it can never work for what they're doing for you. That's why I'm not going to show you any of those things. I'm going to show you something much better, which is an actual result inside of your own company. And I believe in it so much that I'm not even going to charge you for it. You get to see the result before I ask you for anything. If you hate it, just let us know. We'll never charge you anything. If you love it, keep it, and we'll move on from there. Does that sound fair? That's the way it works, right? So you can use it either way. Yeah. You could do that. Wait, hold on a second. But the URL on the file. No, the URL is to the chat bot, not the landing page on GetResponse or whatever you're using. It's to the chat bot. The chat bot gets them to opt in for the coupon, and the chat bot hits them with a timed response for a review. So it could be 30 minutes if they're eating in a restaurant. It could be an hour if they're going to the gym. It could be 15 or 20 minutes or 10 minutes if they're going to a tanning salon. Whatever it is, half hour if they're going to a hair place, whatever. You time it so that they can get the response, so that they get the review before they leave the location. Then you follow up with that review 12 hours later, and then your contact with them through Facebook Messenger is done because of the 24-hour rule. Unless they engage with it, then your 24 hours start over again, but that's a whole different story. We transition into email from that point forward, and we do 3 things. We do retention, we do reviews, and we do a boost if they need it. And we also do goodwill, so it's really 4 things, but the boost doesn't really count. Finishing up my PayPal button, 1 month at 0, and then auto bill each month, right? Yes. That is right. Yeah, Karsten, you can do all of that if you want to, but the thing is that you're not going to need to do it, right? That's the issue. So I'm going to unmute your microphone here in a second so you can explain to me better. I understand what you're saying, though. The thing is that you're just not going to need to do it. All right. let's. Oh, my screen is not on. Oops. I don't know how long that's been like that. I apologize. Not that I'm showing you guys anything, but here's what it is. All right. Who else? Anybody else? Objections, sales stuff. This is like my favorite part of the day. No one wants to fight with me. I love it. Actually, I hate it. I love arguing with people like this, like in a fun, playful way when it comes to sales and selling stuff. If possible, I suggest you break your video into multiple parts. You're talking about this video? If you're talking about this video, I can. Is that David that just unmuted himself?
No, it's Keith. I'm the one that posted that. You were saying that you didn't know if some of these places would handle a 7-hour video. Well, you just break it up into 7 1-hour videos.
Yeah, that's probably. I don't know if it's gonna be 7 1-hour videos, but it might be like 3 or 4 like 2-hour videos or something like that.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. I don't, and I still don't think, even if I do that, I don't think I'll be able to upload them directly to Facebook at that length. You think so?
I don't know what what Facebook's requirement is, but you could certainly upload them to YouTube and then do the YouTube link.
Yeah, and then I would just put the link in there. Yep. Yeah, that's definitely how we're gonna do it. All right, David, what's up?
Hey, Kenny. Thanks for taking my question. I'm going to figure out how to phrase this so that, first of all, really grateful for the training. One thing I wasn't clear on, and I don't know if it was because I wasn't listening clearly when you laid this out on the video, or maybe I had made an assumption from some of your previous programs. I thought this was more of kind of a white label situation where I was going to be focusing more on generating the leads and getting people to say yes, and that there would be some kind of fulfillment capability on the back end already done or already available that I was going to plug into. Now, I understand that that's not the case, and I have no regrets, other than I'm a little freaked out because I'm not the greatest fulfillment guy. I've usually been successful in the past when I've been paired up with people, who are doing that. And I understand, of course, we can't afford to do that coming out of the gate. So I just wanted to put that out there for you and ask you, what do you think? Is it?
Just, David, if you don't mind, just repeat that last part because you broke up. Still breaking up. Is that just me or is that everybody? I can't hear anything you're saying. Yeah, Keith just said it's everyone.
Can you hear me okay at all?
It's cutting in and out. I don't want to, did you mute yourself? I guess David muted himself. I want to bring him back on though, because I want to hear the rest of his question and I want to try to help him.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, now I can. Now it's perfect.
Okay. Well, the last part was, is this a right fit for me if I'm not feeling strong on the fulfillment piece? Because I do want to scale this thing, but I'm thinking, to make my freedom number, I'm thinking, really, it's kind of a daunting number monthly that I want to scale to. I know I can't do that fulfillment myself.
Right. Let me ask you this. What other program were you in with me?
Wasn't in the full blown. I just got the $27 30-day challenge, I think, on the Untapped.
Okay.
And I loved it, and I love your stuff, man.
Did you ever hear of any of the programs like Giveaway Masters that I did, or?
I've heard about them, Kenny, but I've not been in them.
No, that's okay. That's okay. The reason why I'm asking you that is because you notice that none of those people are here with me.
Yeah.
Right. So the reason why I'm
Yeah.
telling you that is
Okay.
because I don't know if this is a right fit for you or not. That's something that you have to decide. And I'm not going to push you one way or the other. But what I will tell you is that partnerships are the worst thing in the world. The best way to move forward with anything is to, I understand you don't want to fulfill, and that's totally fine. I respect it 100%. Some people don't want to sell. All they want to do is fulfill. So either side of it is fine. Know your weaknesses and know your strengths and focus on where you're strongest. I respect that a lot. The best way for you to move forward in anything when it comes to this is, whether it's with this program or something else, is to do it once or twice yourself, take the money from it, and then hire someone to fulfill.
Okay.
Don't partner, because then it's a 50-50 partnership. You got to get approval from the other person, and they don't want to do it, and they want to go wonder, and then all of a sudden they just want to take off and go on a vacation for 6 months. It's a nightmare.
Yeah.
It's cheap enough to hire someone on Upwork to do this kind of stuff. It'll cost you $100, $200 a month, and they'll have the whole thing fulfilled, and you never have to worry about it. If they don't work out, fire them.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's true with anything that whatever it is that you want to do, right? It could be this, could be something else. I don't really care, but that's the way you should move forward. It should be with a hired person, not a partnership type deal. And if you look at Alex Becker, look at Dan Henry, they don't have partners. They hire people. Sam Ovens, same thing. They hire people. So that's the way you
have a good team. Have a good team around you is really what you're talking about. Which I'm familiar
but I
with.
think the key is that you don't start there. I think you do it a couple times yourself, because I don't like telling people to spend their own money. I like telling people to spend their clients' money. So if you can work through fulfillment, again, if it's this or something else, doesn't matter. If you can work through fulfillment once or twice yourself, get $300 or $400 in, and then take half of that and hire an outsourcer or a VA and train them on, give them the video that I just did. Give them this training day and say, watch this. This is your training. Teach them how to do it, or use the coach that you hired to teach them how to do it. And then just let them do it for $200 a month.
Okay. All right. So you feel that this is something on the fulfillment side that could be outsourced to a offshore Filipino
100%
virtual assistant.
That's who does all mine.
Well, then, okay. Well, there you go. I mean, I want to do this. I don't want to do another program. I want to do this because I like what you're doing, and I think it will work. I just, I'm just copying to the fact that I'm not strong on that side, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to be strong on that side. So, I need to fill that gap.
Yeah, and I'll tell you right now, one thing that's really important. If you're going to be strong on one side or the other, be strong on the sales side.
Well, yeah, that's what I've been doing for 30 years, man. So
yeah, that's what you got to do, man. Because listen, you can always get somebody to fulfill. I mean, a simple chat bot and putting in messages into an autoresponder. Yeah.
It just makes my head spin, man. So tools to do that earlier today. I was just you've done that whole feel, act, become. I feel like I'm a 6-year-old, and I start acting like, shit, I don't know how to do this. I'm ever going to be able to even fulfill one, and then I become, I start getting negative, and I don't want to go there.
Right, but you definitely feel like you can walk in and you could walk in and pitch this, or you can get on the phone and pitch this, or you can.
That's what I do, man. I can articulate this when I understand the value of the process. That's where I'm incredibly strong. So I have all the confidence in the world in that, but it's just the delivery. I've generally been in situations. Used to be a corporate guy. I used to work for Xerox, and I always had a delivery team, literally, that was handling that once I got somebody to say yes. So that's where I'm struggling, is how do I do both, or how do I to start at least.
You don't. That's the answer. And I left you another answer in the chat. So I'm going to mute you and read what I just wrote you in the chat box, and that will give you the best answer that you can hope for. Because that's your way out. That's the way forward. And listen, I have a lot of respect for that, because I'm not a fulfillment guy either. I'm a salesperson. I'm not an entrepreneur. I'm a salesperson. That's what it comes down to. And, I know a lot of you guys are from the previous program with the previous partner that I had and all that kind of stuff, and the software went bad and everything else. The reason why I was in that program, the only reason, is because, wait a minute, I can just sell it and back away? Well, yeah, that's what we're going to do. Oh, I'm all about it. Listen, I like to sell stuff. I hate the fulfillment side of it. With that said, I spend a lot of money on people that are going to fulfill around me. And they take care of my Facebook ads. I don't run Facebook ads myself. I mean, I could, and in the beginning I did, but I don't do it myself anymore. I hire people. I don't go out and spend my money on Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and stuff like that. I go out and spend my money on people to build my business, to help me, right? Because I believe that time is the most important thing. A Ferrari and Lamborghini, they're not going to come to my funeral. My kids will. So I want to spend time with them. I don't want to spend money and time on other crap. I want to spend money on people so that they can help me grow my business, so that my time is free, so I can go do other things. Alrighty. Who else? Yeah, listen, I get it with fulfillment, and a couple of people are saying it, but the bottom line is, in the beginning, look, you either got to work for it or you got to pay for it. That's just the bottom line, right? This is not a game of this is not the lottery. You either got to work for it or you got to pay for it. So I would advise against this, highly, highly advise against it. There's nothing stopping you from going out and hiring a VA right now at $4 an hour or $5 an hour and just training them. Use the video that I just did. Use this live stream and just give this to them and say, here's the part that you have to learn. This is your job. If you want to go out and spend the money on a virtual assistant to do that, I would advise against it, like I said. But if you want to do it, go ahead. My belief has always been from the beginning that when you are an entrepreneur, when you start your business, you do it. Whether you like it or not, you do it. Whether you're good at it or not, you do it. And then once you get money coming in where you could say, look, this is not my strong point, I'm going to focus on where I'm good. Then you bring clients' money in, or the client's money, and then you pay them with your business money. You don't put money out of your own pocket. You put money out of your business to pay for people, right? Or hire people. If you want to hire an outsourcer, there's nothing wrong with that. Anybody can fulfill this. So it doesn't really matter. It just takes training them up a little bit, which I just gave you the content to do. You can use this freely to train your outsourcers if you want. All right. Anybody else? David, make sure you reply to what I just wrote you. Just let me know if that's a thumbs up or a thumbs down when it comes to fulfillment, that idea. All right. So I guess that is all the questions that we have. Yeah, I guess that's it. Thank you guys for coming. I'm going to do the video for Facebook upsells for you guys. Okay, good, David. Awesome. Just message me on Facebook or whatever. Just let me know. Thank you, Mark. I'm going to do the video on Facebook upsells for you guys. I'm also going to include, the weekly coaching calls will start next Tuesday. I'm still deciding on a time. I don't know if I want to do during the day. I don't really care. I just want to know what, like, for the people like who can attend the most. I'll probably end up staggering them, where I'll do a 7 o'clock one week and a 12 o'clock the next week, or 7 o'clock and 2 o'clock or whatever. And, go out there and do it and bring back real problems. Tell me what the problem is. Tell me what objections you're hearing. Tell me what problems you're having, and then we'll be able to solve real world problems in those calls. And also stay in the Facebook group. Ask me questions all the time. Listen, my goal is to take the 30 of you and make you all into rock stars, because if I could do that, I have 30 videos of people that are making money. And listen, this is just the truth. This is the way the business works. I have 30 videos of people that are making money from my program, so that when Dan's running my ads and I'm doing all that kind of stuff and I'm on a webinar pitching people and it's automated and everything else, they see all of your videos, and that's what gets them to buy it. I mean, look, not many people tell you that, but that's the way it works, guys. That's the truth. So that's why I'm doing this stuff. That's why I'm willing to go out of my way to do whatever it takes to get you the result that you want. Because when you get the result that you want, all you're doing is you're improving your life, obviously, but you're helping me sell more of my stuff. That was the deal here. That's what we're trying to do. So Facebook Messenger, the coaching calls, the group, all of that stuff, make sure you keep in touch and you let me know what the problems are. Don't be shy. There's no stupid question. Ask it. If you're not sure, ask and I will help you. All right. I'll help you with whatever I can. All right. So that is all. Thank you for coming. And that's it. Let me know if you guys need anything. The replay will be up by tomorrow.